watch me speak. About to take over your screen. Talking bulls in 93. Talking mom, I'm on TV. Y'all know all I do is me. All I do is me. Y'all sit back and watch me speak. Y'all sit back and all I know, my money green. About to snap and make a scene. My cup off and make this free. My cup off and make them scream. Go back off for TMZ. Y'all sit back and watch me speak. Y'all sit back and watch me speak. Y'all sit back and watch. Watch me. Watch me. Watch me. Sit back and watch. Sit back. Sit back. Sit back. Sit back. Money long, nothing on credit. I got style, don't catch no feelings. All this bread, ain't got no lettuce. I got style, don't catch no feelings. Watch me. Watch me. Sit back and watch. Sit back and watch. Sit back and watch. If it ain't got style, I ain't with it. I ain't with it. If it ain't got style, I ain't with it. Look, look. If it ain't got style, I ain't with it. I ain't with it. If it ain't got style, I ain't with it. Look, look. Look, look. Look, look. Look, look. Watch me. Sit back and watch. Watch me. Sit back. Sit back. Watch me. Sit back and watch. Sit back. Sit back. Sit back. Sit back.
Esta casa não tem porta nem morada, as janelas são fechadas, guardam tudo o que restou. Mandei o recado à lua que agora é só tua, mas ela não chegou. Dizia que encontrei um passarinho que não queria andar sozinho neste céu que se fechou. Nesta casa não tem porta nem morada, as janelas são fechadas, guardam tudo o que restou. Só quero encontrar o meu destino, sem saber bem o caminho de quem por aqui passou. Alvorada que chegou, alvorada que mudou, alvorada que chegou, alvorada que ficou.
From the eye of the Horus. If you Alexander the Great, then I am the Porus. Coming straight from the mud like I am a lotus. So हाथियों का बल कैसे सकेगा तू मुझे रोक अब. देख तू कैसे मैं लड़ूं, तुम लोगों से ऐसे ना डरूं. करूं मैं जिससे मैं तरुण, पानी पे चलूं मैं जिससे मैं वरुण. चाहे मैं जीऊं या मरूं, जो करना चाहूं मैं वही तो करूं. आता है तू ना करीब, तू बेटी चीप, जब तक कटे ना तेरी ये जीप. Better believe you gonna bleed, pick up a seat, get in your team. I'm the king of kings, brother in arms in a battle. You all gonna die if you act like a vandal. Bring the realms to reality from every angle. This is the public service announcement from Mumbai to the rest of the world. I am a Raja. I am the Raja. भिड़ेगा तो उठेगा जनाजा ना, तू मेरी तरफ आना. आ गया तो होगा फिर तनाजाना. ये भारतीय भाषा फिर दुनिया सुनेगी ये तराना ना. 'Cause I am the Raja. 'Cause I am the Raja. I am the. 'Cause I am the Raja. I am the. 'Cause I am the Raja. Look in my eyes, what do you see? I'm more than average man. I'm a maverick, I can grow flowers on a barren land. Break a mountain with my bare hands and step back and cause a literal avalanche. Should've been about us traveling. अष्ट भुजाएं मेरी जैसे मैं टरेंचुला. ना है कोई तोड़ मेरा जब से पूर्वजों का ज्ञान मिला. मेरे जैसा मिलेगा कोई ना तू और चाहे जो भी था सबकी कबर मैंने खोदी. क्या तुम लगाओगे बोलियां, कम पड़े गोलियां. चंद्रगुप्त ने मौर्य या दिला तू लोरिया. Come to me and you just gonna die. That's really a given. I am invincible and you are invisible. See, that's really a difference. Get out of my way, I'll leave the world. The choice is yours. I don't kill my enemies, I play with them. That's what the toys are for. From Mumbai to the rest of the world. I am the Raja. भिड़ेगा तो उठेगा जनाजा ना, तू मेरी तरफ आना. आ गया तो होगा फिर तनाजाना. ये भारतीय भाषा फिर दुनिया सुनेगी ये तराना ना. 'Cause I am the Raja. 'Cause I am the Raja. I am the. 'Cause I am the Raja. Put your back down on your knees, would you just surrender? Put your back down on your knees, would you? I am the. Put your back down on your
Hello and welcome to Valorant Game Changers Southeast Asia Split 1 playoffs. We're into day number 3 of the action down in the lower bracket. And I brought a man with me who is as quacked as he is jacked. It's Kentrell. How you doing, mate?
So, not quacked, not jacked at all. Got skinny chopstick arms here. I'm playing, but yeah, we're good. We're good. We had a pretty good day yesterday as well. It was all 2-0s, and that was pretty quick and interesting to look at how some of the upcoming teams have shown us what they're capable of.
For sure, we've got some interesting mixes at the moment. I mean, after being an EMEA GC enjoyer myself, seeing some of those players kicking it around here in SCA when you've already got a region stacked with firepower has been super awesome to watch.
Yeah, 13 ones from the first day. Yeah, that is one hell of a way to establish yourself in SCA. So, you know, that was day 1, but now we're here on to day 3.
Yeah, gonna have some elimination games down here in the lower round 2, so got 2 best of 3s on our hands for today. You know, you're looking at any favorites here. Obviously, we have gone through the entire Swiss stage and things like that already, which we'll dive into a little bit more depth in a minute, but any kind of teams that you got your eye on so far in this bracket in particular?
Well, I think we can't beat around the bush, Pilski. There's one team that everyone's looking at for sure, and that of course is going to be Falcons Vega. I mean, you mentioned the whole like sort of EMEA thing, but at the same time, apart from them, I think we do have some upcoming talents as well, namely some of the teams that we will be seeing today. I mean, it is a whole top 8 after all, and we will get into the video format explainer pretty soon. But for now, yeah, I mean, we're seeing some talents from like Indonesia, a lot from the Philippines, and still, of course, Thailand coming up for the second matchup today.
Yeah, so let's take a look at the tournament explainer to get an idea of how this tournament works.
Welcome to Valorant Game Changers 2025, where Southeast Asia and Oceania's best female teams compete to secure a spot in the Valorant Game Changers Pacific. This year, there will be 2 splits each for Southeast Asia and Oceania. Split 1 of Game Changers Southeast Asia will take place in March, followed by Split 2 in May. The top teams will face off in the playoffs in July. Game Changers Oceania will start off with Split 1 in March, followed by Split 2 and the playoffs in June. Let's explore this year's tournament format for Game Changers Southeast Asia. Split 1 begins with an open stage where teams will compete in a Swiss format with best of 3 matches. The top 8 teams from the open stage advance to Split 1 playoffs with a double elimination format. The finals will be played in a best of 5 series. The top 4 teams from Split 1 playoffs will then be seeded to the Split 2 group stages. Split 2 starts with another Swiss Open stage. The top 12 teams from the Split 2 Open will join the top 4 teams from Split 1 in the group stage. These 16 teams will be seeded into 4 groups of 4 teams and compete in a round-robin format. The top 2 teams of each group will advance to the playoffs. The playoffs will follow a double elimination format with a best of 5 finals. The top teams will qualify to the Game Changers Pacific 2025. Now, let's take a look at the tournament format for Game Changers Oceania. Each split will have an open stage with a Swiss format, where teams battle it out in a best of 3 format. The top 2 teams from each split will then proceed to playoffs. The playoffs will be played in a best of 3 double elimination format, while the finals will be played in a best of 5 series. Are you ready to represent Oceania at Game Changers Pacific 2025? Mark your calendars and ready your squads. The battle is about to begin, and we want to see you rise to the challenge. Join the Valorant Game Changers Southeast Asia and Oceania 2025 and make your mark in the competitive scene. For all the latest information and details, visit gamechangers.fsl.gg.
Yo, I don't know what's more impressive, Quack. Oceania mentioned, or birthday girl Chubby Ninja came in to live voice record that for us right then and there on her birthday to break down the whole tournament format for us. We are so lucky.
I know, right? Just first of all, happy birthday to her, definitely. But at the same time, live recording, what? Oceania mentioned, what?
Oh my God.
Just hear Pilski's voice immediately brightened up.
Yeah, I mean, I've been waiting. There's a lot of us that have been waiting in the darkness, but let's focus on Southeast Asia instead. We're here in Stage 1 playoffs, 12th to March to 16th of March. You can see it right there. And we're in the low bracket, Quack, and we heard it there from the tournament explainer. Top 4 teams from this playoffs that do go into the groups of Split 2 and don't have to play their way through a brutal Swiss Open qualifier that could really go either which way. So these 2 games that we've got coming up today could be pretty damn important for these teams, man.
Very, very much so. Actually, that's going to be what we have for today's games, because these are the top 8 teams. We just eliminated 2 yesterday. We're going to eliminate another 2 today. So the top 4 will be the last few remaining ones from this point forward, and that's why, you know, they get that little bit of a seeding into the group stage for the next split. That's going to be very important for sure. But of course, like, just having more representation for all of like game changers as well. I mean, we saw a team called Swag Lord 9000 from Oceania last year. I miss them. I honestly thought they looked really cool. They ran Yoru at times, of course, headed by Coach Skeltsy, if I remember correctly. So I want to see more of stuff like that.
Yeah,
sure.
I think we've had some fantastic, female players even before Valorant was a thing in the Oceanic scene. I remember even when I was playing, we're talking like 10 years ago now, playing semi-professional tactical FPS and getting absolutely pummeled by some of the girls that were playing in a pro team at that time. And some of them do kind of kick around and play a little bit. I know some of them dabble in a little bit of Valorant. I don't think any of them actually ended up qualifying, but fantastic players that we've got down under. I mean, they're really not much to sniff at when it comes to Southeast Asia, though. There's some incredibly sharp players. You've had some deep runs at international tournaments as well. So I think you guys have definitely got us beat in that regard. And that's why I'm super, super excited for the games today.
Yeah, for today, for everything else that might come later on in the year as well. But for today, at least, the brackets that we'll have, I mean, the first 2 matches for the day, I mean, we've seen some eliminations. We've seen some new names coming into the whole, I guess, the scene, in fact. And that was like some players from Malaysia, Singapore from yesterday. They did get eliminated, though, Echo Aura against Lux GC. So Lux GC will be the one that we'll watch today for the first game.
Yeah, against Precision Power Quickness, who did fall down to Ascend, but given the fact that that's a majority of the Sisu core, if I'm not mistaken, and they did take a map off of them, that's already a pretty promising result, so they should be no pushovers by any stretch of the imagination. And then down there in the other lower bracket game, I mean, Full Sense a bit of a powerhouse name in this Southeast Asian region, but they unfortunately do fall to Mad, who have got some great Thai players on their roster as well.
Yeah, again, for anyone who might not have been following the Game Changer Southeast Asia scene, this is a different Full Sense from the one that qualified through to play in Berlin a couple of years ago. This is now Full Sense Cat Z, so feeling a different roster who went up against the old Full Sense Sapphire team, and they were the ones who knocked them out. So Mad Army, basically that same core with like Ginny and everyone else. Yeah. And, you know, they really look incredibly strong. You just wonder how they're going to continue forward, given the fact that, you know, placing into this playoffs, it was a little bit tough, a little bit rocky for them, I think. But at the same time, they're going to be playing against yet another Thai team in the form of LILAX, this little cat logo that we got.
Yeah, so many Thai derbies that we've got on our hands, but here are the matches for today, as mentioned, and these qualifications to Split 2 are going to be very important for these seeds. Basically, a best of 3 in the lower bracket, make or break. You either have to play your way through another brutal open qualifier that, looking at the format, like, it could really come down to round difference, it could come down to a head-to-head, it could come down to some very small margins, and I'm looking at some of the teams that didn't make it into the next stage of this tournament, and there are some plenty of very, very solid players that didn't quite make it into this stage of the tournament. So I would definitely want to be guaranteeing myself a spot in the top 4 of this stage, just so I don't have to worry about playing through that gauntlet next time around.
I know, right? I mean, you were mentioning Sisu. I think another team that we're familiar with from last year's Game Changer Pacific would be Boba, and that's where Ayumi was. You know, she's now on a different team called 4 Fun, like number 4 and fun. But yeah, she's one of those teams that didn't make it through the open qualifier, and that's just so like astounding to think about.
Yeah, such a successful and decorated player, but at the end of the day, small margins in some of these qualifiers can make a difference. Your draw, your seeding, all kinds of stuff. Way too complicated for a simple mind like mine. So I'm just going to focus on the matches in front of us for sure. I'm really looking forward to this PPQ game up against Lux. Should be a fantastic match to kick us off this evening.
It has to be. Well, first of all, PPQ, just the name itself, I believe it's a play on RRQ. So that's going to be kind of fun and cute already. They have a pretty adorable logo with, I think, it looks like a duck. I'm not sure if it quacks like a duck, but it kind of looks like a duck.
You can definitely be the judge of that. I trust you to know.
If I don't know, we'll see if they actually get to Quack, and then we'll talk about that a little bit later on. But yeah, it's gonna be that Indonesian team versus a team from the Philippines, Lux GC, who just played yesterday, finished their game 2-0. So Indonesia versus Philippines, I believe some of them have some streams on as well. But namely for me though, Pilski, it's the fact that a lot of these PPQ players have been around the GC scene, I think, a little bit longer than Lux GC has.
Yeah, I think something else that really impressed me as well was just the fact that, I haven't been able to watch all of the games, but I see them, they go 5-1 in Swiss overall. They're able to, play at least against, some of the top players in GC, like they played against Pilski and Polly, some of those gals over there. But I think, like I said before, the main thing being that they play against Ascend, and they're able to take a map, and that's a pretty solid call. Like, that's a team that you're probably expecting to go into the top 4. They have got a task on their hands playing Falcons, that's for sure, but I expect them to beat a lot of the other teams, and if they can play competitive against them, then I'm looking forward to them. Let's have a little bit of a closer look here at the teams, though. As we mentioned, Lux up against PPQ, and any particular names kind of standing out for you on these rosters here, Quack?
Right now, at least, following through from yesterday's games, I think one of the players that we definitely do have to look at has to be Xylena, namely the duelist player for LXE. She might run a Neon at times, it might be something else like a Jet, but she can frag, she can aim, and she's someone who's not, she's kind of fearless when it comes to taking space and creating that for her team. At times, that can work against LXE as well, though, given the fact that she has racked up, a large number of first stats, depending on how the game might run. But that, doesn't really work out against opponents who play a little bit too passive. So that's going to be what I'm thinking about for today, how PPQ looks to be in top form for this current matchup. Of course, PPQ, we have a lot of familiar names as well. I think Samphire definitely stands out. And taking a look at her performance or her statistics from some of the games from before, especially that matchup against Ascend, she actually, I think she was one of the more consistent players throughout all 3 maps that they played against Ascend.
Yeah, I think I really want to point towards the fact that I see a team like Lux beating 4Fun. I mean, you talk about Lux making it through, 4Fun narrowly missing out. That head-to-head has got to, I remember you telling me in the green room just before, that head-to-head has got to contribute to that. But that is a result that inspires a hell of a lot of confidence. And there you go, you are going to get the head-to-head. It is going to be Xylena against Sleepy Cakey.
Yeah, Sleepy Cakey. that's one heck of a name, right? But you do kind of see the stark difference between the two teams. I mean, Pilski, you're a bit of a coach yourself as well. I mean, talk to me about some of this as well, right? Because we're taking a look at, surely ACS is one of them. They might be playing the same role, but they do have very different stats coming forward, and that might be due in part to some of the games that they have played before. But that, at the same time, it kind of brings you to think how Sleepy Cakey might perform today. She often plays as the Jet or the Raze a little bit more. She can put up some big numbers as well, but they definitely did struggle a little bit against Ascend.
Yeah, I think that it's looking like this is from a previous series, I'm assuming, in terms of the head-to-head that they've drawn here. So I think if you look at a bigger sample size, like I'm looking at the stats overall for the split so far, Sleepy Cakey, I mean, I don't think it's as cut and dry as this head-to-head graphic would say. Sleepy Cakey's got some better first kill, first death percentage going on there. We got Habari here as well, or was there another way to pronounce that? Sorry, I remember you talking to me about that in the green room, Quack.
I believe we heard that from our caster today. We'll be hearing from him later on. It's either Hibari or Hibari, so I'm not entirely sure myself either.
Okay.
But we might have something similar to that going on. One way or another, she's definitely a strong player for LXC as well. I mean, she definitely was very present in a lot of their engagements against Echo Aura yesterday. So you mentioned a smaller sample size, and that is very true because PPQ played, the full 3 maps. Meanwhile, LXC only played the 2. But in those 2 maps, Hibari was definitely present for all of it. I mean, playing as the initiator, she definitely gave up a lot of support to Xylena in some moments. And at the same time, it's these things that really lend a lot to how LXC can perform as a team. Sometimes Hibari will go for the Phoenix role if they're playing on a map like Pearl. Other times it's going to be that Tejo. And you can just tell kind of how she works alongside her duelist in sending out utility or going as aggressive as Xylena goes, sending out flashes, blocking off a lot of areas with her blaze wall and whatnot.
Yeah, seems like someone that can frag in their in-it role. Looks like a lot of flash in it, like you mentioned, mixing in the Phoenix, playing a little bit of KO as well. But you do have some info in there. I don't know how I'd classify Teo at the moment, to be honest, but she's playing quite a bit of Teo. She's playing quite a bit of Sova. So seems like a pretty flexible player. Can either, like you said, go into that Phoenix or KO role, go for some of those aggressive plays and be a little bit more of a space creator or be a bit more of an info in it, a bit more on the supportive side. I guess that kind of lends towards like she's playing a lot of the same agents. They're probably playing a lot of similar maps. I'm keen to see like how the Vetos break down, because when I look at the 2 map pools of these 2 teams, despite the fact they played their whole way through a Swiss stage already, they seem to be getting a lot of the same maps. So I guess when you're playing against so many different teams and maybe, there might not be as much familiarity, it depends. Like it's the start of the year going into Split 1. You might not necessarily be as tricky with the Vetos.
Yeah, it's definitely going to be something to think about, to say the least. I mean, we definitely don't have a huge sample size of data to go off of. One thing I am thinking about is their fracture performance, because both teams played that in the past couple of days.
Yeah.
So I do wonder if they are going to go straight into that, or maybe leave it for a bit of a decider. But for now, just back to the players. We've seen Cass, previously known as Crescent. She's still a very present player, very capable player. But on the controller role, so that's a little bit of that difference into how both teams might structure themselves, Pilski.
Yeah, looking at her stats overall, seeming pretty solid. She's doing exactly what controllers do, guys. She's farming the APR just by placing smokes on the map. You love to see it, but I think that's underselling it. You do have some pretty decent fragging statistics overall. It does seem like her last series went pretty well for her. So you're definitely going to need a well-rounded team here. Once you're making it deep in towards this playoffs, right? Like you're getting top 6 into top 4. You cannot go missing. You need to have well-rounded players across all of your positions, and your controller is a bit of an underrated one. Like I think controllers are now starting to become like low-key kind of your star player that's a bit of a closer, is involved in the mid to late round and things like that. That's what we're seeing at the top level.
Or just even being able to play around your smoke, start to place like survival smokes when opponents start to assault your site, right? Things like that. Your micro decision making, it really gives you that extra value as a player, and I think Cass kind of brings that as well. Namely in that match against Ascend. Fracture, she was top fragging for the team. Of course, that is just a statistic. We'll definitely see more once we get into the game. But the one that I'm looking at, the one that I'm curious about, is how she plays on a map like Haven, for example. A map that both teams are fairly familiar with. And Haven is one of those maps where, as the controller, as an Omen, your smokes, the timings of it, or kind of even the decision that you make as to how or where you want to place them can impact so much, right? Just talk about how you want to maybe control a main in the first few seconds of the round. So it's things like that that we need and want to keep an eye on for how Cass is going to play later today.
Yeah, definitely helping in terms of the overall team structure. If you're on the Omen as well, can for sure get a bit more aggro, get a bit more in the face. I remember one of the first seasons of Game Changers I ever did. I looked at Vanya's Omen stats, and it was like the most ridiculous thing I've ever seen. It was like, I think like a 80% win rate in opening duels or something, and she had played like a whole split already. She was just absolutely farming everyone. on that agent, and it does have a lot of aggressive potential. You know, I think a lot of people remember Tens going onto the Omen and things like that. I remember Tens on Sunset just running around, one-tapping everyone, doing some aggressive things. So I think you do have a little bit more flexibility on that agent to do some interesting plays and, you know, mix your movement in. But like you said, on the Fracture, she seems pretty comfortable on the Brimmy as well. So definitely can be, I think Fracture is definitely a bit more of a, I'm on my iPad and I'm just throwing down my smokes and everyone's running in, and then I'm alive in the mid to late round and I'm a turret. And, you know, you got to be sharp to be doing that, you know. I remember even in some of the teams like Coach, we had like one of our sharpest players on the controller, and it's just alive in the late round every time, turreting everyone. You love to see it.
Yeah, it's you kind of need it too. I mean, Sentinels of course are one of the roles that you do need, especially on a map like Fracture. You got traps all around. The camera, of course, if you're a Cypher, provides that much more value as well. But I would argue, you know, a controller can be comparable to that. You know, after you throw down your utility, you do need to go turret mode, and that's kind of what Cass can provide for a team like PPQ. So definitely wanting to see that further on later today. But I mean, just thinking about how they're gonna kind of clash and match up, I'm still kind of gearing a little bit more towards LXE, just based off of what I've seen from the previous days. I think PPQ struggled a little bit. Some of the games, especially on Haven, Ascend was just so relentless. So many times you just had Graham's assaulting sites. She's the duelist, she's the jet, just dashes in. And sometimes players like maybe XUNE or Cass, they get a little bit lost and they get kind of taken out really early on. And at that point, it's just a 5v4. If you're like round 3, straight down B site on Haven, it's just that quick. And LXE actually played similarly in yesterday's games. LXE was also that fast with how quick they wanted to hit sites, especially when Xylina was on that Neon. So that's kind of the direction that I'm heading in for today's games.
You think it's like a stylistic matchup? That's why you're going with a certain prediction. Like you think they're going to match up well against this team? Okay, interesting. And what kind of aggression are we talking? Are we talking like run it down SEA aggression? Are we talking like coordinated Neons going in with some support, and we've got an idea of what we're going for? Because both can work. I'm not saying I haven't used any offensive terminology. There's no right or wrong way to play the game. Okay, before we go through that.
I'm not, you know, it's not a personal attack, right? We might be SEA here, but, you know, it is what it is. This is the identity that kind of SEA has carved out for itself. So, it's a very good question, Pilski, I gotta admit. And if I were to kind of paint LXE with that kind of a brush, I would say it's more of the former. It's a little bit more of that SEA kind of just pure aggression. They do have the additional depth to kind of go for something a little bit coordinated, and that's kind of what I admire. I do see some rounds where Amaya, the IGL of LXE, calls for rounds where, you know, they start off with a bit of early pressure somewhere, they go for a quick rotate, and that's how they kind of dismantled Echo Aura's defenses on Fracture. But then there are some of these other rounds as well where they just get a little bit too hard and heavy. They just rushed into the site, neglected to check maybe a corner or two, and Xylina maybe gets taken out a little bit too early on. So these are the things that I think both teams do need to kind of brush up on to pull out their socks for today's games, because once again, it is elimination.
Yeah, for sure. I think it's going to be interesting to see how the map pool breaks down as well. Like, it's been a little bit of a break from GC SEA for me, but, you know, we mentioned a lot of these players that have been playing a while, and that's kind of what I use to kind of measure these teams. Like, we talked about Ascend, we talked about Forfun and the matchups that these teams have had against those squads in the Swiss stage and earlier on in the playoffs bracket. I mean, I'm seeing Haven Fracture in a lot of these series. I'm seeing a lot of the same maps repeated. So I want to see if like one of these teams is going to get tricky with the Veto, or whether you are actually going to see them play straight down the middle of the map pool, especially because it's kind of like, it's always interesting to me, and it's kind of a show of a team's true colors, where it's like, are you just going to go for like the safe picks and what you're confident in towards the lower bracket when the pressure's on, or are you going to do something a little bit spicy to try to catch your opponent off guard?
right? Sometimes you might think that that is a little bit needed. Of course, guys, for anyone who might be watching right now, we are kind of just waiting on the players to get ready into the servers, so bear with us while we kind of theory craft through everything. But yeah, you know, I mean, that is kind of the trend currently, at least for GCSEA. Past 2 days, it's been quite a lot of Fracture Haven. But what kind of map would you like to see, Pilski?
I want to see whatever maps we're about to see. Quack.
Okay.
As we're going to go into the map Veto, get Bind and Abyss taken out, Haven and Fracture split. So we've gone straight down the middle of the map pool. As a third map decider, though, how are we feeling about split? Haven't seen Lux play split. We've seen 2 reps on split for PPQ in the Swiss stage against having a look at some of these teams. Not teams that I'm super familiar with, but they're getting their dubs or at least getting their reps on that map. So they played it at least in recent competition. That gives me a little bit of confidence in PPQ. But again, you haven't seen the split from Lux yet recently.
That's why. So that's kind of the name of the game. It's a little bit more experience, a little bit more data that we have on PPQ. And that's where I do think, you know, PPQ does have a little bit more experience on maps like Haven as well as Fracture. They did take that. Fracture is the map where they took down Ascent. So I think we're going to be keeping our eyes on that a little bit as well. But, well, for Lux, you know, if they are able to take down PPQ and Haven, then, you know, it might be a bit of a different story.
Yeah, for sure. I think like looking at PPQ's Haven games, they're getting a lot of dubs in the Swiss stage over some of the teams that don't have players that I've seen as much from. Although I remember seeing this Panty Sitters roster a little bit, but the main things I'm looking at is like they're losing to Ascend and 6-12, who's got Polly and Delbisky. These are players that I remember from previous seasons of GCSEA. So when you're talking about playing some of the more quality rosters, they might be having a little bit of a tougher time, so to speak. For Lux, though, they did drop to LILAX recently. So look, I'm eager to see what we're going to get from this matchup.
Yeah, that's definitely what we're going to be kind of keeping our eyes on. But for now, I mean, I'm kind of going to go still in the direction that I've seen, the direction that I'm thinking of, and that's going to be Lux GC, of course. Just seeing how quick they were yesterday. If Xylena gets into her groove, especially as that Neon or the Jet, I do believe that she has the potential to kind of take teams apart. When Amaya is calling for her, there are some moments where there's just some lovely setups where they are able to work around the map and play around teams' expectations, like by pulling rotations away, for example. And if PPQ kind of falls prey to that, then I do feel as though it might be a victory in favor of Lux GC.
Yeah, I could agree with you. I think she's going to be playing Neon this map though, but I don't think that necessarily means that, you know, your point is going to be any different. Definitely the kind of agent that you can coordinate the util around, you can play with the rotations and things like that, get in their face a little bit. How did you feel about her play on the Neon so far?
I think it's very much in your face. I don't know too much if it's going to be as coordinated as you might think, but definitely she's not going to allow her opponents any space to breathe.
Yep, let's take a look at the agent select and see if we're going to be right about that. And indeed, it is going to be Lux on the Neon. It's a mirror matchup, the most standard comp that we see on this map. Although you see a little bit double duelist and things like that recently, a little bit of Viper for specific teams, but this is the most common agent select that you're going to see on this map. Yeah, I get a little bit of Jet versus Neon action though, which is not too far outside of the realms of expectation, is it?
Yeah, double any. We do have that Jet versus the Neon, but that's kind of where I do kind of want to draw that line in the sand as well, because Sleepy Cakey, we had that head-to-head from earlier before. She wasn't the hardest hitting Jet that we've seen throughout this tournament. Meanwhile, Xylena had a much better game. Surely they had different opponents though, so I'm looking for Sleepy Cakey to step up today.
Yeah, both of these duelists coming off a rougher last game on Haven, but definitely looking at the For Fun game, y'all having a pretty decent performance overall, and for Xylena on Haven, looking pretty promising. So looking forward to seeing what we're going to get from this matchup in the first map.
Hello, thank you for that toss, Pilski and Quack. Great breakdown, as always, of the teams playing here. I'm Zahk, and I'm joined here by the wonderful Flufee for today's games. How are you doing, Flufee?
I'm good. I'm really excited. It's my first day on GC, and I look at the teams, and of course, as a Pinoy pride myself, it's nice to see some fellow Filipinos playing on game number 1.
Yeah, we have some heavy competition coming in for this game number 1 today, and like you mentioned, it's a little bit of a regional derby that we have going on. And on map number 1, like we just saw, mirror comps coming up, Jet versus Neon. Personally, which one do you prefer, Flufee?
I think that we saw one of the teams picking the Jet, right, and Zylina going for the Neon instead. The difference for me is less about the duelist, because I feel like, yeah, I think Jet is more flexible, but it's mostly the rest of the very standard Haven team that enables their duelist the best. They're both only playing one duelist. They're sticking for the double initiator. They have the Breach and Sova for both teams. So really, whichever has the best set plays, I think, is the one that gets the momentum first and takes the map.
Yeah, that definitely makes sense. I think that on a map like Haven, especially, the point you made about momentum definitely does kick in. But here we go. We're going to be heading into game soon here. Starting with showing off the rosters one more time. What about you, Flufee? Who's your prediction for this particular map between our two teams?
I mean, it is Haven, which locally, at least for me, who's based here in Manila, it is one of the more popular maps. So I would expect a lot more experience coming in for PPQ. So I'd have to go with them if I had to choose.
Yeah, I think having seen PPQ play as well on that first day and having been on panel with them, I agree. But yeah, they're against Ascend, especially on the same map, even though they lost, they were holding neck and neck in that first half. They just kind of lost control and let Ascend snowball here in that second round. So should be interesting to see if they've reevaluated any of their strategies here, starting on this attacking side. Cyber Cage to crossover, actually going to be pushing through it. You still got Hibari holding that aggressive angle here. Watching for the peak. First blood taken though. Second on the line possibly, but the trade comes through. And Sleepy Geki and Oriophilia between them take the numbers advantage. They know there's a flank coming in as well.
Yeah, a lot of momentum already early, but a response coming in from Amaya to hold down the site. She has to find some ground here, wait for her teammate. She manages to find two. She's low HP, goes for the TP, actually gets out, but not enough space, not enough time, forcing to a 2v2. Spike gonna go down finally.
Saw the information as well. Spotted a player, but the flank is here. The Cypher might have the positioning. I don't know if they're going to be expecting it. Samfire watching the wrong angle. Oh, turns at the right time, but now a 1v2 situation.
Oh no!
And Oreo actually hitting the shot, brings it down to a 1v1, and now just trying to play around the box here. Vari though finds that final kill, and it's going to be a successful retake. PPQ, they get the spike down, but not able to convert.
Explosive round already to open up our series for today. Great chip damage towards that A main lobby push. Unfortunately, Hibari just not able to get a good trade there as they burst out. We take a look at the replay and we can see this early fights really does so much more with the ghosts in hand, taking this much space, really slowing down. Amaya doing such a great job as she tries to defend the site. It allows her team to really creep and crawl in together. They don't find the perfect angle, but it's just enough to eke out that victory for LXE.
True, and with that victory, they're going to be able to put in a little bit more of a heavier purchase. Every single player investing in some kind of weapon control here to do as much damage as possible. Yeah, the Cam, a couple of different weapons being heard there, so immediately going to be happy to fall back. Counter utility though, and it does look like they want to push towards his B side. The Marshal at the ready though. Zylina finding that first blood.
Gun here.
Able to find some ground, defend the B side. The Paranoia already waiting to put in play. They have the trip for the setup. A kill box set up on Garage. They spot it out though, they break it, and they are slowly creeping onto the side. Only one defender looks the wrong way, but the Paranoia finally connects the flash. Not gonna hit Sleepy Cakey though. She's able to creep and cross, but there comes Zylina. The gun, the firepower really raining in, forcing this now all up to Shune, and she has to find something. She tries. And just one, but it's in the thick of everything. The value though to get 3 off of that, I think, has a lot as they move forward.
100%. XUNA just really managing to take down 3 kills towards the end of the round. Taking out 3 of these weapons as well means that this all of a sudden can no longer be played as a bonus. You're either going to have to invest in full. There is going to be that hero rifle coming in from Zylina, but aside from that, both Rari and RQ left without a gun to play with. A much less substantial bonus coming in here for LXE. But on the other side, right, PPQ, finally, they're going to be having their full buy coming in. Looking at the ultimates here, a couple off the Neural Theft. Only halfway there for the Huntress Fury, so a lot of ground yet to cover for one of those huge snowball rounds. They do once again seem like they want to put pressure on this ace site, but that early dark cover gonna actually let Zylina get so much space here. Peeks out, but too many players, more than she could chew, and Zylina goes down.
This first contact on A has been one of the star starting points here for the attacking team. Just being able to take this much space early has really set them back. But look at the macro of things. We have Amaya who's already creeping back in the corner, waiting to get the flank. She has a teleport as well to maybe go past some flank trip. Engage happens immediately. Sleepy Keiki gets away with 1 HP. She has to back off, but she's still there. Recon darts slowly gonna come out, and they're just gonna wait this out. They do have the breach stun on the side of LILAX to maybe try to get something. The shot as well to flush them out. Amaya, the flank coming in, finally is able to get a bit more space. The pressure, they're waiting for it. The setup for the attack, the retake coming in, and they're just waiting for this breach, the go signal for the whole team to flood out. Here comes the utility, but not enough time to get the flash off. A do already from PPQ manages to find it. They're just delaying for so long, and they split the attention of LXC. They don't allow them to get onto site this time.
2 huge opening kills from Sleepy Keiki to start things off with, punishing Xylina for that over-aggressive push, and also being able to find the Sova who was trying to play anchor on site. Yeah, this particular kill kind of cemented the round here. I mean, for a second it looked like Amaya might be able to break apart this post-ban, but that proactive peek towards CT, I think really just a good play there by PPQ to take advantage of the better weaponry they have, and I don't think Alexi expected them to be playing up close like that, so good punish coming in from them. This round, Xylina, even though she did buy a Vandal in that previous round, not going to be an issue. We saw this, I think it was an ace coming in from her yesterday, but now all the utility in the world being used to stop her in her tracks, and with that Neon actually having been nerfed so recently, it's no longer going to be in play, and Oreo feel like happy to clean that kill up. Look at this though, Flufee, a lot of mid space having been taken.
Yeah, a lot of mid space, already a shake up in the start. They lose Alina like you mentioned, but it's still enough firepower. This Maya finds one to the smoke, is able to get more, but they're still fighting for this mid. It's a gun showdown here on the B site, and it's all left to Hibari. She has to find picks here. It's a 3v1 situation. She does have a Vandal in hand to maybe try to salvage it, but they are setting up a late lurk already. Good positioning, planting for that CT side, and Cass is already hunting, waiting to sandwich Hibari as she tries to creep and crawl towards this site. Camera gonna reinforce that, really block anything. They have the info now. Camera just going for the distraction. They're just waiting for the ultimate kick. She knows it is close, but the wall bang just enough to give her the cover to refrag instead.
Wow, that was a round that was a little bit too close for comfort, but PPQ, they managed to take all of those brawls in mid, and especially Sleepy Keiki spamming that cyber cage, having that awareness. I think PPQ were also ready for this, right? They read that there was probably going to be a play coming in off the back of that Neon ult. They were happy to just wait it out, especially knowing that Xylina does look to get aggressive, and they were rewarded for that with that free first pick. Bad timing there, unfortunately, for Xylina with that ult just running out the moment she spotted Oreophilia there. So a little bit unfortunate, but yeah, PPQ, good read, and now they're the ones with the advantage here in terms of economy, in terms of those ultimates. Just a couple off the Rolling Thunder, one off the Neural Theft, a couple off the Sova ult as well. In an optimal situation, Flufee, we're not going to really see them use any of these ultimates here against the Sheriffs, but I think they really want to just charge them up, yeah.
Able to get one, backside already taken. Doesn't have the weaponry to really fight back. PPQ just storming into the seaside. They know that they can use this long-range firepower to their advantage. Waiting for some licks, but the timing not going to work out for Ophelia. Oh, manages to spray down two though. There goes the flank, and it's all up to Arky. But what can she do in this situation? Just have to pray, wait that they make a mistake, find some value with your Sheriff, and maybe salvage something. Take away a rifle, because right now PPQ is set up for a very clean next round. Assuming nothing happens, the utility is going to be traded, and that's not going to be enough. Not a great day for LXC as PPQ find advantage in this game.
Yeah, it was an equal round, but it's always nice when your team can pull through with the flawless. And here we go, Flufee. This is that kind of huge round that we were talking about in PPQ. They definitely have the advantage in terms of those ultimates. However, I do see that LXC is investing in that operator, so that might be kind of the focal piece upon which this round hinges for them. If they can find that opening kill, PPQ have been very methodical though, right? They've been putting down those cyber cages. Sleepy Keiki has been investing those jet smokes to make sure that crossings look a little bit safer for her and her team. So I'm going to be curious to see if this operator does find value. Proactivity towards A though, look at this. Xylina already having taken short control, has the lane with the operator and gets the kill. Samfire goes down, no Rolling Thunder, and still in position.
Just waiting for another pick here. Good setup with their breach to get the space that Xylina needed. My worry with the duelist difference is Jet is obviously more free when these things happen. And there goes Jet, just like I mentioned. Oh, and a third as well for Xylina. She's controlling this A lobby. They get the spike down. That's going to call the back. And the rest of the team is just going to rotate towards this. Amaya going for a flank, making sure that they can't pass through. Good dark cover as well. Might get the angle to actually take the fight here. Oh, good game sense from Zylina. Might get the ace. Has to back away. She's hunting though. Has the stun set up, and they're just boxing June in. Great stuff to close the round.
No ace for Zylina there, but that was definitely all the impact that you needed. You know, it wasn't even like utility past that first restun, right? Zylina just got that position early on and held it down. 4 kills from almost the same spot. That was a wild round coming in, especially that last kill just completely through the smoke. But yeah, it doesn't matter what ults you have if you don't get a chance to use them, and Zylina just single-handedly shut things down. Really huge swing round there, I would say, for the LXC side. Gotta put a little bit of a damper in the economy. Not gonna push them into an eco anytime yet, but breaking that buffer bit by bit is gonna be so important. Once again, operator towards a long this time around, but here comes the dark cover. Yeah, much more proactive.
Oh, but that's not gonna matter though. Hibari still falls throughout. She's been fighting this A main position for the longest time. They have to know that Zylina is closer, but this is a good angle for them to check. Oh, gets the burst out. At least they get the controller for it.
Gonna be 1 kill for their trouble, but at least Zylina gets something before going down. Still, though, numbers here in favor of PPQ. 4 versus 3, and they're trying to make sure, trying to take a fight before that spike actually goes down here. Awareness towards heaven. Now 2 players seeking up there, and Sleepy Keiki just buying time as the rest of the team goes towards C instead.
Good execute as well. They managed to creep their way onto C. They pull the rotate, and LXC, they have to run the distance. They leave a jet as well on the mid side, trying to hunt Sleepy Keiki. Might be able to cut off the rotations. They do have a trip. There's Cypher still alive here to delay things, but that's an early spot out. Valuable information here from the attacking team. Utility bombardment incoming, but they have to be aware of all the angles. So much time has passed. They have to be careful. And with 4v3, with this many weapons, do you even save here? Do you try? Time is ticking down.
Especially with the Sova ult in play. I think you're right there, Flufee. The save might be the right call here. Already see Oriofilia going out towards long first. It's going to be the breach stun. It's just Sleepy Keiki, though, to find the kill. The rewrap around through Garage. No way for them to even defuse that spike. They hold on to that Hunter's Fury, and they finish off the round here as PPQ once again get advantage in terms of the scoreline here. And I mean, they did invest that Rolling Thunder and Neural Theft, but they've still got that Hunter's Fury here, which could be such a huge win condition.
I mean, we're on Haven, right? And attacking side slightly a bit more favored. We go into a little pause here. I mean, you can take a break from all the action and look at what we have. So far, we've seen the opening rounds go a bit well, but the moment that you get the buys in, that's when you've really seen this attacking team really shine. That accuracy that they have, and I respect the fact that they rely on their aim very well. Like, they could have completely just used the Hunter's Fury in the previous round, but instead they're okay trading a couple people because they know that they're up on economy anyway. So, you know, we'll just do the simple thing. We get more tools for later, and maybe after this timeout we have to kind of reevaluate themselves, because I'm sure that the adjustment from LXC has to be, in my opinion, towards this A main side. It's something that they've been trying to fight for the longest time. Unfortunately, even through dark covers and anything that they get thrown at, they somehow still lose members of their team, and they can't just afford to do that early. They have to start setting up these trades, making setups where they can do something like how they had their operator on the previous round. It's just going to be a little awkward with their buy.
True, I think that operator was like a huge factor here, and I mean, Zylina does have her ultimate once again. So last time around you saw it being used very early on. PPQ just held for it, so hopefully Zylina can be in a better position to kind of put that ult together again. But yeah, I think this round it's just gonna be your goal to do as much damage as you can. You know, if you get a couple of kills, maybe Hibari or you're gonna be having the Breach Arki having their ultimates on hand, which could try to make up for the eco deficit here. But it starts with getting a couple of kills first, and PPQ, they're taking things slow here, opting to kind of creep up towards mid. A lot of pressure having been put towards the A side. They've conditioned that quite well, and now that there's presence towards B, it seems like Arki's just going to opt to fall back, wait for the rest of the team.
Yeah, Zylina trying to find an angle here. She's prodding to get a chance to get her ultimate out. Maybe combine that with some utility to at least do the damage to the economy, rather, of great stun though. Sleepy Keiki, no fear. She just dashes in there, gets so much control. The Cypher is being wrapped around, and it's going to be so difficult for Rari to find an out. Has to fight through it, but manages to find one, might even get two.
Wow.
And she's not in the greatest position. The trades come in, but that might be enough to secure a bit more value. Zylina pops the ultimate, runs in, tries to do at least get something, but they run out and go for the rotate.
Immediately back away, yeah.
Oh, this is a great
going to be
play.
invested. Goes towards A, but yeah, you've got 2 players left here to cut off the rotate.
30
The Neon ult has
seconds
run
left.
out as well.
Spike
At least both
planted.
players able to retrieve weaponry here. But at the end of the day, you got to make your way towards A. And look at the positions being held here in this post plant.
It's going to be very difficult. The expected rotation from CT, TBKK, we've seen her no fear. There goes the first one. Might be able to get the second. There is no trade, rather. Great smoke to delay. The Hunter's Fury available, but I don't think it's something that they really want to expend. Time not ticking, and that is a great cam. That basically secures the round right there.
Scanning ahead.
Yeah, the tag buying that additional little bit of extra time here. Trying to take the fight. Kibari at least looking for the damage, but XYune more than happy to clean up the round here as SleepyQ get to 5. You were right, Sleepy. I think, Flufee, I think that for Sleepy Kiki and for the rest of this team here, I think that it's going to be important for them to be able to get as many rounds as possible in this half, just because of, you know, how Haven does tend to work with this usual meta comp here. It does tend to favor a little bit towards that attacking side. And I think Sleepy Kiki is starting to build up that momentum. I think she's been incredible in being able to consistently find those opening kills, especially with the kind of setups like we saw in the previous round, coming in from Samfire, who has consistently been able to stun at least 1 or 2 players every round.
I mean, the confidence that they've built up surely is going to be a factor. We saw earlier how Sleepy Kiki had no fear as she entered through the garage with the help of the utility. The setup for their duelist really is the biggest thing here. That's why you're bringing the breach. And when you're on the defensive side, you have to be in a position where you can really delay and affect the attack. Since she's in garage, it's really difficult for the defensive breach to really put any value. Granted, they don't have the information to play off right now. So with less than or almost a minute left on the round, still a lot of movement can be made. But the stalwart positioning here from the defenders, really just making sure that they have all angles covered. Hibari just investing the drone as well, re-clearing site. Not going to get the info, but at least they know they have to be either in lobby or somewhere in mid.
Yeah, the problem is there's just no real way to check for this mid, so I think the Sova utility being able to fake out Garage, yeah, that's going to be a bit of a red herring, and it might be enough to trigger a rotate, but so far at least LXC, they aren't taking the bait right now. They've still got that recon available, and it is going to at least put a damper in the works in terms of it. They know there's a couple of players here. Cass able to find one, but immediate trade there. How many more can Mario find? The answer to that is absolutely nothing, as Sleepy Cake, he goes huge with 2 more frags right now. Once again, a 4v2 situation. When one of your players has an operator in the retake, yeah, it might be better just to hold on to these guns.
Have to be really careful with this one. They're on the hunt. They know the operator is available if they can do a bit more damage here, but they're just going to play safe instead. Secure the round, secure the victory. If you win this round, you basically already got half of the half, so you might as well take it extremely seriously with this much advantage on the line. Maybe the operator is not the biggest deal in the world for them right now. No one's peeking. The discipline, really good. Camera not going to be broken there, actually is. But at least they spot out the operator player and they don't have to worry about it. I don't think there's much you can do here. In the position, actually loses the operator. XYune doing so much from downtown, and she's able to get even more value in a round where they already won so much.
Yeah, that operator going down, a devastating loss here. It's gonna be difficult for them. Maybe LXC can scrap together the funds to buy it for one more round, but it's gonna take a lot, and it's very devastating loss here. Only 1 gun saved. I think the discipline here shown by PPQ, who have so far at least been very fast in their hits, hitting the sites and taking control before the first 45 seconds. A bit of a slower round. Doesn't quite bait out the rotation, but it did seem like Alexi weren't ready for that hit to come through, except for, of course, Hibari, who did have the recon, who was able to find like 1 kill. Unfortunately, Amaya couldn't find more value there, and yeah, PPQ has 3 rounds in a row for them. Look at this, once again, they still have that history. They've been saving it for a while, for a rough situation. But more than that, they've started like charging up the second round of ults as well with the Omen and the Breach. So it's unfortunate that for LXC, this round, it's a very important round for them to win. They've got the buy, they've got 4 ultimates available almost, with the Breach just 1 away. So they have to be able to use all of these pieces to be able to win this round, because otherwise they risk letting PPQ get too much of a momentum lead.
Yeah, I agree. And Xylina, good positioning here. Off angle for the trip, making sure that no one crosses the jump. Ooh, gonna get spotted out, but that's gonna be enough to at least get something out of it. Good discipline as well to back off, but that's gonna trigger the attack onto C. No real players here, except for 1, but that's not enough. Amaya falls, and the site goes to the attack. PPQ asserts dominance on the C site, and it's up to the remaining members of LXC to really try to do something. They have the Hunter's Fury to go for some delay, but what is gonna push with this? They're just using it to stall out. That's not gonna be enough here. Cass able to find Rari though, but Xylina from behind takes 1 out from Garage. Trey comes in quick. Hibari 1v2 right now, has only the Guardian. Patience, very important. There goes the dash from Sleepy Keiki. They're holding the same angle. They're very sure that she's gonna peek this. Oh, very brave move here from Hibari. Actually tries the challenge too.
I like how Sleepy Keiki and Samfire didn't move an inch. They were like, yeah, we're just gonna hold this together.
Yeah, they were
this
so
is the
sure.
definition of a double peak. Yeah, we're not risking anything. Yeah, typical round there. Especially nice try from Zylina, able to find those 2 kills. But yeah, Sleepy Keiki towards the site, just able to demolish whoever did try to come into CT, as well as catch that opening kill once again to get that site open for business. So PPQ now 7-3 here, starting to really build up that round lead, and once again an equal round for the side of LXC. Next round, it seems like they probably won't be able to get an operator again either, unless it's some kind of a hero op. PPQ now changing up the pace, starting to go in aggressively on A side, and look at this, it's a mid push actually coming in from LXC. So they might be crunched in here if the timing works out for LXC, but PPQ, I think they realize they have the site for free.
I mean, they have the timing correct, like you mentioned, the aggression there, but the trip's going to slow them down. That's going to signal some sort of flank attack, and they have to be very careful. So instead, they choose to push through. Finally, just using the raw power. Even pop the Blade Storm to match the aggression, the speed of which they're going, which might be really helpful since she got stunned. But is she able to back away? Arky gets pushed back, has to fight for her life here. 2 bullets in the chamber. Doesn't manage to get the connection, and the trades just coming in favor for the attacking team, but the defenders managed to get a foothold on the site. Oh, that is a good use of Blade Storm right there. I was kind of worried that she wasn't going to get as much, but I understand player perspective is like, we got to go right now. We have no brakes, all gas, so we have to pop everything in order to take this space. It's the only thing we need to control to really hold down the site in case we get flanked. So good awareness in situationally, just coming up very quickly from PPQ. I'm really worried about LXC's position right now. They only have 3 rounds. They work on an eco, so they can buy, but that is still 8 rounds of the first half on this map. That is very hard to get back, because it seems like this attacking team has really been stretching them out thin with their resources and also how hard they hit these sites.
100%. I think that it's also been just a question of reads. I think PPQ have been able to consistently predict the positioning and take down LXC far more superiorly on this defensive side. So PPQ, they've also done a good job of just poking and prodding at the map and, you know, really, like you said, destroying the resources that LXC have right in the onset of the round so they can kind of take advantage later. I think that it's going to be important for LXC to get this round. And I mean, look at this, C-long control already taken. So this garage to C push might actually find some insane value. Oh, what a play.
Great use of info to set up a crossfire from behind. They have to get the wrap around onto the site. They don't know where the players are or if they're pushed up onto C-long. Samfire spots out Ferrari though, but Amaya strikes from the shadows, but information is known. They know she's stuck on the corner. No way to peek out. Hibari manages to find one. This could be a fight that they can win. The defenders starting to flood onto site. Hibari finds another. She's waiting in the wings. Amaya finally taking down the fly. The mosquito just bothering them at times, but the position now gone. Hibari, good smoke for her, able to isolate but not land the frag. Great try here from LXC, but an explosive start from PPQ. Great use of from the shadows to make sure that they're distracted and give info to this dashing jet.
I love that crunch play, just the Omen ult combined with the jet updraft and dash, trapping that player effectively in that garage window, leaving them without a place to run to, basically. Really nicely played there in terms of that crunch, even though I did like that proactiveness coming in from the defense. Amaya being able to hold down C-long and Hibari providing that much needed backup. I think that Amaya, with that Omen ult, could have actually repositioned there, maybe tried to find a more advantageous position with her spot being known. But yeah, in the end, it's just Samfire and Cass being able to win out that 2v3 and get a 9th round on the board for PPQ here. So yeah, with that side swap coming in, it's maybe we'll be able to see a little bit more of impact coming in from that Neon. We did see that fast rotation, the advantages that we could have in that previous half, but this time around, I think especially Zylina has been like the tip of the spear for this team in that defensive in those defensive rounds. Like if you look at the 3 rounds that they won, they were the rounds where she was able to find those multi-frags or get those opening picks. So I think it's going to be very important that she continues to do that for the team, and hopefully, you know, with that side swap coming in, they're able to get through whatever PPQ has to throw at them, because I think Cypher, especially on this defensive side, it can be such a menace.
Yeah, it could be very difficult for them. They really need to start this half very strong, get as much value, and that all starts with this pistol round. They are setting up for a similar execute as the first round, where they're hitting, or at least putting a lot of their players towards this A side. Not much utility, so highest chance of success. It's only Sova on the side. It looks like a mid push coming in from PPQ. to ready the attack. I like the aggression on the pistol. It allows them to take that mid control a bit quicker, which allows them yet again to maybe wrap around later onto the round. They're really trusting though that Orophilia is going to survive, or not survive, but get the info that they need, as Hibari has to just wait in the wings here and make sure that she can back away safely. Good recon dart cancels out the mid push and forces them to go back. Surprised though that they're not fighting for the front part of side, because they do have Breach in a good position. They'd rather just use the utility to maybe go for a clean retake instead. Plant's gonna go down, and it's still a minute for them to go. 45 seconds now on the clock.
Yeah, the clock is starting. Here comes the Flufee take though. Utility perfect. Samfar able to find Mylena off the back of it. Amaya and Hibari though fighting on site, and it is just one player left alive. Oreo though already finding 1v3. Just one player left alive. Hibari though, the rock for the team, a 4K on the round, and the pistol taken by Alexi, giving them a little bit of a glimmer of hope here. Now the comeback looks much more doable. That was a do or die kind of pistol there for Alexi, and they're able to convert it, thankfully. But you know, that flood retake, it started off so well there. It was just the fact that the fights put up there by both Amaya and Hibari, they kind of broke apart the spacing there, I would say.
I feel like the defenders did a really good job, especially Hibari. She was first contact, but she was able to get the situational awareness to really be like, okay, they're gonna flood, so we just need to get a recon out, we have to back away, and then we can wait for our team to go together. And together they did, and together they did stand, and they won that round. Good opening for them. Able to find a round. The question is if they're able to convert. Very expensive buy from Zylina. She goes straight for the full rifle, and it's just waiting here. CPKK, no updraft. It's going to be very difficult to break the trap. Instead, chooses to back away. Spacing not going to work out for them. Very difficult spot to be in as they give up sight. The question is, what are they going to do to try to get more value? They're hustling. Can be hurt. Here comes the first, but the second not going to be enough. At least they get a trade in to salvage the situation. The flank dealt with. They just have to wait out for the flood, and Arky already has the fault line to stop any of these early plans. The pistols come out. Great contact with the jump peek. A collapse here for the attacking team, just prodding and peeking, making sure that they cannot take a fair fight when they're already this disadvantaged with the pistols.
Yeah, great utility coming out of there for the breach, from the breach, like you said, towards that CT, just buying so much of a delay. I mean, kudos, they were able to get at least a couple of players damaged, armor's out, one gun dropped, I think, but overall this is still shaping up to be a pretty substantial bonus. We got that Vandal that's still in play here, along with a couple of Guardians that I remember seeing, so a lot of good weaponry here to start off with. Neither team does have ults to play with. I think Amaya could get close to hers in this particular round, and I think that for PPQ especially, it's going to be imperative that they do convert this full buy round with the weapon advantage that they have. It does seem like they want to go for an aggressive peek though here, starting off, and what a beautiful stun and flash play. Sleepy Kiki only gets one though.
Might not be enough there. Some shots being traded. Arky managed to get her trade out. Zylina debates on pushing through the smoke. They have to back away from this mid push. They already got enough kills for them, trading 1 for 1. That is at least a rifle gone from the opposing team, but that's still a lot of firepower on the receiving end. They have to pick a location to go, but the cypher traps for PPQ already just spotting out the info that they need. They do have a gap that they can crawl in through A, but I guess it's spotted out by Sova as well. Instead, they choose to go for the garage push, just not really creep, but just be very careful as they push out, because they don't want to lose more than they can. If they can close the distance, suddenly these lower buyed weapons just become more effective.
Cass' positioning here, though. Zylina finds the shot on the Samfire. That is huge here, but Cass gets the fight. Cass spots out another player, has to be able to win this fight, but instead, Rary comes out on top. Right now, just like that, the advantage switches to the attacking side here. 3v2 situation. Spike gotta be tapped, try and fake out Tuli or anything remaining in the arsenal of these defenders. But a 2v3 situation, what can they do?
What can they do indeed? They can start with one Arky falls. They find the second player, Xune, trying to prick and prod her way into some more space. The drone gonna lead the charge for their team. The Cypher Cage as well, barricading the door. Recon Dart, good spot. They at least know that one player's on site and the second player. They have full info right there, but Rari strikes from the shadows. Still keeps all her HP. Manages to survive somehow, and they're so low. It's such a winnable round, but for Oreo, the shock dart might just be enough for this. That could connect. There goes one. It's all up to this 1v1. She just has to wait and pick the angle correctly, but time is ticking. Patience, not a virtue, and just so much pressure at this time. The dance. Oh, she goes wide, but it's not enough to salvage the round. The damage is done, but that. Oh no! She doesn't even get the save.
That's just insult to injury at that point. Tragedy there, strikes, and extremely well played there by Xylina. Just buying time, despite Oreo's efforts, right? She gets the dink with the Phantom again, the 140. Very painful moment there, I would say. But despite all of this, or even her finding the kills at the end, a very successful bonus round, I would say, for the side of LXE. And now, just like that, they have narrowed the gap even further, 9-6 right now. You know, it looks very nice when it's 9-3 and you're having like such a huge lead ahead. But now you're on the back foot, you're on the eco, no money left, no Blade Storm either to try and compensate. And LXE, they have every advantage right now in this game.
They have to make sure that they really use that advantage to full effect. You know, they are down right now, and even though they're up on economy, they have that momentum, and if they can keep pushing that forward, it could be enough to turn this game around. Because PPQ, they are on that low buy, looking like they want to fight some kind of close fight. They're readying up for that C push, taking as much space as possible. It's a good strategy here, but the linchpin of the situation is Oreo. She has to hold this A site alone, or at least delay the push, scare them away using this recon darts, using the drone. Just buy time for your team to make the push happen. The big issue, though, is that that flank does have a trip, and it could be enough to really slow down this fake. Not sure if this Neon is AFK or just waiting in spawn, but it is a good position if Xylina is there to just wait for any of these pushes.
With this I think talking about the pushes there, I think that LSC have been great at being able to find the chinks in the armor here, especially like that last round, right? They were very methodical about it. They took that early duel in mid, came out with an advantage. Yeah, poked and prodded towards garage, waited for people to clear out, and I think that the breaking moment of that round was kind of Xylina being able to find that opening kill on Samfire, who was in a position where she had to watch both garage as well as C. So just being forced to pivot between those two angles kind of put her in a little bit of a bad position. And even in that post plant as well, right? Despite the utility available, I think that there was a great shot by Rari to be able to bring it down to a 1v2, and Oreo just not able to convert at that point. I think for the side of PPQ, I think that after they switched to this defensive side, they've kind of struggled in terms of being able to find an opening pick without losing an advantage here. Like even that previous round, right? Yeah, you could see that the advantage was garnered by Alexi after the play was made by PPQ towards mid. So they kind of traded one. They traded 1 for 1, but when your weapons are this much more of an advantaged case being there, you just really don't want to take those scrappy fights. And there were a lot of scrappy fights being taken by PPQ, unfortunately.
Yeah, I mean, to be fair, they're able to still stick with their advantage there. And unfortunately, the PPQ just not able to salvage that round. LXE playing flawlessly so far for this first attacking half for them, or the second overall. And it just feels like if they keep this momentum up, it will be enough. Because they just have to kind of play a bit more together, I would say, and really use that advantage. I mentioned earlier how Oreo is going to be the linchpin for this round. The problem is, you know, she has that armor to maybe give herself a bit more breathing room in terms of HP. But with that Sheriff, she really does have to not overcommit rather, and just play similar to how Hibari was on the previous rounds when she was on defense, to be able to delay the team and wait for your own. Because without this Sova, A side is completely open. So if you just take Sova out, or if she falls really early onto this round, I think it just destroys the entire C push.
See if that is going to be the case. I mean, I think your points about the C push are pretty good. I think that if PPQ can successfully pull it together, it might be able to catch a player by surprise. But I think that on these kind of economically disadvantaged rounds, especially if you are the ones with the better weapons, you might want to consider just like playing together so that nobody gets left behind, quite literally. I think that it's going to be a lot of pressure on the shoulders of Oreophilia, who is like kind of alone on the safe side, to be able to not just get this information, but maybe find an early pick before going. I think that's going to be kind of the saving grace here for the side of for the side of PPQ, because I think, especially when you have a Cypher, right, it's just so difficult to find like the timing on the flank unless that Cypher goes down early. So it's going to be a bit of a difficult round, I would say, especially, you know, assuming Galaxy win this, they get themselves to a 7th round on the board. Suddenly, when your round deficit is only 2 rounds away and your opponents, they've already charged up their ultimates, they have a lot more in the gas tank than you really got to work hard to catch up. So I think even if PPQ are unable to convert this round, it's going to be imperative that they do manage to get that Hunter's Fury, and if possible, that Rolling Thunder also into like a usable state for the upcoming rounds.
Yeah, it's going to be a challenge for sure, regardless of how you look at it. It's really up to the brunt of PPQ to really get some value, and it's a lot of Oreo really getting a delay in playing her life, making sure that she doesn't get taken out. Yes, she can maybe peek and do something cheeky to do some damage, but overall, if she falls, I think it's over for this round. Granted, there's not a lot you can really lose if you're PPQ, so you might as well try to do something a bit more explosive. But that being said, I also think that it is kind of expected that something like this is going to happen, some form of aggression, because they kind of do have nothing to lose. It's really up to LXE to make sure that whatever happens, they always have someone that they can trade off of. That way they just equalize as they climb and climb on kills.
Yeah, I think the trade's definitely a factor here. So far, at least in this half LXC, they've been able to come out on top in terms of those. So I think hopefully they're able to continue that if they want to take this map, because remember, this is LXC's map pick. So now that the side swap has happened, they look like they're much more comfortable, I would say, in that aspect. I think though for PPQ, we saw like how they were able to snowball that momentum in that previous half, winning 6 rounds in a row, going from, I think it was 3 to 6 to directly to like 9 rounds. So I think it was pretty interesting there. That said, I don't know. I feel like this particular round, we've seen them hit a lot of nutty shots here. So if they can bring some of that into play, it might be good.
Yeah, good points. I feel like when all is said and done, after this round, the bigger picture is that regardless of who wins, LXE has to find a way to keep continuing their momentum. They have a bye after this one in case anything does happen. So worst case, they do kind of take a 50-50 where they're able to both be on that full bye. The bigger picture things or trends that I've seen is whenever Samfire is enabling Sleepy Cakey, they just get so much more out of this. And on the defensive side, if they're able to do something similar as well, that momentum can really carry on to help future rounds.
Yeah, 100%. Either way, though, finally, we're going to be heading back into the game. Thank you for joining us on our Technical Pause podcast. It's been a while since we've done one of those, Flufee, but I'm glad we got the chance to do it again. But now, finally back into game. And you were talking about this, the C push. 4 players heading all the way down right now. And meanwhile, the rest of the LXE squad, they're just holding towards A. They expect something like this.
I'm surprised that Oreo is playing this location because she does not have any info if they climb onto long. They're assuming that they are not listening, but they finally climb out. It's going to work out. Great stun as well, but it's not going to stop Xylena from getting through. That's going to be the C push. They know it's Nova's on site, so they have to be very careful. Getting body blocked a bit by her teammate as they rush in. 8 HP. This could be a quick trade. Just be very careful. The flash going on to the teammate, but both of them can't see. The shot's not going to land. She manages to scrape out with her low HP. Advantage completely in favor for LXE.
Yeah, part of it, especially with Xylena finding 2 and make that 4 in the round for the Neon as LXE get to 7. To be fair, this was a little bit of an expected outcome, but yeah, a bit unlucky that they weren't able to finish the kill onto Xylena, and also that blind lasted so long and just the shot not connecting with the Sheriff. A bit unfortunate there for Hibari. That said, I mean, finally you're going to be able to have another buy come in for the side of PPQ, and they do have a couple of ultimates available, if nothing else. More than that, they've got the operator there, and we remember that one of the defensive rounds that LXE did convert was off the back of the operator, so Sleepy Cakey is able to put together a similar play. It's going to be interesting, especially since it's positioned towards mid instead of the more traditional A long or B long, so I don't know if it's really going to find too much value, because it does seem like LXE are just going for a straightforward C hit.
Yeah, that's going to neutralize the operator as they do get into this close quarter fights. Dark cover really buying them a lot of space here. They break the trap. They know that there's at least one player on the side, or at least they have to assume so. Good cyber tag to get a bit more early info. But Sleepy Cakey just being very stalwart on this operator, making sure that no one creeps towards this mid side. A fake presence towards A. Will they commit is the bigger question.
I'm not sure. It does seem like they want to. The drone act better clear out lobby at least a little bit. Cass goes for a bit of an info peek. Not taking any damage or doing any either at that point, and suddenly it seems like after spotting out a double presence towards A site, once again LXE, they're opting to fall a little bit back. And all this time, Sleepy Kiki has been hanging on to this position, this elevated angle. Finally, might come into play here. The shot connects, but it's a leg shot, unfortunately, so the kill not exactly materializing. Ribari, though, just a sliver of HP. Gonna have to really play for her life, and with that Omen ult clearing out the C site, they know that it's available for business. XUNA 30 seconds back, as well as that Hunter's Fury tries to deny that plant. Not gonna really connect, finally finding a kill though, and actually gets a second tag as well, so decent amount of damage having been done.
Yeah, for sure. Damage already done. They're gonna go for the retake still. The shots are gonna connect so far. The Soviet utility landing, but there goes Sleepy Kiki, the operator. They're picking one at a time, and it's not gonna be enough. Cass does find some value. They have to reassess the situation. Great utility to really slow them down. The trade's coming in, but LXE, they start their retake stopping strong, and they have to just deal with Samfire, which is slowly going out. Might be able to get two, and Samfire goes huge here. An expensive round, but that's the cost of victory. Hopefully, they will use this to get even more as they get onto the double digits.
The clutch there for Samfire, and I mean, I get that it had to be a double peak. You know, they were trying to double peak, especially with Neon being so low. But with that clock having ticked down, you can just think maybe, you know, if you played that ring around the rosy around the box, bought a little bit of time, if Amaya could have clutched it out. But either way, that Hunter's Fury coming in clutch, getting the planter, as well as being able to do a lot of damage with that second hit. In the end, Samfire bringing it down to 1v2, finds double headshots to close out the round, and the operator retrieved as well. So everything that could go right, going right for PPQ in that round. Now they've got the Neural Theft, one off of that Rolling Thunder, which could be another huge retake ult, but on the opposite side, they've got the Neon ultimate available, along with the Hunter's Fury. Xylina doesn't even need it though, just goes for the free peek, and Oreo gets the kill, but now Sleepy isolated, left alone. The real question is Sleepy Kiki alone here, or is she the one to watch out for? 3 already, the possibility of a fourth kill spots out the player, the paranoia, perfect. Support system coming in 100%, and Sleepy one shot for the ace, but Amaya denies it.
Ace denied, but what a great defense here. Going big, Sleepy Kiki just taking her team to victory, and they get another one on the board. 2 rounds to close things out. It's a do or die situation right now for LXE.
I think that tech timeout actually might have helped PPQ more than you thought, because even though it was an eco run off the back of it, I feel like they kind of were able to slow things down a little bit, forcing this timeout now from LXE, because we saw what happened when PPQ were allowed to string together rounds without burden. You know, for a second here, Flufee, I thought that Sleepy Kiki was a goner with that crunch coming in, but you know, the double kill, the knives, everything was just perfectly played, and almost does get this final kill as well. Just a little bit of chip damage, but not able to close it out. So beautiful round there out of Sleepy Kiki, 25 and 11. I think Sleepy Kiki at this point might be leading the KD score, but the real score I'm interested in after this is the first blitz, because both her and Xylina have been like really putting this game through their paces.
Yeah, for sure. And the ability that Samfire is able to really support Sleepy Kiki has really been one of the bigger things for me. The utility just landing, because the flexibility of this jet allows her to play into certain angles. Granted, Sleepy has been really good with her shots. You saw the one tap onto Xylina denying the Neon ultimate from going anywhere. That speed suddenly put to a halt as she's able to take over that round. This time, good tack pause here from LXE to reevaluate the situation. They cannot make any more mistakes for this game. They have a full buy, but they have to find a way to deal with the operator. They have a couple of tools. They have the dark covers. They have ways to pull rotation, but it's all up to Arky and Amaya to really push them out of their positions, using the utility to deny all the firing lines that they want to take, because it's now posted on C.
Go, go, go. Off on C, but you still got 3 players here towards this B side. The elevated angle. Cass gonna be the one to take that peek and actually find that kill. Xylina shut down early on here. Still, it is gonna be 3 players towards this mid, holding it down, and finally gonna be backing off after finding that first kill. A nice little setup there out of PPQ. Multiple elevations. No clean way for Xylina to be able to take that fight, and just a little bit unfortunate that there was no trade to come through. XUNA as well, very patient. We've seen her being able to hold this for like 30-40 seconds in the beginning, still with that patience. Maya now gonna be putting down a smoke. I don't know if they're gonna be walking into garage, but they're gonna have to be so careful. That drone though, that might be the saving grace here.
Just might be able to burst in, trade some shots, but it's not gonna connect either way. 1 player down already. Operator in a great spot though to find the first contact. They have to be very wary because they have no info, but at least the dash is burnt because they are burning the time. 40 seconds remain, and they haven't yet made a move. Stalwart defense towards A with a crossfire. On C, a similar setup. B is going to be very difficult for them, but I'm surprised that they're leaving it alone. A couple pings already showing that they might go for this wrap around. The shot's not going to connect.
30 seconds left.
Forced back. Second one also denied. There comes the stun. That's going to be used as operator for a bit, but not going to be used as is the backside. The control still being fought for, and Cax gets a huge kill to secure a bit more of the backside. Finally gets traded, but that forces a 2v2, and the defenders are so close right now. Great use of the ultimate, slow things down, 20 HP, and they have time to wrap around 10 seconds. The plant's not going down. They just have to fight for it. Be very careful, but it's not going to matter when Samfire gets 2.
Come here.
I mean, the awareness there, sure, you know, LXC, they're able to isolate that Jet, not go down to that operator, and even bring it down to a 2v2 after losing a player so early on. But yeah, that Rolling Thunder, just that piece in, you know, the final weapon, the insurance policy, I would say, that was there in the arsenal for PPQ. The rest of the team bought that clock down perfectly, and I think that TP as well from Cass to be able to find that trade and keep things at a 2v2. Really just opening the door for Samfire to commit that Rolling Thunder. With 13 seconds left, there's just no way that you're going to be able to win the round after that, barring a miracle. So LXC now in a difficult situation. Sure, they've still got a vestige of a buy here, changing up the pace, going for a more aggressive pick. But yeah, Sleepy Geki just not letting things slide.
Letting things slide indeed. There goes the Neon. No more slides for their team at all. We have at least this final countdown for them. They do get the side to push the defenders back, and it's all going to be up to this retake. They have the Rolling Thunder on the offensive side to get even more delay, but the plant just not for them, and Casco's huge, able to find 3, the timing perfect, and Amaya left alone here. The utility going to give her a chance to take a shot though, forcing this into 1v2, but they have all the info left. 1 minute remains. No way to get the spike, no ultimate. They just have to set up the crossfire. They have the operator as well, so they have to be very careful about this. This cross could be everything. Manages to sneak her way through onto Garage. They have to be expecting this now. The off angle here coming in from Cass, who did so much, is still able to maybe find another. No sound yet. They have to creep through this, but it's being watched like a hawk. And from the side, they just peek out, and you can see just the sliver of her hitbox. It's enough to close out this game, and we go to the next.
It was close, but yeah, towards the end, PPQ able to really channel that precision and power that we've come to expect out of them, and they take their opponent's map pick. Beautifully played by them, especially towards the end. I really like that Samfire and Sleepy Keiki were able to put together those combos, and of course, that final round, right? Cass making that huge play, getting ahead of that Rolling Thunder, just finding the timing and finding not 1, not 2, but 3 kills, and denying the spike plant to boot. Yeah, that was kind of the death knell, I would say, on that map for that team. Very unfortunate there, because LXC did put together a really good show. They brought the score from 9-3 to 9-7, so they really narrowed that gap there, but just not able to push past that finish line.
Exactly. I mean, they did what they could. I wish there were more set plays coming in from LXC. It's their map pick, and they picked the Neon for a reason, but it felt like it was shut down because the ones that we saw that had that initiator/duelist combination has really come in from the side of PPG. We already mentioned Samfire a couple times, but you know, we have standout players as well, just really making sure that they enable their duelist to do what she has to do. And I think that's where, I think your original question to me before the game started about the differences can be seen, but we can have more thoughts on that from our panel.
Thanks a lot, guys. Excellent first game that we just got between PPQ and Lux there, Quack. I mean, it was nail-biting. I felt like it was kind of the tale of two attacking sides there, but you had some beautiful adjustments at the end of that Haven game there for PPQ.
I love that statement, though. Tale of two attacking sides. That's what it looked like, right? But I think with teams that kind of have identities like that, it really depends on who cements themselves in that first half. And alas, that's what we saw. PPQ had it. The first half went the way that it did. I mean, it was just quite streaky, wasn't it, Pilski?
Yeah, I think they had some pretty good structure, for sure. You definitely had a lot of big impact from Sleepy Keiki, who was set up for success. And I dare say in this highlights package here, we're going to see a fair few multi-kills from Sleepy Keiki for sure.
Absolutely. I mean, I think the casters kind of talked about it, post-map. just how Sleepy Kiki was kind of set up for it, but she also kind of has that cohesion and decisiveness with her team. I think that's a bit of, you know, credit to how Cass was doing the calling as well, because a round that I very clearly remembered, especially once Xylina started to pull out her op, you started to see these moments where Cass was able to kind of read how LXE would have themselves set up. Oftentimes, it's LXE, it's Xylina with a bit more heavy A main, A lobby presence. And because of that, they started to take this sort of like default approach, just kind of hanging around towards the back. Maybe they throw a smoke towards the top of, you know, C. They take the orb, they hang back. If someone drones and checks lobby, they get taken down by, like, Xylina with a judge, for example. They make a quick call. Cass gets into position, sends out that paranoia in towards logs, and Sleepy Kiki's just ready. I know what I have to do. I'm gonna let it rip. She gets to the back side, and everything gets broken apart from that point forward. It's plays like that that really puts PPQ on top of LXE.
Yeah, they clearly had a good idea of how they wanted to play their attacking side of Haven, and look, when they moved over onto the defense, things were looking rough for the first couple of rounds, but then this is where you start to see some highlights, and I think one of the reasons why PPQ was definitely the better team, despite not picking this map, is just the adaptability that brought it to that defense side, and they were much better cohesion in the mid to late round. You talk about the calling. I also want to point out, I felt like, you know, I'm not even just talking about shooting people in the server, but I felt a breach diff in that game. I felt like Samfire was definitely a little better with the reactive utility on the breach. When you're playing a breach comp, Quack, it's execution based. It's about timing. You have a full kit of utility that you can position yourself to be able to, you know, set up people for success, to be able to, on defense, shut down what the attack side is wanting to do. And I felt like a lot more impact. I felt a lot more of that oppressive force of the breach against Lux in this game.
That is definitely quite true. I mean, you hear and you see Samfire a lot more throughout the entire map as compared to LXE. It's a little bit unfortunate, and we could go a little bit deeper as to how LXE, you know, could have done a bit better, but there are just like so many different options, so many ways where, you know, it's just how you want to set up that neon, where that cohesion comes in, you know, how you're able to layer on that utility together, right? Maybe it's a fault line in, and Xylina times the slide, times to push in together with that, but yeah, it just wasn't as present. So we saw a lot more moments where Samfire does set Sleepy Kiki up, but I think, you know, when you mentioned that second half, that's where we saw Sleepy Kiki kind of come into her own as well. You know, once she picked up that op, when she had that one round where she kind of basically aced the whole thing, just holding angles, being able to take duels, hold down spots by herself. Like, she's a duelist, dude. I thought maybe she'd like take one down, kind of fall back a bit, but she's holding that space. She pops the Blade Storm and gets a couple more. That's Sleepy Kiki for you.
That's a confidence. She had a pop-off game for sure. I mean, and I think that's a bit of a player-defining game for me, where not only does she have a lot of impact playing in the structure on attack, entrying, and being able to play around the util well, and the entry pathing and the organization as a whole from PPQ, fantastic that game. But like you said, on the defense, being that opping presence, being that player that you're scared to push into when you're going on your attack side defaults is definitely a very valuable player to have. And I'm even more impressed because we talk about this being an elimination game, we talk about this being a pressure game, and she definitely stepped up and had an absolute pop-off game on her opponent's map here, Quack.
Yeah, it's definitely something. But still, you know, we're going to have a map 2 after this, so don't go away, guys. VALORANT Game Changers Southeast Asia will be back.
Y'all sit back and watch me speak. About to take over your screen. Talking bulls in 93. Talking mom, I'm on TV. Y'all know all I do is me. All I do is me. Y'all sit back and watch me speak. Y'all sit back and all I know, my money green. About to snap and make a scene. My cup off and make this free. My cup off and make them scream. Go back off for TMZ. Y'all sit back and watch me speak. Y'all sit back and watch me speak. Y'all sit back and watch. Watch me. Watch me. Watch me. Sit back and watch. nothing on credit. I got style, don't catch no feelings. All this bread ain't got no lettuce. I got style, don't catch no feelings. Watch me. Watch me. Sit back and watch. Sit back and watch. Sit back and watch. If it ain't got style, I ain't with it. I ain't with it. If it ain't got style, I ain't with it. Look, look. If it ain't got style, I ain't with it. I ain't with it. If it ain't got style, I ain't with it. Look, look. Look, look. Look, look. Look, look. Watch me. Sit back and watch. Watch me. Sit back. Sit back. Watch me. Sit back and watch. Sit back. Sit back. Sit back. Sit back.
Welcome back to Valorant Game Changers Southeast Asia. We're dead into the middle of a series between PPQ and Lux. And Quack, Lux have just dropped their map pick on Haven there. They were looking a little disjointed, maybe a little bit nervous in this lower bracket pressure cooker. And now you're going on to Fracture. I'm feeling pretty good about my prediction, man.
I kind of felt like you were going to bring that up at some point. I wasn't sure when. But, you know,
it's not a big deal, but
yeah, it's not a big deal.
Pacific predictions went pretty well.
I know. Mine's
right.
like, I'm bottom of the barrel, man. Sometimes that's what it is. I actually do kind of like, after watching that first map, I'm like, dang it, Pilski's got it this time. And that's kind of what it feels like, right? Because of, first of all, I mean, the calling. Then you got Sleepy Cakey and Samfire performing to that standard. Well, I guess the only thing left is, can they kind of bring that forward onto our next map?
Yeah, I think that, you know, you have a lot of confidence in them to do that. This is their map pick to come on Fracture, and it's a map that they've got a lot of reps on. They just beat Ascend despite dropping from that upper bracket game into the lower bracket in the other two maps. So that result fills you with a lot of confidence. However, looking at what we just had unfold between us, it was unfortunately, as you see there, a defeat for Lux on their pick of Haven, which is a map that they've had a lot of reps on and they've had a lot of success on, even beating For Fun. So I can see why you'd want to back them in this series. Probably a lot of people would have had a lot of confidence for them to pick up that map win of Haven, but Sleepy Cakey and the other girls had other ideas.
Yeah, they really just kind of, I don't know, threw the whole thing in for a bit of a loop. When you look at the rest of the map Veto now, and that's where I kind of get worried, is because we haven't seen LXE split. So unless LXE kind of has a bit of a surprise for us, it all comes down to this Fracture. I do want to keep my faith to the girls, though. I do want to keep my faith to the team with how they're able to play Fracture, because, you know, like you mentioned, Fracture, it's a tricky map. It can be a tricky map to call, especially if you're not, you know, kind of in tune with how you want to work around these 4 separate lanes. And that's why having that many reps definitely gives a lot of confidence into how the teams might perform. Definitely, we can already say that for PPQ. But I think, you know, for LXE, they definitely can show a little bit as well. I mean, they have played the Neon. They just played this map yesterday, and they did pretty well.
yeah, you definitely got a stylistic difference between these two teams in their duelist pick, in their sentinel pick. Even, you know, you do have the Breach Teo being the flavor of the month. The core of the comp is the same, but stylistic differences that you're even seeing up in, you know, VCT from a lot of teams. Not a lot of agreement on what exactly is the best comp on this map, but the core of the Breach Teo Prim is definitely a good place to start. So we'll see how that kind of interacts, or if even these teams are going to stick to their comps at the end of the day. But talking about reps, I mean, they've had the same amount of reps, and both of them have beaten a pretty solid team. You've got the 4-Fun win over there for Lux, so I don't know if that was a really good series and maybe they had a bit of an underperformance on Haven. I mean, you could tell, as I mentioned, you need consistency across the board from all of the players. Some of the players had a bit of a rougher game, and I'm not even just talking in the fragging department. It's a little bit more disjointed than you would have wanted to see for them, especially on their map pick. And I think at the end of the day, that just comes down to these lower bracket games add a lot of nerves, and a lot of teams don't play their best when it's all on the line and you're looking at elimination versus being seeded in towards the group stage of stage 2 there.
Yeah, it's definitely quite a bit of a mental pressure game going on for sure. I mean, I think that's why it is important for LXE at least. You know, you might have lost your map pick, but you do know that the next map that's coming up is one that you have the same amount of reps on. So just having that faith, having that confidence, and backing that up into the server, hopefully they'll be able to kind of show us what they've got, because, you know, some of the games going off for the past couple of days, yeah, stylistic differences like you mentioned, right, but compositional differences as well. Sleepy Cakey, she plays the Raze on this map. Meanwhile, Xylina sticks true to that Neon. Xylina, she did struggle a little bit at the beginning as well, but towards the latter half of that game from yesterday, she did pick up, you know, multi-kills. I think it was an ace moment. I am not entirely sure. It was like a bit of a read from Amaya into like orbital strike, Xylina with overdrive, and they pushed out, dude.
I literally just listened to Dax Caster, and I was like,
yeah, that's the one.
I love hearing Dax's voice in my ears. I've had him sit on my lap and whisper sweet nothings into them, and that was a life moment for me. So look, I'll just leave it at that. His casting is obviously
thanks for that mental picture
as well. But let's focus a little bit more on the game, on Fracture in particular, and whether we are actually going to get these compositional differences from these teams. Again, it's down to whether these teams are going to trust what's tried and true to them, what they got the reps on, whether they're going to swap things up, try to be a little bit trickier. I'd probably expect the former. I don't think you want to risk it all, especially in an elimination game, especially for Lux. But at the same time, you know, we go back to the reps, we go back to having the tape, having the ability to maybe watch back through some of those games, for example, having the familiarity of what another team is going to do on the map and being able to make the adjustments. And that's the difference between a, you know, Valorant team that can have success for a little while, but you always need to adapt and evolve and actually be able to hit that kind of next level of strategy, a little bit of anti-strat, a little bit of change up to an off comp, something like that.
That's right. And how do you get into that adaptation? It comes down to the reads. It comes down to the intel that you have on your opponent. So this is where I do actually get worried for LXE again, Pilski. Oh my gosh, what am I doing? I predicted for this team, but now I'm getting nervous for them. And that's really why I'm talking about this. Because if you think about how Haven went through, first of all, fairly similar composition. You might have the Sova in for like Breach, Teo, whatever, but the duelists are roughly the same. Sleepy Cakey in for the Raze, but Neon still on LXE. If Cass is able to read Haven, read Fracture the way that she read Haven, LXE might be in for a bit of a tough time. So, you know, both teams really need to figure out that push and pull, because LXE, whether or not they're starting on defense or attack, Fracture is a map where you cannot sit too still. Am I right, Pilski?
Oh no, yeah, no. You gotta do everything at once. You gotta be active on defense. You gotta give something. You gotta take something on attack. You know, you can do a bit more of a slow crawly kind of default for sure, and split the map a little bit. But there's just too many lanes. You can't hold everything at once. So look, let's take a little bit of a look at what agents we're going to be seeing from both of these teams going into this map, and at least on the PPQ side, that's looking the same. The same thing can be said for LXE. So, oh, actually, you know what? Cypher in for Vice, if I'm not... No, they did play Cypher. I don't know which team I was looking at. I thought they were playing the Vice, but they do both play the Cypher, so it is just a difference in the duelists.
Yeah, just a slight difference in duelists. Both of them running same Cypher, same Breach Teo, which, you know, and that's kind of what you kind of need. Man. Exactly. But how the duelists will kind of play against each other, that's what we got to keep our eyes on, because, of course, arrays can provide a little bit more, right? You got paint shells, you got the blastback for mobility, not to mention the ults as well, but for Xylina, you know, it comes down to how she's able to play with her team. It's a bit of that mobility for sure. And if you have the mechanics to chain that with, you know, things like the relay bolt, or even kind of finding one or two of those like star-struck moments where she's able to pull out her overdrive and pick up a multi-kill round. Things like that might just give LXE that itch to push us into a map 3.
Yeah, for sure. I think the Neon are fantastic at cutting up the sides. You know, the entry pathing is really good. Fantastic on the retake as well. The Raze is kind of tried and true. We know what we're going to get from it. Like you said, the paint shells, the zone, the big showstopper impact rounds, and being able to roll through that with that momentum is probably what you're expecting. But what you'll get in the server could be a little bit of a different thing, and we'll throw it over to our casters to break that all down. Over to Zahk and Flufee for another great cast here on Fracture.
Thank you very much, Pilski and Quack, for that. I think, Pilski, you did a pretty comprehensive breakdown yourself along with Quack, so you haven't left us that much to do aside from jumping into the action here. But yes, it is once again me, Zahk, joined by the wonderful Flufee as we dive into game number 2 here of the series. So Flufee, you know, we just saw an exciting game 1. How are you feeling?
I'm feeling really excited to see if this really closes out on this map, because map number 1 was the opposing team, so it's really a possible 2-0. They have a lot of practice here on Fracture. I like the compositions, a lot of the standard things that they showed during the agent select, but the big difference obviously going to be the duelist yet again. I'm a bit worried after seeing the first map about that Neon pick, because it felt like they weren't able to do a lot of the, I would imagine, set plays that they're trying to do. This time around though, I feel like there is a good shot here on Fracture.
Yeah, I definitely agree. I think that, like you mentioned, even though both teams have the same amount of reps, I would say that for PPQ at least, the game that they did win most recently, it was against one of the teams that they faced in that upper bracket, and it was in fact the game that knocked them down to the lower bracket. So the fact that they were able to take Fracture off of such a team, especially, you know, being able to put up a defensive side where they were able to tie things up 6-6 and then switching to dominating on the attack, I think that if they can continue that pattern today, this could, like you mentioned, very well be a 2-0.
Yeah, could be. Starts off, of course, with his pistol round. Looks like, you know, the attention is going to be split here on Fracture. I like the Teo picks. It really counters a lot of this utility that's coming out. One of the biggest changes for this map, I think, is the agent existence, or the existence of that agent, rather.
Yeah, 100%. I think Tejo has really changed a lot of how currently the maps are being played here, especially on this map, right? It gives you like a whole other layer of post-plant and utility that you can use. Talking about utility right now, the early information garnered by the Cypher Cap is going to be broken though. And with that Tejo Breach combo, you can effectively be sure that you've cleared out this part of upper. That said though, 1-for-1 kill. Taking the last player on side, immediately traded out though by Amaya. So now 1-player advantage here for LXE as they get the spike down.
Spike does go down finally in the post plant here. What can they do to retake? They still have the drone here from Teo. Oh, good shots. Damage being done here onto tower, but it's not going to be enough. They have to back away. They do keep the life in. This is a great way to push in to just jab them out. Good distraction, but not going to be enough. Amaya still gets the frag. Trade coming in, but 1v2. Very difficult spot. They're doubling up onto site. One on tower still. Not a lot of info. They have the utility here for Samfire, but he has to close the distance. Slowly creeping their way. Finds one between the boxes. Here comes the aftershock to really delay it. Good use of utility. Perfect timing as well to let her teammates swing off of that, and Rari closing the round.
Yeah, I think the way the second contacts taken throughout that round were really, really good. I think consistent trades, we were talking about this towards that previous map as well, and how PPQ needed to kind of optimize that trade skill. It seems like on Fracture, at least in this pistol round, it is going to be LXE coming out on top in that aspect. They get that initial advantage in terms of numbers and manage to hold on to it thanks to those perfect trades. And now going to be a very, very expensive buy that they're going to be investing in right now. You got a Phantom for Xylina, similar to what we saw in Haven, as well as these Bulldogs, as well as Guardians. So you really want to be sure or careful about what fights you're taking. First one goes well for Xylina. The Phantom actually going to be able to find a second kill.
it's going to be enough to get this A main control here as they push on to the side. Zaylina opens up the door for them, but nothing really going to stop her from closing at this point. Great drone, safety net already activated for them to get a good plant down. Not a great position here for PPQ as they have to find a way to break through this defenses. But with this buy, this many players already just bunker down on site, it's going to be very difficult.
Just a question of how much we're lost in the pause here. And that classic, unfortunately, at that close range, not too much damage. The crunch is perfect, and just one player left alive.
One player alive, holding down the little door here as two say hello, and that's goodbye for the round. LXE managing to find two, and that is not the position you want to be in if you're PPQ. A quick picture there, a snapshot of what might yet to come, and it's going to be difficult. At least they have a buy this time around to get that firepower to hold off this multi-angle attack coming in every round.
Yeah, multi-angle is about right there. That second kill from Zylina actually absolutely bonkers. There was a lot of damage from those classics, but just not enough to get any kills, yeah. So substantial bonus, like you mentioned, coming through. Also, Amaya's one off of that Brim ultimate, so that could be a huge factor heading into this as well. The orbital strike could be a really key tool in that post-plan, because combined with the Daewoo ult, that's just so much post-plans available.
It's, especially on the map like Fracture, right? It's so close quarter that you can literally get obliterated by the Armageddon, or even that Brim's ultimate, like you mentioned. They do manage to keep up sight. I'm surprised that they don't fight for this. We're just going to go for the retake instead. A very difficult situation, but look at the aggression from Zylina. She's trying to creep the ball onto the spawn, managing to find one, and they go for the rotate instead. Just pulling the pressure from different directions, but maybe a double, not enough. LXE ends up winning the trade.
I love this rotation path there. Just heading casually through the spawn here of the defenders to try and get onto site. However, Oreo has such a good position here. They haven't really cleared it out. I don't know if they're going to be checking it actually. And
one enemy
for the spike plan. The bait is perfect
Planted.
though. And Arky watching that angle gets that kill. Just one player left alive and a 1v4. I think the call might be for Samfire to save here.
Yeah, that would be a great idea. I mean, she has this fault line, but it's not going to be enough to really power through for the rest of the round. She has to find these individual fights, which obviously LXE is not going to be wanting to give away, at least for free. The challenge is going to be to creep and cross this first corner, but Arky already waiting, just going for a little of the peaks. The shoulder not going to be seen at the camera. Oh, enough of a distraction. Falls back onto the utility, pushing her down, but it's not going to be enough. Just snapped up there onto that side, but the bottom now. Oh, Samfire finds another. The value might actually be there. It ticks down, but the information is known, and Rari closes it up 3-0. You'd think that PPQ would get this with their buy, but it's just not enough so far in the Fracture.
Yeah, especially with, once again, that first pick going in favor of LXE, right? It just creates so much pressure, and I think them giving up that A side completely and just giving so much space for free to this LXE side that I think that LXE took full advantage of it and were able to punish them for it. So they're gonna have to be a little bit more careful about how they play this. We're not seeing too many hyper-aggressive plays really coming in from PPQ. I mean, they have been methodical about clearing one lane, whether it's that dish or something else, like Arcade for this game so far. But still, I think my fixed one isn't broken.
That is the question. They just really don't want to challenge us. After Zylina got that double earlier on to this game, it feels like they just are very afraid of contesting that spot, instead choosing to hold dish, making sure that no one can creep around the corner. But with this lower buy, it's going to be so difficult for PPQ to get any good sort of movement. This tripwire already going to stop Cass from getting a good angle for the smokes. Might not be able to reach what they want. They're trying to go for a sandwich play here, and to be fair, they are kind of corralled here. I'm just worried about the Beeler that's already on tower.
They're still coming through. Arky taking down Oreo. A flank though coming in, but yeah, Maya just waiting for it. Finally a trade coming through, but look at this. Every single stun in the world. Can you actually find something? The triple peak on top of it, that's just rude at that point. Now just two players left alive, and I mean Sleepy Cakey and Samfire, at least they'll have their ults for next round if they do manage to find a kill or even go down.
Oh, have to be very careful crossing this. They don't spot out the player, but finally do see it in the last second. Samfire able to find one to the cross. Spots out two. Will invest the Rolling Thunder. She knows that they're very low, but doesn't keep in time for it. Tries to isolate the 1v1, but the good utility usage. She's gonna shut that dream down. It's already 1v1, and it's not enough. Good damage though coming in from that. The spike not gonna be able to be planted as well. Unless
Little bit oh yeah, I was also thinking, you know, maybe just maybe we'll get the spike, but yeah, not happening. But a beautiful round there. I think towards the end it got a bit close, but Hibari actually able to find that kill First timeout gonna be taken here by LXC. In fact, never mind. Yeah, that's what I was thinking. It's PPQ's timeout here, and they just want to kind of figure out what's going so wrong. I think that last round we did see them find a lot of damage. They even invested that rolling thunder, but yeah, spacing not quite accurate and not able to take too much damage.
Yeah, spacing is actually a really good point. Like, we see a lot of this attacking side has been pivotal in the A main area. They really take full control of that. At a certain point, PPQ just literally gives it up. So it's a lot of free space that allows them to burst through sands, and because they have Rari really holding down the fort with those lurks, they, in the previous round at least, they get their A main control, they get a bit of that B control, and the moment that they spot out any free picks, they just kind of rotate and go to that side. It's a good way to play the game in a very slow and methodical manner, but it's very difficult to predict as a defender. You really need either to challenge something or get some free info, but it's so difficult when you only have that camera on Cypher to really just do anything. They have to start enabling the raise to get a bit more space, I feel. This time the ping's looking out like LXC is going to try something different, going for the other side of things, but this is the side that has been being held down by PPQ on Dish.
Yeah, but I think they're still continuing to play that, so this confrontation could kind of decide how this plays out already. They'll look at this barrage of utilities, Tejo anchor, along with this, Oreo finds a kill, and their Soul Stopper is available as well for additional damage. Gonna be actually be able to save her teammate there. Still taking a fight though, and it looks like they want a little bit more. Rari might be rewarded for their patience, especially with Oreo being so low here. Timing almost perfect, and it's gonna be Rari to find that kill. 3v3.
3v3. Spike still available to be planted on any location. They choose to back away here, but the sandwich comes in quick, and it's going to be a firefight. Cass already taking down Arky. She has to back away here on the side, but the defender's so close to her. Thankfully, though, managed to get on site. They have to push through. They have the info. This is not going to get delayed at all, so time ticking not in their hands.
Bit of a health differential as well. PPQ looking a little bit lower than their counterparts. So 2 bullets might do the job. Smoke to cross over, but the crossfire is there, and which fight will they take?
Launching smoke. Oh, that's the big question. Brim has an ultimate as well. It's a lot of time that can be burned for these situations here. Has to just play safe, wait for the tap. They can play off the sound cue and just back up, hold the distance. It's up to the defenders to force a move out of here. They go for the stun. They have no info on the side. They actually stun the teammate, unfortunate, and that's going to be the orbital strike. Just securing a lot of time and probably the round here. Gonna fall into the crossfire. Oh, but the timing not gonna be working out for them. They save the weapons, but that's another round down the drain.
Yeah, especially after the timeout. They start off with an advantage though. They pick the right fight and actually able to bring things down to an equal situation. But again, this is the problem, right? On a map like Fracture with a team comp like this, there's just so much time that you can buy just off the threat of your util, if not your util itself. Like, that spike wasn't even tapped. That was like a preemptive Brim ult. Amaya just saying, there's no way you're gonna have time to defuse this spike now. Good luck, haha. And being able to, confirm that round here for LXC. 5-0 now, really starting to run away with it. And they're doing such a good job of cycling these ults too, right? I think that you still have that Tejo ult along with that breach ult ready to go, even if that Brim ult is down, and already the neural depth is coming into play as well. So there's just so much available in terms of resources for Lexi.
Yeah, for sure. I mean, it's very important to keep that economy in mind, for the ultimates at least, because unlike most maps, I feel like there's so many places on Fracture where basically if you can get as many red circles or squares that you have, you can just obliterate a side with something. Cycling that out really gives you a much advantage, but right now the pressure coming in from Cass as she waits for contact off her teammate to maybe get a cheeky kill here and there.
Go. Really pushing the issue though is that it's going to be a main once again that's contested. Early salvo brought out of the Tejo, so it's going to deny the space for A main, at least initially for a little bit, but problem is that now you've got this sort of rotation happening instead. While there's a fair stack on A site, this Tejo drone, at least get the information that already there's a little bit more happening. And Rari now sneaking up towards Arcade. Timing, I mean, they've backed off, so they might be able to just take that push in here.
I like the rotation as well. They go in with the ultimate. They just dodge out there. They clear the corner, but not going to be enough to catch outside Lena. Able to get the cross in, and they're going to PPQ trying to salvage the situation. But more ultimates just on the board.
I know exactly
the usage, and it's forced now onto a 4v2. The spike does go down, a good swing out, but that leaves PPQ alone to try to get this down. Not going to be enough though.
Such an unfortunate round. I mean, they invested those ults as well, right? You had your Tejo ult or your affiliate already using it. I think that it was Arky's breach ult, in fact, that ended up hitting both teams there. So A lot of ults invested in LXE continue to come out on top with 6. I mean, saving grace is that was an equal round for PPQ, so not much found, but it's very unlucky that Samfire wasn't able to confirm that kill there, even with that lesser buy, seeing that Zelina wasn't looking at her. Either way, though, buy once again coming in. This is a round that PPQ kind of have to win here.
Yeah, for sure. I mean, one thing I respect about how LXE is playing is even though it's the eco round of PPQ, they're not afraid to use even an ultimate just to secure it. They know that this attacking half is very pivotal, and just like on Haven, they will try to maximize the points that they can get in order to just close that distance and make sure that they cannot be caught and reach that 13 mark as quick as possible. Changing up strategy here, less aggressive onto the A main, instead creeping up on Dish, allowing Xylina some breathing room to maybe get a good exit here. But 2 players on the side, they have to be very careful. The opening salvo, Facility just pushing in. Oh, but a nice third fight actually gives him a chance. CBK, he goes big here, might be able to find 3, but the trades end up 3v2, and when all is said and done, the dust settles, and it's all up to the defenders to reroute the situation. A good tap, but they're actually going to walk out.
Additional cover as well from the Cyber Gauge, enabling Amaya to get that spike down. Just no way to spam through that. And everybody now towards main. No ultimates though, so it could just come down to the gunfights here for PPQ.
Oh, the ultimate going to be so huge here. They will get the info there. They have 3 Brim smokes as well. It's going to be very difficult to push here. They only have the breach util. Oh, the molly. That's what's really going to slow them down. They're just waiting in the smoke. They have no choice. This is going to be a great fault line. Onto the swing. Not going to matter though. They just get 2 for Amaya.
Protein shake.
Yeah, the Molly just at the turn, they try to take advantage, push through, but with that Brim ult having been the win condition for about 3 rounds now, really, PPQ, they have to be more careful about denying the spike plants in the first place. They just aren't playing very proactive at all. This time, at least, it seemed like Sleepy KK might have been able to keep things equal at the very least, but at the end of the day, right, the moment that spike goes down, you have that Brim ult, you have those guided missiles coming in, the breach, aftershock, just so much utility that's going to deny you from even touching that spike, let alone defuse it.
That's very, very true here. PPQ, they have to find some ground. I know they're on the eco here, but they have to do something. Hopefully, LXE makes a mistake and PPQ can find their opening, but it looks like the aggression is not going to stop. It doesn't matter if they have might have short-range guns. They will just keep going, push as much as they can. They know that Brim's in the smoke. RK gets a good frag, and it's already 2 PPQ members off the board.
Just gonna be 3 left, 3v5. Not the greatest guns. Maybe they can find at least a little bit of damage if what happened from LXE does give them a peek. But LXE just playing very disciplined right now, not really wanting to risk it. Knows the position of 1 player. The remainder also, every angle being watched here. There's just no way for them to get in at all, Flufee.
Yeah, vigilance on point here for LXE. They get kind of flushed out, but it's not going to stop them from holding what's important. The individual fights not swinging out well. Oh, the crossfire from their team is not even needed. It's not like a super perfect crossfire, but it's just enough to pull the attention from these defenders and make a lot of these retakes very difficult. So many angles to watch here. Once members fall, that's utility gone for you to use, and it's so difficult to get a clean retake without maybe an ultimate here for the defense.
Yeah, 100%. That was a very difficult round to start with you know, having just those pistols to play with. But yeah, PPQ, not much left to do aside from try to head into this with a fresh mind. I mean, and if you can get it like 4 of the remaining rounds into your pocket, it's gonna put you up at a chance, because that attacking side does tend to be what teams are more comfortable with, at least on Fracture.
That's true. A main aggression here to try to pull some attention. CPQ a bit ready for it. CPQ a lot more confidence here, but they burst out the smoke together. That's really enough to get a punish. Xylina gone. The tip of the spear blunted here for the attackers, and it's going to be the defense on the B side who will really try to hold down the fort.
Go ahead. Stand your ground.
Eho ult as well, a little bit of zoning created, trying to make sure this A side is clear, and it's gonna push Xyune into position where she goes down. Once again, numbers in favor of LXE, but that Brimstone ult is at least going to buy time, denying that spike plant for just a second. Amaya has an ult of her own though. The backstab, it's all a question of timing here.
Oh wow!
Find a kill, and the triple for her on the first round on the board for PPQ.
Utility out for the holders there. When they try to just defend that site, it's not enough, and they don't get the timing right. Unfortunately for them, they do finally drop a round, but that's good news if you're for Team PPQ, as they're able to get on the board. Might be a bit late, but it's still better than nothing.
Better than nothing, and to start, you know, if they can get at least another 1 or 2 rounds in their pocket, it's gonna set them up for more success, I would say, on that attacking side. I mean, it's already going. It's a rough ask for them to be able to claw their way back from like this kind of deficit, but I wouldn't say it's impossible. And last round, right, that was a round where we saw that kind of play, which had that first blood going in their favor. They were able to find that kill and get out with the repercussions, but once again, you know, you're kind of in this awkward position where it seems like A main has just been given up.
Oh, they're trying to go for a quick reposition. Might get spotted. Oh, the timing just not there. But at least they get the info of what can happen. Rotations going either way. It looks like a site is the plan. Good utility to stall out the drop. But the smokes can be so difficult to push through a high risk, high reward situation. The drone gonna come out for PPQ. They'll spot a lot here, at least 2.
That door left open, but nobody actually manages to sneak their way in. So right now it's the time for the utility to come through from the LXE side. They're going to be going in for this double prong push, and with those missiles coming in towards the drop, they're still not going to be able to really stop the kills from coming in. And Zalina wants to clear side, but Sapphire and Cass, they get all the kills.
A lot of kills on the board. Zalina left alone. It's going to be so difficult. They know exactly where she is. She has to fight out of this, but the bullets raining down. Can she land the shots? Matches to find 2, but that's going to be enough for her as the 3 kills goes to Cass and PPQ, building that momentum up off of their linchpin round.
Very, very nice round there, and huge plays coming out from PPQ. I think that crossfire between Samfire and Cass, just every single player from LXE caught between them and taken down. Most of those were headshots as well, so clean shooting coming out of this particular team. I think that for PPQ, it's a much needed breather round here. Being able to claw these 2 rounds back is going to at least make sure that they're not left completely without a foot to stand on in the second half. But now LXE, for the first time this game, perhaps feeling that pressure because they're going to be calling a timeout.
I respect the fact that they're actually calling a timeout. Like, knowing that we need to maximize this attacking half, let's just do it really early once we've started winning, or losing rather, like 2 rounds, rather than wait until it's too late. There's still 2 more rounds to go, and if they can maximize that, that is a very comfy score to be if you can end up at 2-10. And they have the firepower to really bring down the pain right now. They just have to dodge a couple ultimates here and there and be wary of that ultimate, especially from Samfire.
100%. I think that talking about Samfire, especially on that breach, I feel like we haven't seen a lot of those wombo combo moments that we've come to expect from her and Sleepy Keiki. So hopefully we'll be seeing a little bit more of those in the upcoming rounds. Because I think on the attacking side, both of them also look a little bit more comfortable. So that might be a little bit of a switch up there. What I'm more afraid of here is how LXE is going to be playing that defensive side. Because when you have a Neon instead of Raze, you have those faster rotations, which enables you to make a little bit more plays in terms of being proactive.
That's very true. Right now, looks like the attack on side can be extra proactive. LXE already finding 2 somehow. I don't even know he gets these skills. Cass trying to defend her life. Manages to get Rari out of the picture. But at least her position is known. It's still 4v2, and most importantly, they remove the ultimates from the defensive side from being put into play here.
Nice little jiggle there. Spots out the position. This duel might decide how this round ends up going. Molly actually going to be able to push Zylina back here. Might buy Cass the space that she so desperately needs and actually gets her a kill.
Still get some for 1. They have to play the post really well, though. It's going to be very, very difficult. This is a Molly that they have. They're going to try to fight on tower, but just gets shut down. Zylina, the close range is enough. Manages to find 2. The pressure already for Oreo. Ashley just tries to dive through, but that's going to be enough, I think, to get the round. So much utility being bombarded. He has to back away.
Yeah, very unfortunate circumstances there, but yeah, not the 1v2. No time on the clock for Oreo to even try and catch it out. Just forced to save the gun here. And a nice round to come out of LXE. They managed to stabilize off the back of that timeout. And once again, right, this is a symptom of what happens when, you know, your opponents just run into that side, get the spike down, and get themselves in a post-plant position. A lot of time wasted as well by Zylina. Resources to boot, like being able to isolate her and get that kill. Even then, right, she doesn't get taken down. She manages to find a double kill before being shut down by Oreo here. So it's a very difficult round, I would say.
Yeah, I'm really surprised that Rari was able to find it, as you said. There shouldn't be any, like, good reason unless they really just got surprised where they couldn't trade that really quickly. That is a pivotal opening because it also removes the breach ultimate. So moving forward, they still have that Rolling Thunder available, but it might be a little too late. They should try to maximize right now to get that like butter, baby. But that's a great start already as Zylina, the tip of the spear off the board, blunting the force of this attack, but they're not going to choose to really reevaluate the situation. Instead, they're going to creep and crawl their way onto the side and close the distance in other means.
managed to get their way onto site now. That's the clue given away. I like this retake strategy, especially with the Brimstone ult available. Gonna be invested right now by Cap to try and jump onto the site for the reclear. It works perfectly as XUNA gets a kill. The stun though, he's gonna let Rari try to come in on the crunch, but this time around the trades are perfect, and there's just gonna be one player left alive. Arky versus the world. The thing will go for additional zoning pressure. That is the shorty to find the 3 at the end of the 9-3 half here. LXE still with the lead, but PPQ is stabilizing a little.
You can see the confidence kind of go back into them. I wish they kind of got into this form a little earlier, because PPQ, they really have the firepower to back it up. The problem is that LXE was really just pulling them from all directions and forcing those fights very awkwardly, trying to put out as many fires as they can on the defense. PPQ just struggled during the first half. Now that we're moving on to the second, we know that Samfire combo, we know the support that can come in for their duelists, and that could be the pivotal change here as we move on to the second half.
100%. I think that those combos definitely are gonna have to really come into play here. But PPQ, I would say, at least looking at the comp, looking at the way they like to play this, does tend to be their better side. So hopefully that will be the case here with this reversal happening. For LXE though, I mean, it's a bit of relief. They lost map number 1, their own map pick. So heading into Fracture, there was that question mark since both teams had a very similar record as to who would come out on top. But LXE, it seems like they've done in the prep work, and their plays, they're able to perfectly kind of read where PPQ have left the the lane kind of slack, and they've been taking full advantage. It's just been full steam ahead on most of these rounds that they won.
Yeah, for sure. I mean, right now, it looks like PPQ is setting up for a full send attack towards the B side, maybe opening up the door somehow. I do like the layout for the defense. They have both of their initiators there, able to support their duelists. Nylina will have everything that she needs to keep that fight going outside of maybe healing. And utility on the other side, on the A side, really to slow down any push out of A. They don't want to take risks. I think the problem on the defense on the first half with PPQ is they were just fighting a lot of these disadvantageous fights. Instead, LXE is opting to use their utility to stall out A and put the brunt of their fighting force towards B, just to make sure if anything happens, we have a plan. But a reversal here, looks like they are a new defending team, not wanting to stop the attack as the pressure is cleared up. They have to be very careful of this because it opens up the B side for a clean plant from PPQ.
Could be the case, and just like you called it, they have the site, they have it, and they are going to be able to get that spike down. They have used the guided salvo already, so I don't know how careful they're going to be in terms of post plant. You might want to make sure Oreophilia is alive. That said, look at this, it's going to be a crunch retake. It's been a switcheroo of the attackers and the defense here. It's just one player towards CT left who gets spotted out, thankfully, by Oreophilia, but it's going to be one more thing for them to worry about. Maya, though, in the corner, already able to find the first. He gets shut down, though, Sleepy Dicky and Oreophilia between them, finding the kills.
I like this wraparound there. They can push for more, and it's not going to be enough. They're already stuck in the corner, and that is a clean round from PPQ. LXE, they choose to roll the dice with that one, take a push. Maybe that gamble didn't work out for them and cost them this opening round. That might be the stepping stone that leads to even greater heights here for PPQ.
Yeah, I think that it might be the start here, being able to not just win, but win with like 3 or 4 players left alive. Definitely going to be a buff to the morale, I would say. Again, a substantial purchase coming in for the side of PPQ. We did see a couple of rounds that got thriftied on this map, so hopefully they're able to avoid that kind of circumstance. So far, though, at least I've been impressed by PPQ's anti-eco rounds. They've been pretty good at maintaining their resources and the rounds that they were able to close out. Well, a lot of flawless rounds, actually, in fact, I would say. So it's been interesting, but they've just been slowing things down here.
Yeah, but there comes the speed up already. Hibari able to get 1 kill, Samfire out of the picture. That's going to be good momentum for their team. LXE, they managed to get onto site though, and that might be enough for them to get even more value. But there goes the shutdown from Cass. 3v5 right now.
Unfortunately, the gun of the player that they took down actually fell off the map, so there's just one gun on site that they could possibly retrieve here. They still got the numbers advantage, though. 3v5, Oreophilia looking low as well, so a lot to do here. At least the spike is down. It's just going to be how much value Oreo can find on site.
The retake, already trying to spray them down. Kiki holding on the fort here, but has to go for the reload. Only 1v3, and we know exactly where she is. The spray is just not connecting. An awkward spot to be in. No outs there. The angle being held by Breach, and it's 10-4. And LXE managing to get a good retake on one stumble from PPQ.
That's exactly what I was worried about. To be fair, that was a very nice read and play coming in from Alexi. The push from Arcade, being able to catch out the player there heading into a site, but also this mistake, I think, this is where Cass kind of lost the round, fumbled the bag there for the side of PPQ, because they really could not afford to have lost another player there, especially with Oreo being low, having taken so much damage towards drop on her way in. So very difficult circumstance to be in for PPQ, especially with the investment they've done, and they're actually going to opt to go for an eco now. So they're very likely looking at 11-4 scoreline here for Alexi in terms of a lead.
There's a high key chance that is correct, because this advantage is just so big and it's growing every single round. LXE, they find the footing of their own, and a risky play here by Hibari actually tries to get more information, but it does matter. Gets the double headshot here, and Cass and Samfire quickly out of the picture. I'm surprised you're not going for more, but it's not needed as LXE cleans it up yet again.
Now, for all the things I expected to see in that round, the collapse sheriff shot wasn't one of them, but
for sure,
pretty impressive stuff coming out of LXE. Again, like, just these random walkouts, they have all the confidence in the world at this point, Flufee, to just go for these drive peaks, you know, believe that they have the, you know, advantage in the matchup, and especially with the weapon advantage, of course, it's going to be very, very difficult. PPQ now burning their second timeout here, 11-4 at a precipice. They do have a more substantial buy, but again, the problem here is that, you know, at least Cass gotta be on half armor, so that outlaw on Xylina could be very deadly for her in particular. And especially with the amount of utility you have around, right? So much does so much chip damage, so the outlaw could very well be just a tool to soften them up.
Very, very true. I mean, there's so much utility in chip, like you said, that can really do things to really force not just the players to play weird positions, but just push their HP down to a level where you can start winning and converting regardless of what you have. So I don't think that the Bulldogs or this outlaw coming in from Xylina really matter as much. The bigger picture for me is that overall strategy. PPQ in a tough spot. They have to find a way to get that momentum that they had in the earlier game, and it's going to be very difficult for them because they have a limited amount of rounds. Their back is against the wall, and they have to find that momentum some way, somehow. They don't have a lot of ultimates as well. Maybe you can get the Armageddon here for Oreo if she gets one of the orbs, but it's going to be a difficult fight because LXE will not be wanting to give any ground.
Yeah, especially when they have such a huge advantage. They really want to push this to a map 3, attempt to make sure that they aren't the team going home today. And with that map being split, it could be anybody's guess. Right now, though, it's Xylene opening kill, huge damage with Oreo going down.
Proving to get some value. They force here, but what a great shot here from Sleepy Keiki. Backs off, saves her own life. Quick 1-2, and I'm out. Still trying to dip in for more.
They're going to be checking the corner.
Punish coming in from Hibari. Tries to get 2. There goes 3 here for LXE. This is not what you're looking for after the attack pause for PPQ.
Yeah, no, it's a bit of a heartbreaker. Just XUNA left alone. 1v4, and what do you even do at this point? You got a couple players just lying in wait. The high-low setup, watching the angle. I don't know, 50 seconds left. You have a hope of a clutch, but not when your opponents are playing like this. A triple for Xylina. And the 12th round match point here for LXE, who look like they can do no wrong on this map.
I mean, PPQ, they have a mountain to climb right now, and they don't have the resources. They don't have the gear to really make it to the top. They have to reach the summit, but it's not going to be enough if they can't get this round. It is literally do or die for this one, or else they're going to push on to a map number 3.
That seems very likely they're going to be seeing that map number 3. I mean, nice try by Sleepy Keiki, but like you said here, the utility, the breach team is just beautiful there. Really catching these members from PPQ off guard and setting up LXE for huge success. Now, once again, a preemptive sort of missile along with the smoke to deny early A push, and that's why Xylina has an up.
Operator going to be so pivotal right now. Xylina, if she can manage to find one, it's going to be nice. But this is a neon, so it's going to be very difficult to get them out here. Instead, she needs to go away, but the follow actually not going through the door. Manages to escape with her life after flood onto site. Fast lane to get a fast out as they back off and take a better angle with this op.
For now, at least, the Brimsmoke's going to be providing a decent amount of cover. Plant denied, at least for a little bit, with that Brim ult, and this finds that opening.
Gets the first kill. 1 false info already gained here. Have to hold this post plant somehow. Great flash as well, forcing this two players to disconnect. But look at that, the crossfire from LXE fighting for their lives and is able to push everyone except for Sleepy Keiki. Has the judge able to find one. The rocket in the pocket is not going to be enough to stop this one.
Cage triggered. Yeah, the showstopper too many targets, a very target-rich environment, but not enough time to really toss it in any angle.
Win.
And it's a beautiful map to come through from LXC, who say, you know what, you might have taken our map, but we can do the same thing to yours. And we are going to be heading into map 3 for this series. Neither team wanting to go home quite yet as we head over to Split here, but that was an extremely dominant map. Either way, though, what did you think there, Flufee? You know, especially in those last few rounds after that timeout where LXC just seemed to like snap back together.
I mean, you can see that the defense is really trying on PPQ, especially to get a couple of those rounds. It feels like they just stumble because of how the attacking team just positions themselves. But in general, we know that they have that firepower, because looking at both of these games as a whole, it feels like whoever starts the attack on these kind of attacking favored maps really has been pushing that advantage to take a lot of it.
We saw that on Haven as well. Either way, though, it is going to be it from us, at least until we get to map 3, because we have some analysis coming in from our wonderful panelists.
Thanks a lot, guys. What a night and day performance that we got there from LILAX. Incredible recovery. It always is super impressive to me when a team kind of underperforms a little bit on that first map, and then Lux, I should say, and then they do come out with a performance like that. Like, you know, you talked about the first half momentum in that first map of Haven. That's exactly what we got from Lux. They just pulled themselves up by their bootstraps, and right from the get-go on that first half, they were just dominant.
Yeah, right? I mean, the entire first half, what was it, like? Was it 8 rounds in a row before they start to break that streak? That was crazy, the way that they started that way. And it really comes down to, you know, it's not, you know, an individual person's effort. The whole team is there for sure. But I felt that Xylina led quite a bit of it. I mean, it's a lot of layers to how they kind of figure things out and continue to show a variety of different looks with how they wanted to approach different parts of the map. But at first it started out quite a bit more with more presence towards the north side of the map, and that's kind of what I saw from them. It's, well, pardon my French, okay, but there's one of these rounds where Xylina really displayed this sort of like screw you, like, oh, I'm just gonna like break past whatever you throw at me kind of mentality. I'm gonna lose my job. There was this round where they kind of baited rotations back and forth, and by the time PPQ read that hit, they tried to stall and delay it by sending an Armageddon. But that wasn't enough, because Xylina, as the Neon, ran past the Armageddon, and that's how she breaks into sights. She doesn't have the most flashy of like Neon movements, like, you know, all the montages that you see with the Bucky and everything. Yeah, she doesn't really do that much, but she has that mentality that knows, you know, I have this moment and I need to break through. I'm gonna do it for the team. And even if she dies, her team's there. They've already set themselves into these trade positions, and that's how they continue to win round after round in that first half.
Yeah, I think, you know, we even saw it in Pacific, like right from the get-go, where you would have teams that ask you questions with the util, and the Neon is kind of an answer to that. You talked about the ability to beat the Armageddon, but even beating the Breach util or the Tail util, super good to have the Neon to be able to do that. I think Neon as well on that attacking side, asking PPQ a lot of questions that, once again, with an execution-based Breach comp, they weren't able to answer. And by the time they started to adapt a little bit and actually play the rotation game, because on Fracture, you know, there's a lot of top side, bottom side, you know, and I feel like for Lux, they had some straightforward approaches. They ran those executes that were working quite well for them. You talked about them playing with the rotations as well. At the end of the day, if you're not able to adapt to that fast enough as PPQ, which they weren't, they were just way too far behind to get very much of anything done. And I totally agree with you. This was not a hard carry performance from any one player. This was all 5 of them, excellent game plan, all lifting their weight in terms of, you know, the fragging that they needed to do in the server, and just an excellent resurgence. If I could give the MVP to all of them, I would, but those are some good first kill and ACS stats for Xylina nonetheless.
Yeah. I think the first kills are the one that stands out for sure. I think, what was it, like 8 first kills total from the team? Or I can't remember the number, even though we just saw it a second ago. I've got the gold, memory of a goldfish, excuse me. But yeah, that's like 6 out of however many first kills they had total, right, Pilski? That's still a really big number. All of them had, you know, positive KDs throughout as well, which is already, you know, still, you know, a statement to how they all work together as a team. But that's it. PPQ still had some adjustments. I did like how they were starting to create a little bit more pressure around A main. They had smokes alongside the salvos and then a peek to, shut down the Xylina. But that's like 3 players to take down this one tenacious Xylina. And that's why, LXC is a team that you do kind of enjoy watching, especially when they are feeling themselves this much. It's that confidence. They, pulled and dragged PPQ across the map on those rotations. They knew how to read and they knew how to stay ahead of the game, and that's what you need from them.
For sure. They're going to need some more of that going into the last map as well. I mean, Fracture, that was a fantastic performance for them. Haven't seen their split yet though, and they will have to close out the series on that map, whereas you've had a couple more reps recently for PPQ, but you have to say momentum well and truly with Lux, which they had none of going into that map. So whatever they've done in the break between those maps to rally themselves and really get themselves fired up, it's clearly worked really well for them, Quack.
Yeah, and that's the biggest thing. You got to carry that forward, carry that straight into the final map. Then we'll see what happens, because then again, we kind of saw, that similar performance from the likes of Sleepy Cakey, from the likes of PPQ. They had a rough game, but they still did incredibly well. So don't go away. We will have our third map after this little break.
Y'all sit back and watch me speak. About to take over your screen. Talking bulls in 93. Talking mom, I'm on TV. Y'all know all I do is me. All I do is me. Y'all sit back and watch me speak. Y'all sit back and all I know, my money green. About to snap and make a scene. My cup off and make this free. My cup off and make them scream. Go back off for TMZ. Y'all sit back and watch me speak. Y'all sit back and watch me speak. Y'all sit back and watch. Watch me. Watch me. Watch me. Sit back and watch. Sit back. Sit back. Sit back. Sit back. Money long, nothing on credit. I got style, don't catch no feelings. All this bread ain't got no lettuce. I got style, don't catch no feelings. Watch me. Watch me. Sit back and watch. Sit back and watch. Sit back and watch. If it ain't got style, I ain't with it. I ain't with it. If it ain't got style, I ain't with it. Look. If it ain't got style, I ain't with it. I ain't with it. If it ain't got style, I ain't with it. Watch me. Sit back and watch. Watch me. Sit back. Sit back. Watch me. Sit back and watch. Sit back. Sit back. Sit back. Sit back.
All right, time for map 3 of Split here in Valorant Game Changers Southeast Asia. Split 1. but Split is map 3. I know that's confusing for me, probably not for any of you. You guys seem like you're totally on top of everything. But I'm mostly here to confuse and bamboozle Quack. It's one of my favorite things to do. We have casted some of the most confusing and bamboozling games together in the past. So I'm just here to continue that trend.
Yeah, we gotta keep that going. You love to see it, and I'm gonna run out of stuff to say. Where are we? What are we doing right now?
Casting. Well, we're not casting.
We're not casting.
We're on the analyst desk, and you're in your, beautiful collared shirt as a figure of authority looking guy in a very organized office, meant to tell us exactly how this is going to go as our esteemed analyst, Quack.
All right. Okay, so class, open your textbooks up to page 420. Anyway,
my God.
We would have gone into bind in the past.
Man.
I'm just saying, textbooks, they get large these days. But now we're headed into Split. That's going to be our third map for this series, the first series of the day. And so far, it's been, back and forth, right? We've just seen how hard and fast hitting PPQ were in front of that first map of Haven. But down to the second map, then Zylina came and slapped them back as the Neon. Once we move on to our last map, though, that's where things get into a bit of a toss-up, in my opinion. I'm not sure how this is going to go. We don't have data on how Lux GC plays on this map.
Yeah, that's totally true. Let's have a little bit of a look over the last couple of results in this series, though. As we do see the binds come through, we've had Split be the decider chosen over a Pearl or a Lotus, which Lotus has been played a fair bit by both of these teams. Pearl has a lot of reps on the side of Lux, so it's not too surprising that PPQ have taken that out. They've both agreed to play Split, so it's a map that, neither one of them have a lot of reps on. They've kind of gone to the middle ground, as opposed to the more commonly played maps, maybe trying to take away their opponent's strengths. And that way, we will have kind of a degree of curiosity, as you mentioned, particularly as to what Lux is going to bring for us. Over on the side, at least, of PPQ, we can talk about the fact they are playing the Teo on this map. They're playing, what we've seen as the core of a meta comp for a long time. You've got the classic Sky Viper, Omen Raze. You've seen that comp many, many times. You've seen a Cypher be mixed into that. You've seen another Enit be mixed into that at times. So it really is kind of flavor of the month, what you want to flex into that slot. But in this case, they're bringing on one of the newer agents, and we've seen a lot of popularity from him on this map.
Maybe. I guess it's kind of like that, flavor of the month sort of thing, possibly. Double controller's still there as well, so that's kind of lovely. But taking a closer look at the map Veto, though, Pilski, I can see that PPQ, they were left with the two options of Pearl or Split. Which one do you want to ban? They banned Pearl. That was the map that Lux played yesterday, right? So I don't know. This feels like it's either Lux has a pocket surprise for us on Split, or they're just gonna hope for the best on this one, because Split is one of these maps where you do kind of have maybe you want the raise a little bit more. I mean, I think most teams kind of prefer that because of just the range that you have. You got the paint shells, boombot that can clear quite a bit. We don't see Zylina playing Raze that much. This is where I get a little bit worried. So either maybe someone else on the team, like Herbari perhaps, will pull out the Raze, Zylina goes on to a different role, or Zylina goes for the Jet, and then we'll just come into this duel and hope that the Jet provides something with Zylina at the helm that possibly a Raze will not for Lux. So we'll see how it goes.
Yeah, I mean, they do like the kind of double duelist approach on Pearl, where you've seen teams like RRQ and PRX and some of those kind of SEA flavored teams play that double duelist with the Phoenix comp. It's definitely a flavor that you can bring to Split as well, for sure, and bring a bit of that, SEA aggression. I think as well, important to note that Split as a third map decider is an interesting one when you're choosing a composition, especially in a make or break game like this, because side start does definitely matter. I don't know if it's an opinion thing at the end of the day. Do you choose, if I start attack side, right, do I want to play a slower comp that I know is going to be good on defense, or do I want to play double duelists and just get really explosive start and play that attack side of Split really confidently? Do they have the players that can kind of flex around into different agents like that and do different approaches? That's kind of what I'm looking at.
Yeah, we'll kind of have to wait and see, because we're going to get into Asian compositions really quickly. So, okay, I'm kind of lagging a little bit, but
That's okay.
Ooh.
I mean, PPQ, they're doing exactly what we expected them to. It's what they've had 2 reps doing. They've won all of their games playing this comp throughout the Swiss stage. And over on the side of Lux, we're getting the Deadlock Cypher. So we've seen a little bit of this. We've even seen Deadlock as like a solo Senti on split as well. And they are starting defense. And this is kind of what I was alluding to, Quack. It's like they're running the double Senti starting on the defense side. That's going to be quite hard to attack into, especially when you haven't seen Lux play on this map. And for PPQ, they're playing Teo, Raze, so they have the tools to break the util, but they're not going to know where it is because they've never seen Lux play this map before.
Yeah, and that's the whole thing. You know, you're going into this without much info, and that's the other thing as well, is that how comfortable are Lux going to be on this map, on this comp? I got to bring it up again because we have seen Zylina on the Jet. We've seen her on the Neon. We haven't seen her Raze. Is it going to be that good? Is it going to match Sleepy Keki's Raze as well? So that's going to be kind of the question heading into this one. I mean, so far, both compositions can work out, but it depends on how well they're able to bring it forward. And if we are to go logically and base this on statistics, PPQ, based on their reps, you kind of want to go for that, right?
Yeah, I think it's great that they're starting attack as well, because looking at their last 2 games, 9-3 attack side, 6-1 attack side. So attack has been no issue for them in their last 2 games of split. They're going to have to start attack side again, going into a double Senti comp that Lux is bringing out that they haven't seen before. That could be difficult to attack into. Regardless, though, we'll throw it over to our casters, Flufee and Zahk, to bring us through the last map of the series.
Thanks a lot for that breakdown, Pilski and Quack. And that's the question on my mind as well, right, Flufee? You know, we haven't seen Zylina pick up this Raze before, so how well is she going to be able to adapt on this different role? But, you know, we got the double Sentinel defensive comp versus the double controller attacking comp. What are you thinking, Flufee?
I feel like it's such a good strategic move, knowing that you're starting on defense, to, similar to the first 2 maps, really maximize how many points you can get on the board when you're on the stronger side. So they might not have the best attacking half with this composition. It's going to be a bit harder for them to take space, but they will for sure have a very solid defense. So when I look at these teams, it's really in my mind the Teo adaptation that will really be the one that is bringing a lot of that destructive force and ruining a lot of the setups that I'm sure this double Sentinel comp really wants to set up.
Yeah, 100%. I think especially with the Cypher lock, we haven't really seen it too much on Split. We've seen it, you know, pioneered in NA on Ascent to start off with, and I don't know what it's going to look like here on this defensive side. Either way, though, this map is one for all the money, and like Quack said here, either, you know, LXE, they've got something up their sleeve here, they've prepared this map, it's been their ace in the hole, or it is going to be PPQ with, you know, the practice proving to be the win condition that puts them on top here. Either way, starting on this attacking side, it does look like a pretty straightforward A hit. That is where the Cypher is playing, and you do have a Raze who's ready to quickly rotate over as well. So it's going to be interesting to see how this plays out.
I really do feel like, onto my earlier point, that Oreo is going to be the linchpin for this situation, as both of the Sentinels don't really benefit, or rather, they benefit a lot with this Viper wall. If you were playing a Killjoy or something, maybe some of your utility gets denied by LOS, but not in this case when you're running both the Deadlock and the Cypher. Those things will still stand by. If you can't remove this utility, this attacking half, which starts with a slow creep, might be a bit difficult. Already dissuaded by this Viper wall. They have to wait for the gas to come up, but it's not going to be long until they can maybe re-hit the site, as the stalwart defense has not moved an inch, not giving any ground.
No rotations, nothing happening. Still got that crossfire towards mid. I think the Omen is set up for a late lurk here, but once again, early info garnered, but the timing on the jump is perfect, and Sleepy Keki finds that opening kill onto Arky in heaven.
Great utility as well. This tripwire going to slow things down for not any longer. Raze just trying to do some more chip damage, but trading this much utility this early on is not going to benefit anyone. They're already a man down. It's going to be so difficult for them to climb out of the situation. Deadlock really slowing things down as well. They get the wall up, but like you mentioned, this early rotate from the Omen really setting them up for some more success. They draw most of the defenders towards the middle side, leaning a bit towards A, but now they're back onto heaven, and Hibari doesn't find the connection yet. The timing just not working out. They might not know that Omen is crept this close. Well, you don't see?
And there is that reposition though, and Amaya able to find the kill onto Cass here now. It is going to be the salvo to try and find the kill. In fact, Samfire able to convert off the back of it, but Zylene and Amaya still on site fighting and trading. 10 seconds left, all up to the 2 remaining. One enemy remaining.
So difficult with that first time already burnt. Has to win the 1v1, it's not going to be enough. It goes down to the wire, and that is a round for LXC. They hold out even though they lose one early, and they spot up that rotation. It felt like such a good spot for PPQ though. Cass already had such a deep lurk. The timing, I don't think Hibari spotted her as she crept onto CT, yet still somehow they burn enough. Like they just get to heaven at the correct time to slow things down and get a good retake, forcing the pressure back onto the attack to get the plan down.
Yeah, I think Amaya is still being able to not just take out the Omen towards CT, but continue to put that pressure onto site, denying them from even getting the spike, even with the proactive rotations. Just made that such an impossible round there for PPQ, and once again, left with just some classics in hand. Going for a mid-crunch this time.
It's going to be a difficult with the weapon differential here, but it looks like the attacker is not going to stop anytime soon. Zelina using a key piece of utility to maybe stall out this mid push even longer. Deadlock to secure it even further. A lot of layers upon layers of defense. They're respecting the fact that this lower bike can still do a lot of damage if they can burst out through a lot of these tight chokes.
And then immediately that barrage of utility towards mid, you know, with the wall as well coming in. They'll be buying a lot more time. Just got to be a minute left in the clock. The dark cover as well in addition. I don't know if they can really afford to wait for this wall to break. It's close to it though, so that might be the call for them to go forward. The flash though, gotta give them the info.
Info gained, and there goes the dog to recharge. But the Tasmanian Tiger just has enough bite to take one out of the picture with the info. But a quick trade from Hibari already finding one, stabilizing the situation. Hibari holding out the fort. They waterfall into her, and it's a firing range here for Hibari. That's an ultimate already, basically online in a couple, and it's just enough to push that advantage. Really well played positioning there, taking the garage instead so that the pressure is towards that heaven side, backing off, playing the distance, knowing that they have that weapon advantage, and allowing PPQ to overstep and just go for the punish instead.
100%. I also like that little microplay where, you know, after Zelina took a lot of damage, dropped the Vandal over to Hibari here, who went for that position you mentioned towards B main. So the Vandal just in the perfect position to be used and to find the damage that was really necessary in that round. Like you mentioned, the Deadlock Annihilation almost completely charged up here. Now though, full buy kicking in for PPQ. So this is a round that they have a much higher percentage of resources to win in. That Smoke actually going to block off the Cypher Cam. So for now, at least denying the info.
Going to be destroyed. They burst onto the site. No one's going to be there, so at least they get it for free. Some spam damage going to be put out, but Rari not giving her position away. The camera making sure that no one can wrap around towards this heaven side, and they have to build a fortress right now for the defense before this retake. Let the attackers overstep and get that info yet again. They are now on the opposing side where they have a lower buy, so they're grouping up in order to get a good push together.
In these corners, you
good util.
Really, yeah, just too much util. And the nade already finds an opening kill. Sleepy Kiki though fights back, finds one of her own, and now 4v4. It's still the angle being held. Sandfire with one of her own. The conversion is there for PPQ, and Amaya doing her best to keep things going, but it's just not going to happen. It's going to be the full buy win from PPQ, but 3 players lost already, so that's a huge chunk out of their eco.
Yeah, it's expensive for sure. The cost of victory is high, but it's not going to stop them from achieving their dreams. LXE right now, good stabilization because they do have a good buy onto them. PPQ kind of forced to spend everything right now, so if they lose this round, they could go down. The operator on the hands of Zelina, on the other hand, a heavy investment here for LXE, but one that could prove to be the defining factor. I'm a bit worried based on where she positions, and right now it's on B, thankfully, but I was going to say that this Viper wall could be really detrimental to them. So instead, they put that responsibility on 3 players and rotating their Deadlock as well as Raze around to hold down the fort towards B.
If they can manage it though, it's going to be a bit of a tough task again, that Viper wall.
Good spam.
Ooh, this time around, providing perfect area to just spam through, and Sleepy Kiki, the one to fall victim. Unfortunate there, especially since, you know, she was the one who was close to the Raze ult. Could have been a huge opening point. Star cover as well is just so much pressure, right? Arky able to just hold down both of these lanes along with Amaya. That perfect crossfire, so as to speak.
They have the camera, though, to set up for contact. They can see the feet of anyone who goes close, so it's going to be fine here. Arky holding a very close angle, expecting a push to come up, and just strikes first and strikes hard. Second player walking in against the trade. Oreo backs away, but the firepower, getting a cover from her teammate just to make sure that they have some more breathing room. Good use of the Sky ultimate there to flush them out. They already know where the weak spot is. They're going for the weakest food. They know it's an operator. No, they don't.
No.
Gas falls into the crosshair, and now surely they have to be a bit more careful. Flash not going to connect. A free kill? No, it's not. Oreo, great shutdown. Operator off the board, and now it's a 2v2 for the
30
plant.
seconds left.
2v2 gonna be the default plan coming through from Samfire. Ultimates used on both sides. No way for Oreo to get hers online for the post plants, and Amaya, along with their teammate, has cleared out Heaven. So that's a lot of info space that they've already managed to check.
They kind of just funnel out the team, double check, backtrack, make sure that they can't get any free kills.
One
They don't
enemy
give anything
remaining.
away right now. Going to strike again from the heavens. They have one kill on the board. An awkward double up though, but a great camera to spot out the last player. No flash available, but surely two is better than one here. We get the first angle, manages to reposition. They don't peek at the same time. Samfire gets to wrap around the corner. 3 bullets in the chamber though. Has to be very careful with its dark cover. Gonna put a bit more pressure. They can go for the half, maybe even the stick. The classic gonna pop out. Oh, but the wrong angle. Gets the gun out in time. Has to back away. And no, they wrap around yet again. What is happening? They try to go for the stick, the knife to secure it, but it's not gonna be enough. Both players go down, and even Steven. It's a round reset for both teams. They have to both rebuy, but at least they're equal score.
It seemed like that was a double peak, but Samfire actually able to isolate the kill, and I mean, very nicely played round, very patient round coming out from this particular team. I think Oreophilia, you said she was a linchpin, not in the way you'd expect perhaps, but being able to take down this operator, enabling the team to get that spike down was huge, and now it is going to be the Armageddon available for the next round from the stay-home. Could be a huge ult. Unfortunately for LXE, economy kind of broken down here, so despite having all of these ultimates, I don't know if we're going to be really seeing them.
It's going to be a bit more painful, especially since they invested into that operator to slow things down and just sped up this game into a 2-2. They're going to creep and crawl their way up onto the mid side, get a bit more space where they can. They have the ultimate on Xylina to maybe blow up one of these enemies, if not more, but they're very aggressive in how they're trying to do it right now. Assuming that PPQ is going to go for a more default start, but they won't be able to get the punish. Instead, PPQ adaptation, walking throughout the corner, bursting out the seams, and it's not going to be any resistance on site. They use a lot of util just for the insurance, but look at the space that they got from this.
Yeah, the gamble doesn't really pay off here. LXE going for the crunch towards A, clear out sewers, managed to take all of the space. Maybe if there was a lurk player from PPQ, it would have paid off, but PPQ, you know, on these eco rounds for their opponents, really opting to just find safety in numbers, and now they've got such a strong post balance available, so much space taken, like you mentioned here, and, you know, Sleepy Cakey towards CT, they've got Heaven as well. Every single angle watched for. The fight that they might have the best chance of winning is the one towards main, because there's only one player here.
Most probably, and that player doesn't have a really good trade close. Alina's going to be first contact here. Manages to dodge out the timing here. Oh, Oreo perfectly cancels it, but still the gun does fall. They're going to pop the ultimate here. She's so low HP, they have to fire it. Oh no, just steps in the wrong place the wrong time, but Ferrari able to find two like a Ferrari. Is able to get three quick as can be, and then walks into the CT side rather, trying to wrap around for more. This looks actually pretty winnable now for LXE as they get the ultimate as well. Oh no. So close, but not enough.
When you win the war, when you win the battle, but you lose the war. Painful round there, a little bit for LXE, but honestly, pretty impressive as well if you think about it, because PPQ, every single player goes down in that round, and it was a 5v5 to start with Flufee, but it went down to a 1v4 at the end of it. It was just like all of these fights were being won out despite this gun disparity from PPQ, and LXE, they took full advantage. Sure, they did invest that showstopper, but aside from that, it hasn't been too much that they've really wasted, and it's going to buy them a little bit of a buffer as well in terms of how much money that's going to be left in the bank here for PPQ. That said, now they've got the operator in hand once again.
I mean, Rari did so well on that round, able to find three throughout, just getting a gap throughout the commotion, find the gap, able to exploit that to get that 3 kills that really did so much damage to PPQ's economy. They're forced on the judge, and like you said, they have the operator, but this defensive start is not, I think, something you'd hope for when you're running this double sentinel. You would want to dominate this half, so being 3-2 feels like a even bigger disappointment for your team if your plan is to win out this round, because PPQ, it seems like their momentum can't be stopped no matter how much util is being thrown at them.
100%. I think that the util is one thing. I think that that's been consistently oppressive coming in from both of these sides, but also for LXE in particular. I think that the first couple of rounds, it was very cool situations that they were able to win out, but PPQ are slowly but surely getting like a better measure of their opponents, especially since they've had these rifles to come in. I think that after, you know, pressuring that A side early on, now gonna be turning their sight over towards B instead, but this is where that operator is.
Very true. Operator already spotted right there. They close the distance pretty quick. Flash is pretty good. Oh, but not to close the distance quick enough. Zelina able to find one. Backs away as well. Fire from the team. Manages to escape the choke, but it's not going to be enough. LXE finally doing what they have to do to secure this. The spike does go down on open ground, and it's all up to Samfire and XUNA to really find a gap again. But the defenses are very strong. This lurk is so far away. It's basically Samfire's job to find, or at least it's either you stall out or you try to find a gap. But with that deadlock utility, I think that door is literally closed.
Yeah, 50 seconds. That wall is gonna last about 25 more of them, so not really gonna leave too much time. I think the call might be to save, especially one of the situations where you really wish that Cass was alive. XUNA causing a little bit of pandemonium though. She can find a kill towards heaven. It might be what they need to kind of break this apart. Timing gotta be everything. 1v3 though now. Gets the first.
30 seconds left.
Out of the picture. Trying to find more. It's not there. Oh, almost managed to maybe convert, but it's not going to be enough. An expensive round. I think they can get the operator here. No, the TP, not enough time. They lose it again. An expensive but worth it win here for LXE to get back their footing.
100%. I mean, it was a nice try there towards the end by XUNA, but yeah, just too much to pull off in too little time, especially with the amount of utility still, you know, barricaded against them. Unfortunately, though, after that round, it is going to be the eco role reversal here for PPQ. They're the ones now on the back foot. Kind of the, I would say, issue with having a raise. You don't really have those jet knives to compensate within these rounds.
Have to be very careful with the resources that they spend, especially on this attacking half. I feel like when you're on a lower buy with this heavily util-focused team, it's going to be a bit more difficult than normal to really try to get some value out of it. Rari holding a different position. Flash not going to go anywhere, so no info so far. Knows that one is probably close. They're going to go for the push on here. The spray just not connecting.
It's lucky. I don't think Samfire has a heal, or if she does, she's not opting to use it. They're going to be able to pick up that rifle though, and they still got Oriole's ult. In fact, XUNA is the one to get that spike down or find a kill. It's going to be such a huge ultimate that's available, that Viper's Pit online right now, so that might be a particular win condition for this round.
PPQ just circumventing the defenses here, even with the lower buy, managed to get themselves on side, and that's going to be so difficult to push through. They get the Viper's Pit, and it's their domain right now. The long-range weaponry nullified as they have to creep and crawl throughout this poison cloud in order to do anything. They can just sit in this, just protect the Viper, but this is going to be maybe the first contact as they swing onto it. There goes the Viper. Viper Pit does drop, but it's not going to be enough.
Beautiful headshot to come out, and now it's just going to be one player left. Again, the wraparound coming in from Arky, but at this point, right, I just feel like the round has been too far gone. XUNA aware and able to get that second kill as well. A beautiful thrifty round to come through, and I think just that funneling, those funneling kills coming in from mid towards A side, very nice execute coming in.
I like how XUNA as well was able to convert. I thought she actually died towards the end there, but so quick on the triggers. She's able to defend herself not once, but twice as they push onto her zone. She's able to creep as well to use her poison orb and block out, isolate Deadlock, who's alone on site. So finding a little of these gaps, just gaining a bit more time is all that they need to slowly get the round in their favor, especially on attack on split. With 2 Sentinels on LXE, the fact that they're able to do this means that they just have so many good reads. And speaking of which, right now, an easy burst onto an uncontested site really clears the path for them.
Path, and able to get the spike down as well off the back of it now. Postplan gonna be looking absolutely devastating as long as they have a chance to use it. We've seen this before though, the overextension sort of, and the 1v1s being won out by these pistols for the side of LXE on this very same site. They do have a couple of ults as well, the Seekers in particular, which can give them a lot of valuable info. But talking about info, that is a major drone.
Major drone indeed. Expressman pull something, manages to find a bit of damage, but not enough to convert. Nobody's looking the right way. We have to throw out the commotion. They can go for the stick, and oh my, they actually get it.
Yeah, of all the ways I thought that round would go, that was not one of it, especially when you have so much utility available. I just didn't think they were gonna go. I don't think anyone expected, at least about PPQ, for Alexi to just go and stick that spike like that, but that was wild.
That was a wild move. I mean, the fact that they were able to waterfall that many players without getting traded, everyone just got chipped. They were able to fight and protect this defuse, because in a normal situation, you would let go and fight with your team, but instead they know that they might not have the firepower to do it, so they go for the stick and it pays off for them. Now a quick entry here as Nadina messes up the blast pack a bit here, backs off, still saves her life, but the showstopper might steal the show right now, but looking the wrong way, might get traded as well. There goes Archeo from heaven, able to strike one from the shadows and back off into safety, keeping her ultimate alive. The operator is still in play, slowing down a lot of this attacking push.
So gonna be a 4v4. That Skydog gonna be able to smoke out 2 players, not just one. It's a question of what XUNA can really find, and with Xylina still on this cross with the operator, it's gonna be very, very difficult for them to make their way into sight. The flash does connect though, and the cross comes through. Can RP hold on is gonna be the question, and she's able to find that first one, forced back by the Paranoia though. So it is gonna be numbers maintained until, of course, that kill comes through from Cass. 3v3, and they're actually gonna just pivot over towards B, it seems like, but look who's ahead of them.
They already have the positioning in mind. Rari holding an awkward hand, just assuming that they're gonna go for the plant here. Oreo has to drop down. Looking at the wrong time and the wrong place, gets taken out immediately. There comes a trade from Rari, quick positioning. Managed to find the third, maybe. No, the shutdown from Cass, but the quick trade from Amaya. Able to get another round in the hands of LXC.
Very nice there. I think the read was perfect. The moment the pressure stopped on that A site, they realized that mid was open. It's probably going to be a rotation, and Rari in particular was so ahead of the curve, already setting herself up behind Pillar to be able to find that crucial opening kill. A little bit unfortunate that CPKK found no value for the showstopper like you mentioned, but overall I think it was just the early read and the rotation towards the B site that saved this round for LXC. And now, once again, timeout going to be called here first by PPQ to call the first one for them rather. And I mean, at this point you're going to be able to have a buy. Economy's not going to be a problem for you for the rest of the game most likely, but how do you get the rounds?
That's going to be the big question here. I mean, the pressure right now really, even though it's 4-5, is on LXE, right? Because they have to get the most value out of this half. I feel like they'll struggle a bit towards the attack with the lack of info, but you never know, because if you can get those trades in, that's the most important thing. This timeout can be really pivotal for PPQ to adjust their strategies, because they do have the economy to buy up something useful, but the problems are that when the commotion starts, LXE manages to find a lot of gaps that they can really expose, be it like a rotation or maybe just play a certain position and draw the attention away from PPQ. When they're combined in a 5-player force, they're really able to hit very hard, but individually they've just been taking different attention spots from different players, and it's a good job from LXE from really covering each other.
100%. I think that coverage is a major factor because the trades have really just been so consistent throughout this map. I think that's been a key factor in how they've been able to get themselves in such a position. Talking about positions now, the Xylina with the showstopper and the ultimate might not even need it.
Doesn't even back away here. Finally waits for some team utility to save them out. That's going to be one player off the board, and Sleepy Keiki was going to be the one to open up the door, I think, for these attacking team. They have to rely on utility. They have to put the wall down, so it's going to be a quick and quiet gap for a bit before anything exciting happens. As Hibari tries to swing out, but actually spots only one.
Nice little bit of utility, but actually soak Hibari down, dodges it almost,
Nice try.
But finally gets spammed out into oblivion.
I've got your
Again,
trail.
circumstances there.
Oh, June able to find one to heal up just to get a bit of HP going as they push on to the side. The little salvos just making sure that no one's there, but they don't check the corner yet. Rari able to sneak past.
no.
They don't know that she's there. This could be huge. There goes the first. They have to assess the situation, forcing this down to 2v1. They know where Arky is, or at least they kind of know where she is. She has the dog to play with, but she has to get the gun out. Already marking the mark. There goes the first kill. Planter exposed. There's the head, and it's enough to secure it. LXC, they scratch out another, and PPQ, what a good effort there. They lose their duelist early, yet they get the site still.
Clutch.
Yeah, but they're not able to convert it again. There's like been so many of these situations where LXC is able to pull out a massive clutch, and not just that, right? Just set themselves up for success. I mean, even though it was a 2v1, the timing on the peak there was perfect, able to isolate the 1v1s in that angle. And I mean, again, just the effect that Arky is having on this map along with Rari, you know, the support coming in from the sky, the heals as well, to be able to do a little bit more, and of course the headshots coming into boot. Rari in particular has been such a menace on this B side, consistently finding at least a kill or two before being shut down.
Very, very true. I feel like if you're PPQ though, obviously you want to go 6-6, but I think you'd be happy if you can go 5-7. You just need to get a bit more rounds into there, because you know that once you have that secured, it's going to be a lot more quote-unquote easy to deal with LXC on the attack, with the composition at least that they have. But so far, LXC has really shown how strong their trades have been, and that might be a problem on the stacking half. But currently, good spot on the camera. Awkward trade here, but Cass manages to win it.
Yeah, Cass, you know, pinned into place, has the dart as well, everything in the kitchen sink, just gonna be able to shadow step out of there, wants nothing to do with the rest of it, and gets freed out, so no potential for a trade to come through. That said, though, look at this alert from XUNA, already expected here.
Unimportant.
Good play.
Caught it.
Just waiting for some more information. They pull the rotate early. They're actually thinking on the defensive side that they might have wrapped around mid, but instead, PPQ, they double down. They might be able to get the punish on this close omen. Be very careful. Really close. The white thing, not enough to connect. A first kill. They lose one player, but at least the site is open. Cass, 30 HP remaining. Not much utility
30 seconds left.
They have a lot of dark cover and the paranoid to maybe slow things down, but Hibari, she could change this if she goes out now, interrupting the plant. They're gonna be one player down. The spike does go down. That's a great nade from the deadlock to really sit them down, but it's not gonna be enough. 3 players hitting the mark.
One enemy remaining.
Huge.
One enemy remaining.
Just around from Cass, 1v1 though, knows the position, but oh my god, Oreo the entire time just stuck in place is gonna be the one to close it out.
Last round in the half.
Flufee, when you said that Oreo was gonna be the linchpin, I don't think you meant it in that way, but that
Yeah, for sure.
round, 100% it was her.
I mean, they were already sat down, but all they could do right there is fight and aim. They managed to land the shots, and it forces LXC on a very awkward situation. 6-6 is a great place to be on attacking split. PPQ looking very strong this half, and LXC with a very awkward buy has to play this last round at such a deficit economy-wise.
100%. That said, though, I mean, I think that for LXE, they've managed to get 6. The problem is that, like you mentioned, Flufee, their attacking comp isn't as effective, and now it's a very awkward buy that they have for this final round. 3 sheriffs and 2 buckies. Not exactly the stuff of dreams. Still do have the deadlock in place, so a lot of information gonna be denied. Only one player really caught out by that Teho drone here, and I think the main problem is this dark cover. It's gonna provide them a little bit more deterrence. I don't think PPQ expects there to be this much of a disparity in the buy, or perhaps they just don't want to risk it, which I think is completely understandable.
Good use of the dog here just to make sure that everything is clear. They're gonna spot out that it's a fake mid pressure early there. Oh no, they missed the Tasmanian Tiger. That's gonna be it. I think the utility will be enough to push her out of position. Zarina, though, manages to keep herself alive, back away. But look at the response from the attacking team. They reroute themselves towards the A side after they pull pressure towards mid. And they've already given up that much space. Great use as well of that snake bite to do a bit more extra damage. The raining bullets fire down, but it's not going to be enough for them to get out of the site. They have to play this retake with 2 buckies.
30
it's going to be
left.
very awkward.
Spike planted.
Yeah, especially since it does seem like PPQ, they just don't want to push and risk it. Once again, though, it's going to be a nice little grab net. This time around, there's a crossfire. Beautiful paranoia, though. Additional piece of deterrence that they need to create this pressure. 4v4, Bucky in close range is exactly where it could shine. A lot of damage being done to the Omen, and it's just chip after chip. Finally, though, it is going to come down to the 1v3. All up to Oreophilia here as the defuse comes through. And Oreo, nothing that she could really do. Trapped inside the Deadlock ultimate will give LXC a 7th round. Even with the lesser buy, I think the Bucky and the Sheriffs, they were in the perfect position to really find the damage in that fight.
Switching sides.
Yeah, really unfortunate that they planted in that spot. It was very clear that they can really close the distance, using the walls as cover to get that gap even closer. The utility not mattering as much, but now that we're on this second half of the game, the big question is how many rounds can LXC actually get? Because PPQ, yes, they're down on points, but still, I feel like 5 rounds on split is pretty okay.
depends on how your defensive side is gonna be, because the only worry that I see here for PPQ is that they don't have a pure anchor player, right? They don't have Rory. They don't have a player like Rory or something like Hibari who has that dedicated utility for anchoring a particular site. Sure, you've got that chip that's gonna come through whenever people go through XUNA's walls, that Viper wall, a little bit of a pseudo sentinel here, but just not exactly what you'd get from a Cypher or a Deadlock. So I'm just worried that you know, we saw this on Fracture as well. If LXE just decided to run it down, you know, go for that W key, it might be enough for them to really just push through. And once that spike goes down, right? I mean, this particular team comp doesn't have as much deterrence utility available.
Yeah,
but still, there's a
I'd
decent
agree,
amount of
so.
plus ones. Yeah.
I feel like the difficulty is really just that they don't have that, but what they do have is a lot of chip damage. You push through this Viper wall, you're taking a bit. You're taking the raised paint shells, you're taking some damage. Same with Teo as well. There is a chance, especially on these earlier rounds with the low armor, that they will take enough damage that the retake becomes a lot easier. There is some logic in not having a hard sentinel, instead doubling down on your firepower, not only because you were the attacking half from the start, but just giving you a bit more chances to trade up in value as we move across the round. Right now, A looks like to be the plan for the attacker. They're positioned for it. They have no late alert set up necessarily. They have the pistol by, but LXE, they prioritize utility. And even when they're on this attacking half, they really just want to clear out as much as they can safely. But the question is, once you kind of do that util dump on the start of the round, how much do you actually have left in the tank to play the rest of it, if you can get in?
Beautiful paranoia though to start with. Oreo, just not much gas left in the tank, and the right click eventually gonna shut them down. Beautiful paint shells though to at least find the trade, but it's still so much damage done thanks to Sleepy Geeky's counter. One player versus the world. How much can Rory do?
That's the big question. This was the punish I was talking about. So much little chip adding up, and right now the big shot coming on Sleepy Cake, finding 3 the paint shells plus Viper wall, as well as Teo surviving quite a bit. Even while blind, he was able to get a couple body shots, I believe, before getting taken down. So she's doing such a good job of holding that site. And look at this, she's already 77 on Zarina even before getting like a real contact. So these paint shells as well as Viper coming out of heaven really just doing a lot of damage on this early rounds, which is not where you want to be.
100%. I think that chip really does add up, and the debuff from the Viper wall is just a slaughterhouse at that point, and paint shells from Sleepy Kiki finds full value, more than full value. Once again though, it's a quick A-rush that we're looking at. Oreo this time around tucked into the corner. Are they gonna check is the real question. Oreo only able to get one though, and that's a Spectre drop.
Gonna be a very difficult situation to get yourself out of this. At least they do get a bit of breathing room. They get onto the site without much contest this time around. The chip damage not working in the favor of PPQ. They get a small upgrade. Is that going to be enough? Because time is now ticking down. BBKG trying to find an angle. She's looking for someone to peek and give one for free, but no one is biting the bullet right now. Holding the close corner. The paranoia comes in. The double flash as well to secure, but no one actually pushes out. They're still stuck in the corner. There comes the spray down, but LXE manages to find 2. It's going to be so difficult. The classics. Oh no, has to back away. But the attention being pulled left and right, and LXE, they end up with another.
Another thrifty round that has been stolen away with just classics in hand. And honestly, I mean, first round pistol, I can understand Oreo playing on site alone, but especially in these buy rounds, right, you want to be sure that you're in a position where if at least you're not in a tradable position, you don't want to give your enemies too much. But this time around, right, especially this is the second time on this A site where we're seeing these close quarters combat go completely in favor of LXE. We saw it in the retake in the previous half. We saw it in this particular one. And now Oreo saying, all right, well, you guys want to use classics? I'll get one too. Okay, I saw Bucky there, but yeah, switches out.
I mean, they had the util to try to get out, but no one really went out at the same time as the Sky Flash and the Omen Paranoia. So it's giving a lot more breathing room than I think for LXE that you'd expect from PPQ. They have the utility to really back up what they want to do, but it's so difficult for them to convert anything after this.
Information garnered as well, thanks to that flash. Now 3 players towards main. I don't know if they're gonna be really pushing this over. At least they're gonna be making noise like they are. Frenzy actually able to find a kill, looking for a second, and might succeed.
Wow.
That's the spike, but the paint shells get the trade.
Paint shells to trade, but that's a lot of util just to flush out this first position. They still have to creep and crawl their way towards site, and 3 players playing the far end of things. They only have classics, so they're trying to fight on site. I'm surprised they're not doubling down, but they're worried about the macro game plan. Will they go here? Will they not? Because there are a lot of gaps on this map because they don't have that hard sentinel.
Smoke coming through on side, trying to enable Samfire to anchor it down. The problem here is his outlaw towards main, so you really just don't want to peek into it without finding a good timing. And
30
with that
seconds
dark
left.
cover going through, the timing might be there for Samfire. Timing is everything,
remaining.
and she actually is able to find the kill
Spike
along with
down
Cass.
A.
Just gotta be one player left alive. Sure, everyone just has classics, but there's power in numbers, and that's exactly what we're seeing here.
Oh, well, there goes one shot. Will they expect to close? But kind of peeks it, but no time. You have to get the spike. They're just dancing around the boxes right now. The right click's not in the land, and Samfire, huge on this round, able to really secure that site and make sure that no one can flush her out that easily. Playing around the enemy utility, and when they spot a gap, she takes the risk and she ends up on top.
30
A
seconds
good
left.
conversion here for a very low buy for their team.
enemy
Just not
remaining.
expecting the aggression coming out of heaven.
Yeah, I think being able to make that crunch towards that spike, sorry, not the spike, towards the orb after making that noise while tapping is great. Just a play that they really were able to capitalize off, and just the classics against, I think they got a Phantom down first, so really incredible round. Now full buy coming in for both of these teams though, and once again it seems like A is that site that you really want to start pressuring off, especially with this early heaven control.
Oh, they spotted the raise. They know as a judge they have to be wary of playing close. We already have one in Vents, just making sure that she has a hard time getting traded. XUNA gonna creep towards anywhere closer, honestly, at this point, just to make sure that they have that heaven control down. It's all up to this A side. Amaya looking to fight Stevie Cake. Will they get the shot? They do get the
Ooh.
body tag. No, actually, it doesn't.
It looked like a body tag as well. I swear it looked like it was a shot, but yeah, thankfully for this player, gonna be able to get away. Amaya not taking too much damage, but at least there is information of a lurk, so possible rotation to come through. I think that call has been made by Sleepy Keiki. Rari, the only one left onto site. Not gonna really spot anything, so Sleepy Keiki now the one to bear the onus of this fight. Has the outlaw, but her own pain shells cover her vision. Not able to find the kill.
Unfortunate timing there, just the wrong place at the wrong time, and like you mentioned, the
use
vision
them.
block causes just her out of the game. And now it's 30 seconds. They're gonna bolt
30
towards the A
seconds
side,
left.
fake some presence. Their bomb actually
the
on the B
Cypher.
side.
Poison orb.
Oh,
Oh,
Poison's off.
Pull cat. Blinded. One enemy remaining.
that is insane, and just absolute perfect utility, especially that Viper work towards mid. And now Amaya, sure, Spike is on B, but has his friends to play with, and 1v4 is what we're looking at for the clutch.
it's gonna be a difficult one, but at least trying to fake out some information here. Amaya playing the angle right. That's gonna be a huge clutch out if they pick the right place, and it is. The damage already there. It's round secured, and XUNA gets away with 4.
Wild mid hold from Xuna. I think that rotation through mid at 30 seconds, very, very risky play. I mean, sure, you want to make sure you have enough time to clear out sight, but also with your Cypher already having A control, it's a very questionable play to make, to try to just rush mid like that, and especially with that double kill coming in almost to collateral, and that Viper Orb making that third one look easy too. All the I's dotted, T's crossed for BPQ there in that round, and 8-8, sure, but the economy once again hugely in favor for PPQ. In fact, they're going to be able to get an op online.
I think that's such a big deal, especially with a team with no hard sentinel. Having one player dedicated to hold down a lot of these long angles is going to be very important. As TPKK, we've seen how she's really good with this operator. One kill and she gets a showstopper as well. Might be a start of a way for them to get even more value out of this raise. On the other side of things, LXC is even Steven right now, but they have to find their footing yet again. Round 17, and they're on this eco buy. On paper, it looks like a loss, but we've seen them pull out worse before.
They have indeed, and I mean, this timeout, it might be what they need to kind of like maybe reevaluate what they need, because they have a lot of very powerful ults that can compensate for having like the arguably more broken buy here. You know, Showstopper can find a couple of kills, the Deadlock ult, the Annihilation can grab a player as well. Both of these could be really useful in denying the plan, so if the time runs low enough, both of these by themselves could be enough for them to at least get an opening on side and get that spike down for a little bit more money. That operator, it's kind of gonna be a major factor here. CPKK already looking to go for the angle where these players are positioned. So the question is if it's gonna be a dry peak or not, and yeah, that's the case.
Xylila just slips through the gap there, able to find herself a reposition, but crossing this again will be a heavy risk. Cypher Cage possibility coming out. Is that going to be enough really to deter anything? They have to expect a pre-fire at least, but instead, the paint shell's going to go down. They know that has to come from sight now. Soundfire becomes new first contact, backs away out of safety, respecting the little sheriff buy here from LXC, not wanting to lose any player for free. They know the operator is still on site, but did they cross is the big question on PPQ's minds.
Samfire knows that, but either way, here comes the Trailblazer, the Showstopper invested as well to try and get her onto site. Not going to connect though. In fact, it's the operator to come out on top, and SleepyCakey finds that crucial first blood.
Oh, ultimate gonna come out, not gonna connect them. Both of their pseudo weapons out already. Soundfire managed to find one. The rest of PPQ is falling into place. The waterfall here, they break the utility, and now it's 2v5. Very difficult situation to be in. They only have the sheriffs to work with. At least time is taking down on their side. But a quick out here, or to flush the positions with the Omen Paranoia, funneling them onto a corner. And oh, the Colato, Imari might have a chance here if he can land the shot, but no, she doesn't. And it's Samfire who ends up winning the trade. Good effort from them and good damage, honestly, but they still keep that operator and the defuse.
That was a huge round as well for PPQ, because even though it was an eco round for LXC, they burned two of those very important ultimates, both the Showstopper as well as an Annihilation going down, which means that for this round, it's only going to be more passive ults like the Neural Theft as well as the Seekers available. Information focused, yes, but not really something that can do the damage or be incredibly powerful in a post plans. LXC kind of on the back foot right now, especially when you consider that the resources that their opponents have, you know, with that Viper's Pit available, the Showstopper available, so much deterrence in their pocket, and only one off of that Armageddon as well from Tejo. So just so many resources available, and with that operator still into play, it does look like it's a bit more of a default setup coming out of LXC.
Has to be the case. Early investment here from the Viper's Pit, making sure that no one can enter this mid section just very safely. Good combination with the poison out as well, denying even more vision. Finally, they do try to get some out, but they don't spot the Viper out just yet. Finally, they do. The stun's gonna come through, but no punish very quick. That means the ultimate is still there. Oh, but the gap has been closed, but not close enough. SUNA able to get a shutdown. Zalina try to do something cheeky there.
SleepyCakey as well, taking B main control here, so Paranoia, I don't know if the Omen actually spotted out this player, but unfortunately the Paranoia goes wide. The flash doesn't, so SleepyCakey senses danger, barely manages to get out alive, and still it's gonna be CUDA towards mid, holding it down until Rari manages to creep up and take that out.
Hibari trying to reposition here. The operator still in play. They're going to invest the ultimate best to make sure that nothing is going to be seen. Denying the info here. Util trades come forward, but that's not actually going to matter. Soundfire aware that there's a possibility of mid, trying to hold down this linchpin of a situation, moving towards each other. Rari, great ultimate right now. That's going to be for sure get value. And speaking of which, Soundfire able to hold down the fort yet still.
Samfire now going to be able to reposition as well. Spike goes down on A, sure, but it's still a 3v3. The problem is SleepyCakey on a little bit of the back foot here with this Showstopper to start with. Lurk from Rari though. Might be able to find Samfire. Third kill on the round on track for the A. Spots out the operator, but in fact it is going to be SleepyCakey to come out on top. 2v2 and the Showstopper is popped to boot, so a lot that you can do here.
Oh no.
But it misses.
It misses, but not the operator. The firing trades into a 1v1. SleepyCakey, time not on her side. One bullet in the chamber. Has to be very careful of this. They can just play the time, but it's not going to be there for Amaya and SleepyCakey. The eagerness to peek punished, and the operator, one bullet was all she needed.
Perfectly played, you know, the top of the spike, and then just a position on the wider angle to know that the op would have that advantage. One bullet, all she needed, and the 3K from SleepyCakey will confirm a 10th round on the board for PPQ. It looked like such a difficult round as well, especially with Rari on that lurk, being able to shut down that Viper space, as well as find Oreophilia, and that Tejo ult's not finding any value as well. So a couple of things got burnt there, but at the end of the day, it was gonna be Samfire along with SleepyCakey cooking in this round, and beautifully managing to make sure that this post plan doesn't work out.
Such a difficult spot to be with, be in, and I'm sure a demoralizing situation as well. You have everything set up for you for success, and normally when you have an operator player going for a late rotate for the retake, it's a bad thing, right? You'd rather have a rifle most of the time, but it's somehow, some way, the combination of even the Showstopper not connecting, and even if they wasted time a bit with that dance on heaven, still able to land the important shots where it counts. The operator retake actually getting a lot of value there with the support from her team. Now 10-8, PPQ in the lead. game number 3. Finally on that double digits. They're on the defense already. We were a bit worried about how they're going to play this, considering that they didn't have that Sentinel. But the bigger concern we always had was LXE. They don't have a lot of that punch in comparison. Running that double Sentinel right now seems to be a detriment that they're slowly tripping up on themselves on.
The operator this time around not quite connecting, and in fact a lot of damage being taken for Sleepy Keki's troubles. Oreo though actually finds a kill with the missiles. Hibari caught lacking a little bit, and that's going to be a very interesting opening kill to start things off with. I don't know how it happened. Were you watching, Flufee?
No, I was as surprised as you, but that was a big kill. Not only is it a Sentinel, but Hibari could have gotten her ultimate really quickly. Just one more kill. That's going to be a big blow to how the defense wants to rotate themselves, being one player down. Spotting out a good use of that drone, Oreo. Just make sure that they get as much info as they can, since they are down. But Arky tries to creep here. The shutdown from Oreo, playing safe. Backs away instead. Uses the utility where it matters. Pull herself to safety.
Oreo opting to just go back, fall back, join her teammate. 3v5 situation, and Xylina tagged up to boot, so no ultimates available either for the squad. It's all going to come down to just the gunfights, and with the clock ticking down, it does seem like a rotation to A is the call that's been made. Seems like Xyune knows though, and that is such a huge molly to buy more deterrents.
30 seconds left.
That's going to be so difficult, but a good reposition. 30 seconds on the clock. They need to start going for the secures right now. Brace for impact on the defense as they move towards the mission objective. They have to do this within this amount of time, no matter the cost. Because the cost is so high and the price to be paid is not there. Oreo able to get a trade. 10 seconds has to get the plant down. Can they stop this? It's the big question. Defenders flood in, but the protection from heaven is not enough. And PPQ get round 11.
Get it indeed, and 2 rounds away from being able to move on in this lower bracket and knock LXE out. Remember, this is an elimination game. Whoever wins is going to be continuing to make that top 4, and we were talking about this, or rather, Quack and Pilski were talking about it during the panel there, Flufee. The top 4 teams, they will get a direct invite to that group stage, so it is so important for both teams to be able to win this out today, and slowly but surely, they're getting closer and closer to be able to lock their opponents out. Once again, an equal situation here for LXE. If they lose this, it is going to be match and series point for PPQ. And once again, PPQ really starting to cycle those ults around. I think the only good thing is that LXC, they're still able to consistently find some kills in the rounds that they lose. So they are at least able to continue charging up their own ults as well.
Very good points there. Time ticking down. Quick start to speed things up. Xyune gets a punish on Xylina. That's one player down already. They're on such a low buy. They have to at least get some form of value here. But Sleepy Keiki, maybe the operator punish is possible, but she has the angle. The cage will fall just in time. The shot does connect here. One less player, and it's 3 on the attack, trying to navigate their way up on the mid side and get some ground. But it's been so difficult with the options that are being presented to them.
Just no path left open here by PPQ. They know they have the better weaponry, and they have been great at not just being able to put themselves in advantageous positions, but also in being able to hold down those crossfires. Cast out actually going to be able to wrap around and find the timing. Both remaining players somehow towards mid here. Hibari is able to find some vengeance for her fallen comrade here, but 2v5, only sheriffs in hand. It's gonna be a very good round with the annihilation, and Xyune just says, alright, this is all you get. What is all you get? No further. Match point for PPQ, and I don't know about you, Fluffy, but I think that at this point at least, it's gonna be a very hard uphill climb for Lexi.
A lot of the pressure from his attack cap is losing Xylina early. It's happened a couple times because unlike the other compositions with the initiators, she doesn't have that long range support to really get her to where she wants to go safely. She just has the kind of trust that she'll win that 1v1, and because of the passive play style here on mid, just not able to secure any gaps for them to really go through. That being said though, the composition from PPQ, though they don't have the hard utility to stop anyone, it also allows them to move a bit more freely with the map. All their util can be just flexibly used here and there. And I think those small little trades are really helping them build this bridge that has started to become this huge moat that is just something that LXC has not been able to chew through.
100%. Ever since they won that thrifty round way back in round 15, you know, going up against the buy that was carried over in that anti-eco steal away route. I think that PPQ have been great at just putting together the momentum here, especially with the kind of positions that they've been holding. They look much more comfortable, I would say, especially Xune, taking full advantage of the debuffs and DKs caused by those Viper orbs and that wall. I think the positioning in particular of Xune has been great throughout this entire map, just being able to maneuver and pressure people who are trying to get into the site. This time around, though, it just looks like a more straightforward movement.
Grenade is live.
My territory, my rules. Nothing there.
Deadlock is going to be narrowly dodged there. Bit of chip, though, taken thanks to that Viper Molly.
Get him.
Oh, gonna be a bit more difficult now. Opened up the door already, but no one's coming to knock just yet. Having to wait for the regroup fully. They might have to let the plant down go down here. They don't spot the player close though, but quick trades coming in. They're already knocking for this victory, but who can get it down?
Buried. Hawk out. Blinded.
Question there, Arky. They may be able to try and keep things alive here, but now it's a 2v1. Arky was seen in the clutch before. This time around as well, possible. No bullets though, 15 HP and a dream. Finally swaps out the gun. Both players low, but this time Oreo says, not happening, buddy. This is my clutch. Pops the Armageddon as well, because she knows she doesn't need it. Thankfully not gonna hit her, because I think at 30 HP it's definitely gonna do enough damage. But 13-8, it is gonna be
Defenders
PPQ
win.
who take this series and move on to that top 4. What a huge win for them. It means so much here, Flufee.
I mean, you can see how excited the players are right now. They're just in relief that that's the way that they got the game to go. Because what a weird ending. It's forced into a 1v2. One player kind of disarmed, waiting for the utility to come back to draw out the weapon. The awkward situation yet working in their favor, even though they're able to swap out the weapons.
Yeah, one more bullet there and Oreo would have been a goner, especially since the gun wasn't out, but just sometimes fate really isn't in your fate, I suppose. And today, at least, it is going to be PPQ coming out on top. You know, protracted 3-map struggle. There was a lot to really fight through there, but they managed to do it in the end. And, you know, Flufee, for this series, at least, any closing thoughts that you have?
I'm just really excited that we're able to see the full potential of both these teams. We've seen how they're both really strong on the attack, but on the final map, it's really only one that gets to make it through. And I'm just happy that it was that close, you know?
True, both teams really fighting for that spot, making sure that the better one is the one to come out on top. And unfortunately for today, we are going to have to say goodbye to Luke's GC for this particular tournament. Precision, Power, Quickness will be moving on. Either way, though, that's gonna be enough. That's gonna be all you're hearing from us. We're gonna be throwing it back to our wonderful panel, Pilski as well as Quack. What are your thoughts on the series?
Thanks so much, Zach. Look, my thoughts are, I didn't know PPQ standard for Pilski predicts better than Quack.
Wow!
But outside of that, I would say that it was a fantastic series. Really, really back and forth stuff. Some great games and great halves from both teams, but it really felt like, for me, PPQ's reps on the map, and particularly that comp on attack, not really hitting as hard as the girls over on Lux wanted it to. But that thrifty win as well, super brutal, especially in a big high pressure game like that. That really is going to take the wind out of your sails, man.
I think it really did. Well, I mean, first of all, yes, Pilski does predict better than Quack. I bow down to your supremacy. It happens. It is what it is. I'm really bad at it. But yeah, you know, you kind of touched a little bit on it, and that's going to be kind of the comp difference between the two teams, right? The reps coming in for sure, but also just kind of seeing, especially in this defensive half from PPQ, that you saw how the double controller, you saw how the Viper just provided that much more control over parts of the map. I mean, even on the attacking side, there's just gonna be that extra layer of like, oh, there's this Viper wall in my face. Is someone on the other side? Do I push through it or not? And on the defensive half, then you have just that many more options where the Viper Spit comes up towards mid. There's just that much more control. We didn't see, you know, quite necessarily enough of like the raise or the deadlock coming in to, you know, try to break some of these setups that PPQ had. So it was just a little bit tougher for sure, but at the same time, I mean, just so much being done right by PPQ. Flufee mentioned a little bit as well that, especially on the defensive half, you have these setups, you have the trades that come with it, and with that, just Lux was always kind of playing catch up towards the end of the entire map.
Yeah, I'd agree with that. I think, look, they played a defensive side of comp, going on to defense side of split. They got a 7-5 half. It's not too bad for Lux, but yeah, the second half was brutal. I think you're starting really far behind when you do, unfortunately, get hit by that thrifty win going the way of the opponents. And then I felt like on attack, what I really want to see from Cypher Deadlock is you get into the sites, you get yourself into those post plants, and you make it almost impossible for the other team to attempt a retake, right? But it felt like for PPQ, you mentioned the setups and the controllers playing a really, really good kind of anchoring role, so to speak, but also you got to touch on the flexibility that you're going to get from, Teo's Sky and things like that, the Raze as well, to be able to flexibly retake, and it felt like they didn't have too many issues doing that.
Yeah, absolutely true. I mean, we saw rounds where, the Armageddon comes out and it gives them a bit more space on the site, or even just to come in with the retakes, right? No matter what Lux was trying to do, wherever they were trying to set themselves up, they would always get kind of pushed and nudged a little bit. And that's where the cracks started to show ultimately for PPQ to find that definitive win, especially in the second half, round 15 onwards. I mean, you see it right there. It's just so many defuses coming through that retakes basically coming through that Lux couldn't quite comfortably deal with. 1 out of 6 post plants, it is what it is.
Yeah, I mean, for sure, but that is the biggest issue at the end of the day. Like, you're playing Cypher Deadlock, once you get into those sites, like we've seen it from a lot of teams that popularize these comps, like Nongshim and teams like that, where it's like, once you get into the site, you need to make it a stronghold. And if you're getting into a post plant, you better be winning it, right? Like, either you're just setting up an impossible retake for the opponent, or you have active lurks and things like that. So unfortunately for Lux, some of that may come down to just a lack of reps on the map. Maybe the compositional choice didn't suit them as well as they maybe wanted it to. You were talking about Xylena not playing the Raze as much, although she didn't have the worst performance by any means. None of them really did. They played pretty well as a team all around. No one lagging too far behind. It was just, unfortunately, that second half and dropping the thrifty on a very, very rough round to be doing so. And PPQ just looking a little bit more comfortable, man.
Yeah, it definitely came through. I mean, that said, though, I do admire the tenacity. I still do admire how close it was from that first half. It's just up to that point where that thrifty kind of came through, like you mentioned, Pilski. So it is kind of tough, but at the end of the day, your opponents were just a little bit more stable, especially, whether or not it's the composition or how they played it. They managed to bring themselves over that finishing line. And XUNA, especially on this map, I touched on the Viper a little bit. Of course, the initiators were there as well, but I just felt like there was a little bit more control thanks to this Viper. The timing on how, or even the positioning of how she sets up the walls, the crucial rounds where she's able to block off certain lanes by using her Viper's Pit. XUNA was definitely there with her team in this entire map.
Yeah, for sure. You need, if you're going to play the Viper on this map, like attacking side, you talk about the wall cycling with the lurks and things like that, but defense, totally agree with you. Like, the putting up the wall at the right time, and your team as well as yourself positioning your way around that, being kind of a pseudo sentinel in some cases, being that site anchor, super important. And she's had a fantastic performance there as the MVP of the third map in a make or break series, where if you lose, you're going to get knocked out of the tournament and then you drop 300 ACS. So huge performance. Hats off to XUNA there, keeping her team in the tournament and also giving her team a chance to play in towards that next split and not have to play through another qualifier.
That's right. That's going to be the biggest factor, right? Coming through, you get to move forward. You get that top 4 spot coming in for the next split. That's always the much coveted win. So we'll see kind of how they continue forward off of that. But at the same time, right now, winner's interview with Sleepy Cakey right here.
Hi.
Hi, how are you?
I'm great. Honestly, never felt so excited with adrenaline.
Yeah, for sure. That was a big win. How does it feel to win that game and then obviously get yourself a spot over in Split 2 without having to play through another big Swiss qualifier?
Honestly, it's such an amazing opportunity that was given to us because we've only practiced for only a week, but I've been in the scene for 4 years, so finally being in the playoff with the girls, it felt amazing. It's like a dream come true.
Dream come true is great. I mean, we could see it quite a bit, especially when you had like clutch moments or a big round with like your showstopper. You're like pumped up. Can you like kind of talk us through that a little bit?
So every time we go through a round and we win, and for me and my team, we have to keep like motivating each other to like, hey, even if it's a small win, even if we're losing hard, as long as we get the round, we can do this. We can. The game never stops until we really lose. So yeah.
Awesome. I wanted to ask you, you had a massive performance on Haven, like the first map to kick the series off. That was your opponent's map pick. What was your team's preparation as well as just your approach on the Jet on that map?
As for preparation, we actually had a few times scrimming there, but we were uncertain about some of the strats. So we actually took last-minute strats from DRX, and we tried to put that into play without any practice, which is really crazy for us to do, but we just had to do it. And for my own plays, my team always told me to just peek. Don't have any fear. Just doesn't matter who you're fighting. Just keep peeking. And so I did, and somehow it actually worked out pretty well. Luckily.
Thankfully, it does work out. I mean, we really admire how like your team has this sort of like never give up kind of mindset, and we definitely saw that especially a lot more in the third map. I mean, now you're on that Raze, like what's that difference, like swapping back from the Jet back onto the Raze? How does that play out for this final map?
Honestly, it's a bit more nerve-wracking because the last time I played Raze on Fracture, I may or may not have whiffed all of my ults, you know. But even so, I trusted all my teammates. It didn't matter what I do because everything that we do it together.
All right, awesome. Well, thank you so much for the interview, and congratulations on qualifying through into towards Split 2, and good luck further on in the playoffs.
Yeah,
thank you so
much.
Thank you,
Sleepy Cakey.
Thank you.
That is just like
wow.
What's the word? Like a contagious feeling, like contagious feeling of like happiness when you speak with a player who's that pumped after they've just won a big series like that, especially one where, you know, as you said, as I said in the interview, long time coming, having played in the scene for quite a while now, and then making a very, very deep playoffs run. It's got to be a bit of a like career landmark for sure.
100%. Not just, you know, like a deep playoffs run. It's also like that free seeding into Split 2. I mean, like maybe that brings them into another playoffs run for the next split, and that's, you know, something that we can all sort of look forward to. So infectious personality, great. Great players are even greater, and hopefully we get to see a lot more of that.
Alrighty, well, if you didn't get enough Thai energy from Masters Bangkok, we've got another Thai Turby right after this short break. Join us very soon.
Watch me speak, about to take over your screen. Talking bulls in 93, talking mama, I'm on TV. Y'all know all I do is me, all I do is me. Y'all sit back and watch me speak, y'all sit back and all I know, my money green, about to snap and make a scene. My cup off and make this free, my cup off and make them scream. Go back off for TMZ, y'all sit back and watch me speak. Y'all sit back and watch me speak, y'all sit back and watch. Watch me. Watch me. Watch me. Sit back and watch. Sit back. Sit back. Sit back. Sit back. Money long, nothing on credit. I got style, don't catch no feelings. All this bread ain't got no lettuce. I got style, don't catch no feelings. Watch me. Watch me. Sit back and watch. Sit back and watch. Sit back and watch. If it ain't got style, I ain't with it. I ain't with it. If it ain't got style, I ain't with it. Look. If it ain't got style, I ain't with it. I ain't with it. If it ain't got style, I ain't with it. Look. Watch me. watch it back.
Welcome back to Valorant Game Changers Southeast Asia Split 1. We're into our second series of the day here on day number 3 of competition. It's another lower bracket game here. Make or break Quack for one of these teams to try to make their way into a Split 2 qualification or a go again in another Swiss stage qualifier for the next split.
Yeah, it's either or. But it's also, you know, like you mentioned just before we went to the break, another tie derby, like 2 tie teams just like yesterday. And the one constant for these matchups so far has been Mad Army. I mean, the core of this team, if anyone watching has followed Game Changers Southeast Asia before, or even maybe just Game Changers in general, these names would be familiar to you. It's, of course, I'm talking about the players like Ginny, Muffin. Sorry, I gotta look at the list again. Where am I looking at? There we go. Alyssa, well, Baby TZ, of course, I can't forget her. But at the same time, sometimes they sub Felsi in and out, but we also got Kit Kat in the roster. Like, big names in the Thai Game Changer scene for sure. And the one that I'm the biggest fan of is Ginny, with her IGLing. I mean, she just does so much for whatever team she's on.
For sure, Ginny is so OG, man. Even before Valorant, like, I remember Ginny. So, like, Ginny, I'm old. So if I say someone's OG, then you don't have to take my word for it, because most of what I say is not factually accurate. Regardless, though, let's get a little bit of a closer look at the player lineups here, because we may be quite familiar with Mad Army if you've been following the Game Changers scene, or you're as old as I am and you're a big Ginny fan. But also we have LILAX on the other side of this, who have been doing very, very well for themselves. They had a great run in the Swiss stage as well. And then they had to play Team Falcons Vega twice, which is not something that anyone wants to do. If you can avoid it, then do that.
Well, yeah, if you can, but if not, you might end up with a 13-1, and that's just tough. But hey, the Swiss stage game where they played against Team Falcons Vega did not go in a 13-1 fashion. That was like 13-7, 13-8. And I think it's partially due, in fact, to some of their performances from the Swiss stage that actually landed them in a higher seeding, higher placement against Mad Army. I mean, they were just like 4th and 5th in terms of standings from the group stage against each other. LILAX just came out on top because of that slight round differential. So I think that all points towards the fact that both teams are quite evenly matched.
Yeah, for sure. And they should know each other very, very well indeed, having been from the same country. But let's take a little bit of a look at our player matchup here. We do have Muffin going up against Micro once again. We are comparing some of these duelist players. And I have to say, for Micro, I mean, that is a game, guys, against Team Falcons Vega. And that was the game in the playoffs where they did get 13-1 2 maps in a row. So, look, I'm going to say throw those stats out the window, never look at them again. Because to be fair, in the Swiss stage game, she played quite a lot better. And also, for the majority of the Swiss stage, pretty good stats overall for Micro. So you're definitely, I don't think you're going to be seeing any kind of 10-27 performance here. And to be fair, it would be an honor to go 10-27 against Team Falcons Vega. That's how much of a fanboy I am.
Okay, I was like on board with you up to that last statement. I was like, what?
I went off the edge.
All right.
What about Muffin though, Quack?
I mean, I gotta agree. Yes, everything they're saying is very much true, but we also, do want to kind of look at the stats from Muffin. Of course, a lot of this is due, in fact, to the sample size that we do have from just the fact that this is split 1 of 2025. But both players, both teams are absolutely incredible. Like you mentioned, oh my god, I'm blanking out, excuse me. Micro was definitely that standout player from the group stage for her team. Muffin was putting up big numbers yesterday, big moments against Full Sense Cat C in that series yesterday. I mean, we're talking about like single-handedly holding B Heaven on split, 180-degree turns into flicks, and then she's landing all these crazy shots. It's moments like that that put Mad Army on top, but we cannot let LILAX go without talking about Sendari. I mean, that's another player. It's easy for us to go into a head-to-head between duelists, But another constant from LILAX's games from the group stage was Sandari. I mean, she was putting up huge numbers as a controller player. We're talking about like constantly kind of just positive KD, even in some of the games where they weren't doing particularly well. Sandari as a controller was stable in how she was providing that backline support for her team, at least getting, you know, 1 kill in most rounds.
Yeah, she does seem to be the IGL for the team as well, according to the lovely notes that I've been provided for myself. And something that I remember about Sandari is she plays a lot of Clove. It's going to be a lot of Clove, non-stop, all the time. Another player to watch, though, that you did mention before is Baby TZ. I'm pretty sure this is Tash Bunny's favorite player because
Yes.
Whenever I talk to Tash Bunny, she says Baby TZ at least 5 times a conversation. And I say to her, I go like, Tash, we're talking about like what's your favorite coffee shop, and she's just talking about Baby TZ.
That's kind of,
and Baby TZ loves this one.
9 out of 10 times. But yes, yeah, I know. I mean, they hang out a lot. They're practically best friends at this point. Baby TZ, first thing she did right after her match yesterday was to run to Tash's stream, trash talk Tash a little bit. Then they hopped onto a horror game together or something. Unfortunately, Tash is not with us today. She's not watch partying either. But we do want to give a lot of support to Baby TZ as a really incredible Sentinel player. She's very patient, picks her timings incredibly well, and if you were following through yesterday's games, she was just the most annoying impeccable lurker ever. Full Sense Catsy had their hands full with her, especially on a map like Fracture. Just picture you're trying to read the map, you're playing on defense, you're getting hit by utility on one side, and as soon as you rotate over, Baby TZ is on north side, she picks you off. It's things like that, and it keeps happening.
All right, well, let's take a look at the maps that these two teams are going to be playing. Maybe we'll get some more Baby TZ lurks on some of them or not. For LILAX, I think they're going to be selecting Haven. It is a map that they do have a fair few reps on. Not one that Mad Army minds to play too much. Fracture will be the choice there for Mad Army, though, so that's going to be an interesting one. I can't scroll. Let me scroll. It's not letting me scroll. Quack, please help me.
We're trying to scroll. What? Okay.
I'm trying to scroll. I'm trying to scroll to see how much Fracture they played, and it's just broken. I'm a boomer and my device is broken. Please, someone give me tech support. Lotus is going to be the third map, and look, LILAX has got a lot of reps on Lotus. They're 4-1. I even remember a different iteration this roster when I did Game Changers SCA last, which was quite a while ago now, playing a fair bit of Lotus. So I think they're going to be pretty comfortable on that as a third map decider.
I think, yeah, both teams are fairly comfortable on this. I am just particularly stunned due in fact to LILAX not banning out Fracture. Fracture was one of the maps where, you know, they ran it a little bit often. They played it against Falcons Vega. They lost twice against Falcons Vega. You would think maybe that would lead to a ban, but no, they leave it open. And Mad Army just won on Fracture yesterday. Also, you know, not a huge, not a lot of reps on the map, at least statistically, but definitely showing a bit of comfort on that map, just like how Baby TZ was lurking. So I am a little bit perplexed as to why the map Veto went this way.
I mean, they also beat For Fun pretty one-sidedly on it. But I'm going to say it again, for LILAX, I mean, they're only playing Team Falcons Vega. And if you lose to Team Falcons Vega on a map, does that mean you're bad at the map? Remains to be seen. Regardless, we've both gone for Mad Army here in our predictions, Quack. For me, looking at what this core's been able to do, having players who have attended, in some cases, multiple Game Changers championships at this point, they are the tie squad to beat here in SCA. So I think that's what LILAX are going to be trying to do here. They're going to try to cause a little bit of an upset, but let's see what Agent Comp they're going to do to use to try to make that happen.
There you have it. You call it out. It's going to be that Clove. Of course it's going to be that Clove.
She just plays Clove, man. She just plays Clove on every map.
She does.
Look, you can be, it can work. It can definitely work. You usually see it more so as a secondary controller though, and the smokes, they have a big radius. So something on Haven, for example, you can't anchor C with Clove and then do a lobby control, Quack. That don't work. So you got to be positioned in the middle of the map on defense. It's going to change how you play a lot. You know, I could go on, but no one wants to hear me out.
No, we do want to hear it. You're providing a lot of great insight. And I have to agree with you. You are absolutely right. It's not exactly, you know, a great like primary controller. What it does kind of provide you with, though, in turn of more like stability with the smokes and whatnot, is I guess more, I don't know, I want to say fracking power, but not really, right?
Yeah.
It's kind of just flexibility in how you can kind of debuff your opponent and throw out and take more fights, possibly, especially with the ult coming in. So maybe that's kind of that play style that LILAX are gearing towards. But looking at the amount of control, the balance that the composition of Mad Army provides, I do believe that they have, you know, quite the task ahead of them.
Yeah, I think, looking at Mad Army's last games of Haven, they've been swapping up their comp a little bit. They have been playing a little bit of ISO Yoru. They've been experimenting with the Teo, so they're changing up what they want to be doing every which map, but they're going to rely on something a little bit more stable. However, over on the side of LILAX, they've got a good record on this map, so they're going to be feeling very good about it. Let's see how our casters are feeling about this series, though. We'll toss it over to Zahk and Flufee.
And Quack, I'm feeling fantastic, and I'm pretty confident I can say the same about Flufee. We are here to bring you the action for our second series of the day to see which Thai team will come out on top. So, you know, Flufee, we were just talking about that map. Veto, how are you feeling about heading into Haven and what we just saw based on the Asian comps?
I mean, every time I see Haven, I can only think about our first series of today and how that attacking half is ever so important. I mean, Pilski brought out a lot of good points, especially with the Clove pick. It does limit a lot of your flexibility of what you want to do on the map, but what you get instead of that is a lot more aggression, because you can play a bit more risky, which kind of favors the playstyle of how you want to be playing Haven if you're just like straight attacking one side. The macro might take some punishment, but the micro plays can be improved a lot, and that's something that I'm really excited to see as we move on to Haven.
100%. I think those narrow details, right? Those can kind of like sometimes be the difference maker that really happens. And I mean, at least both of these teams, especially for Mad Army, you know, they've run the gamut. They are one of the most experienced teams. We have the first core to really represent SEA at that global championship. So a lot on the line here. It's nice that, especially for Ginny and Muffin, as well as Lisa, right? All three of them playing in China last year. So have come back with a little bit more experience. Hopefully they're able to translate that a game, make that top four to make things easier for them next time around. But I mean, for LILAX as well, they're no slouches, and like our panels talk about, they have such a strong record on the map.
Here.
Good records, but that's not going to stop anyone from trying to break that. Right now, what they're trying to break is this A defense here. They get some pressure in, but they back away slowly. Very, very careful plays here coming in. Baby TZ just holding the charge, making sure that no one can go for a big flank. They re-rotate towards C, but that's where the enemy Killjoy is.
Killjoy and her utility to boot Yellow bot towards long. I'm pretty sure that that's a choke point where a molly or any kind of even aftershock or something is going to do a lot of damage unless they break it. And I mean, for the Killjoy are happy to just tuck herself into the corner. Recon breaks early as well, so precise position, not going to be pinpointed. The flashes, though, in perfect succession, actually able to take her down. The reload, there is going to be some team help there, and with that double advantage, they get onto site.
Get on the site, but now the problem is the retake. 3v5 in this situation. Not a lot of util to work with, no controller as well. That Clove being down is going to be a problem as they try to take some more space, but they're going to have to be so open. There goes one, but two. Shock Dart good for the damage, forcing them into an awkward angle. The chip working out for them, but look at the wraparound. They're on a clock right now. They have to be aware, and there comes Baby TZ from the shadows. They wait for that mid lurk and eventually convert the round. Good start here for our attacking team, and LILAX just waiting for some help there. I feel like that utility on the site, just not enough delay. This is one of the downsides for having that Clove. It's kind of slower to go for it to help your team because you have to stay in that position, which means the Breach has to watch the B side opening as well, meaning that Breach also in turn is kind of late for his own stuns and setups. You can't just like AFK and hold your arms out onto that corner. You have to be a bit more proactive or intentional for how you want to play this.
100%. And I think after you win that pistol, often teams, they buy up and they make that mistake of just like rushing into things, but making it a little bit more methodical. Right now, You have that creep up towards A long. Only gonna be the Sova here, and slowly but surely, the mid is being pushed by 2 players. So it is gonna be the call to rotate off of A, possibly, especially with that Sova drone coming. That's the information kind of that the approach is coming on A, and it seems like it's better to find some kind of safety in numbers.
Good little exchange there towards C. The real fight is the creep towards A. They already hear the jet. The dash is already burnt, but the weapon advantage still in play. They get a very clean plant right now. It's going to be the pincer coming in from the defenders for the retake. They have 2 already on the flank, but look at the positioning here from Baby TZ. Only with a ghost, not much to lose, but they have to spend so much time just to make sure that they can clear her out. If they peek at the wrong time, it's not going to be enough, and they already spot him out. I think Baby TZ is signaling to her team that they are waiting for more, but that's too quick on the trigger. Some bullets flying by. Already 3 fall, and Mad just doing a mad dash for this round.
1 enemy remaining.
Ooh, yeah, nothing left to be done here. The Bucky gonna be possibly saved, or never mind. Just gonna be the attempt at the defuse, but no time on the clock for sure. And Mad Army know it. Happy to get off the site here. Another converted round that's basically flawless with all the guns that they're carrying through. And that's gonna mean there's gonna be a Guardian as well as a Vandal along with 2 Bulldogs. Very substantial buy shaping up for this bonus round. And we've seen a lot of bonuses being converted as well, Flufee, especially with the prioritizing that they're giving on consistently pressuring this A lane. I think they're creating like a fair bit of conditioning against LILAX there.
Yeah, for sure. I mean, we can already see that Mad is playing a bit more of that veteran Valorant where they have a lot of discipline, whether they full commit or to go out. They're very conservative with their moves, but they're attacking very hard with whatever they want to prioritize. They leave one of their players alone, maybe TZ, just with that Sheriff. Is going to be a pivotal factor in the defense here, or attack rather. They do find one off the bat, but Micro gets to creep in very close. She's in a very awkward position. Not right here for Sova, but that's a lot of damage. That might push her out of the space. Manages to find one, but a quick trade already for the attacking side.
Ooh, gonna be going forward. Trade is right, and now 3v4 situation advantage for the defenders here, playing a little bit more passively now that they've achieved that. It does seem like they still want to go for a push onto this A side. Only 2 players from this defense left here right now, and 1 in close corner. So a lot of the heavy lifting going to be falling on Arinji's shoulders. Should at least be able to trade herself out.
Very, very true here. Good stun as well.
Oh no.
They're going to be slowed down by that one. They get an opening shot. They're going to long-range support. Trying to get more value out of this. The weapon advantage slowly creeping in. The HP though for Baby TZ, not where they want to be. They have a lot of utility to work with. They have to go for a more aggressive play. Maybe Baby TZ is able to find 1 or 2. They were hyping it up. She tries to get the kill, but not enough HP to really survive anything else. They have the info of the last player. They can just play out the time here. And they get the shot. No connection. And from the heaven, the jump down here from Clove. Really the aggressive controller that she needs to be.
Definitely, and the defuse comes through as well. The buy round being converted here for LILAX, but decent amount of damage done, I would say, for MY, who really didn't put anything extra into the round aside from what they already had. Gonna be able to get a lot of these kills too, which means that the ultimate's getting a bit closer to fruition. I think RNG being able to maintain that much pressure down consistently really made this round possible, and of course Baby TZ's gamble there did really pay off. A nice try by Ginny to clutch out the 1v3, but just not going to be happening when you have so many players coming at you from different angles at the same time. LILAX now, I mean, there's 2 off with the Hunter's Fury. That could come into play if RNG can find another kill this round to deny the plans. But once again, it is going to be pressure towards mid to start off with. Only a lurk towards A, watching for a push possibly from the defenders.
A bit more aggressive gameplay here as they take up this. They doubled up on short on the previous round, this time taking the long approach. Killjoy going to try to hold down that fort. They've been playing the same angle, but with a judge could be very effective. I'm surprised that she tried to go for the peek here. Alyssa making sure that she is not being followed here. They have the trip that can be circumvented by Jet, who's playing very close now. Just a patience game. 1 minute remaining on the clock, and the creep on to B might be the open door that they're looking for.
Cross being watched though, so it depends on where the dark cover is going to be invested, or if they are going to go for a full-on commit. They're trying to sneak into it. Might be a little bit more difficult, but multiple players coming in, and B seems to be the points of call. This fight could decide the game, and Yuki forced back by the flash.
I like the respect of not using the stun there, saving it for a later round. There goes the Clove value Oh, they're just staring at each other, looking for cover,
Spike
trying to find a
planted.
bit more. BBTZ manages to get the enemy Sentinel out to the picture. 4v4 right now, but the pressure on the defenders to try to make a move. Trying to burst out the seams. It's not going to be enough. The double peak just clearing enough ground for them to force it to a 3v3. But look at the wraparound from the defenders. The retake already quickly coming into place. The spike is seen, and they do have a bit of cover to work with here. Forcing a peek from any of these attackers. But there comes Alyssa swinging really wide. Micro quick straight. They see the last player. Oh! Muffin, what a double to secure that. Amazing positioning coming on from this attack. It looks like a round robin there, just going in circles for both of these teams. And at the end, it's really this Jet to shut things down.
When you talk about circles, I think that was the most beautiful play I've seen in this game so far. I mean, to be fair, it's only been 4 rounds, but still, despite Sendere buying so much time and creating so much pressure, I think the fact that Alyssa was able to just get this first kill, but also buy enough time for the wraparound to come through for her teammate, just very nicely played there by Muffin, and overall the plant position as well in a good place.
That's a lot of people already pushing down the side. They have to barrel through, so there's no way that they can wait for this. Muffin still on the attack, not stopping the momentum from the previous round. Only one defender on the backside, wanted out as well. The flash not going to connect, but there goes 2 players trading each other out, forcing this into a 4v2. Not a lot of space for them to work with from the defensive side. The Rolling Thunder available as well. A lot of utility here for the attack to really hold down the fort. The fort just built already. Not going to give any round for free as they try to delay these defenders even more. But what can they do? Pistols in hand? Not much.
Blade Storm, though, that could be the difference maker here. Still, like you said, 4v2 and Streak on. Depends on if it's going to be immediately broken or not. Instead, though, it's just going to be the Blade Storm finding one before the round once again goes in the hands of Mad Army. They did use the neural thefts, but they managed to hold on to that Rolling Thunder, which he pointed out. So that could be a major ult heading into this particular round here. LILAX, though, that was their eco round. So now going to have enough money to go for a substantial buy, and especially with Sendere very close to having that second life thanks to that Clove ultimate. I think that they can afford to perhaps try to play a little bit more aggressively. I think so far, Mad Army, they've been able to fairly run it down since they've gotten these guns in their hand, and C has been looking very weak.
Very, very true. I respect Muffin's confidence as she just aims down and barrel. She's like fish in a barrel here on this long side for C. I like that in general, even on the previous 2 rounds, they've been okay doing a contact play instead of over-investing utility. They know that if they remove players that LILAX just cannot have any room to breathe here. They burn so much util just for this presence moment, and they still have the option to back, but it's not going to be enough to deter them. Already starting out very strong, 2 trades for 1, and it's up to 3 players. They still have that Rolling Thunder, or will they invest it? That is the big question. Great flash to push out the backside, and Clove, this is why you're playing this agent. The overheal just doing so much to get her to fight even longer, and now the team is rallied behind, just trying to get any kill they can. They funnel onto the point, and what a great and clean retake by holding that backside for C.
Yeah, just not being able to flood onto side like they usually do. I think the difference here was having that Killjoy utility available early on. You know, the first few rounds, it's just been immediately broken, but a combination of the utility and that shock dart, along with the peaks coming out of Sendere towards CT, being able to find a double kill, along with Yuki, 2 leech in fact for them, is just too much pressure for Mad Army to really break through. The quick rotation, as well as a little bit of a stack, I would say, really solving the problem that they've been facing for the last couple rounds. Now, though, Muffin seems like she's opting to just play with the Blade Storm. Oh, never mind, she bought.
Scanning ahead. The reinforced buy instead, gonna double down, make sure that she's on equal footing with the rest of her team. C seems to be a fan favorite here for Mad Army, and maybe something that they won't expect. The Killjoy utility, like you mentioned earlier. Dash through. He's gonna stop a lot of that early pressure. Just safety in for Muffin as she makes sure that no one can make a clean retake. Might be a bit of a problem, but there comes maybe TZ from the side, able to remove 1. There goes with the lurks. They just have to deal with this, and an awkward fault line as well. They try to use both to combo with the Hunter's Fury, but that might not be enough, although it is okay to get 1.
Gets the first kill, but look at this. There's 2 major ults to contest against, both the Rolling Thunder as well as the Hunter's Fury, ready to try and deny the spike flash from coming through. Either way, though, a player left on the island, 3v4 advantage still in numbers-wise favor of this team.
Oh, what a great spacing here. Will able to get a swing low as well. They know where the Sova is, but look at the wraparound. Maybe TZ goes huge. Oh no, the awkward timing with the Cypher Cage. Somehow, some way, they're able to fight through the pain, and that retake, which looked almost impossible. You mentioned earlier, Mad Army, they had the ultimates to really double down on that post plant, but they just go for shots instead, and LILAX just really fighting for every single inch of this round.
Yeah, I feel like LILAX also they had such good fights, you know, just almost completely isolated, able to just win out every single 1v1 they took towards the end there, and a little bit of a tragedy for Mad Army. I mean, the rounds where they've excelled, it's been them playing as a team, so learned from Baby TZ kicking in, but just a little bit too late.
Very true, and now they're rewarded with the operator as well, able to fend off a lot of these early attacks. What started out very strong for his attacking half, looks like to be slowing down, might be punished even further with the operator, given a chance to peek with a fault line reposition. Goes for the TP instead. Now they're aware that there's an op in play. They have the Sova drone to maybe flush her out, but will that be enough to get any sort of damage? Because speaking of which, Micro just brought down to 5, but thankfully the operator, it might not matter as much.
It's nice in a way, because usually these operator players, you tend to play with that half armor, so any other gun, you know, sorry, any other armor for full armor would have dropped to that sheriff. But yeah, being able to stay alive with 5 HP when you have an operator and you gotta hit one shot anyway, it's gonna be giving you like it's okay if you're a glass cannon, and sure. I think Micro is in position to possibly find
Oh, speaking of finding a kill here, Killjoy just holding down the fort towards this B and C side. Garage defended and calling for some backup as they put this attack attempt to a halt.
Just patience coming in though. This might be the call to perhaps head into B. Baby TZ waiting for an opportunity, any kind of angle, but just not being provided with those kind of resources now though. It looks like they want to go towards his A side with 30 seconds left.
30 seconds left in June. There's a dash, great way to dodge it. And flash as well, gonna be not spotted out. There's the 10 HP, the pocket cannon just at close range. Oh no, the shotgun not gonna connect, but there comes the shorty, and still managing to stay alive here. The flank is there, but no time.
Wow. Really nice run. I mean, that 5 HP coming in huge, because another 2 kills for Micro coming off the back of that, and LILAX, they tied things up here, up 4-4, really demonstrating that, okay, it might have been a little bit of a bad start, but they've definitely been able to counter here. I think the only saving grace here is that this was an equal round for Mad Army, so kind of an expected outcome, but still, it seemed like such a winnable round, except for this operator being a menace.
I mean, the operator, the shorty, everything, the positioning and aggression coming out from Micro, really making sure that she's where the fight is and taking that duelist role to take back the space that they have lost. It's even Steven right now, 4-4. Operator in play is a big deal because they were able to save up in the last round. Some shots going to be traded out, but not going to be enough to push anyone, as the contest for a long is not going to be there for the defense.
Just going to be able to stroll up, Muffin. Not really finding any resistance as of yet, because the players like to just hold on the site here. They're not going to find anything either, and the stun catches her too, so it's going to be a very awkward position here. Usually finding full value off the back of the utility, and just completely denies any kind of value on site for MY. They just got shut down.
LILAX really just making sure that they have everything that they can for their advantage. They forced another eco yet again, but look at the utility coming in. It's everyone stunned, and through the flash, it's all good. We have a reflash and we can re-peek. Util plus good timings for when to fight, really proving to be the downfall here, because the contact plays from Mad Army is just not there.
Yeah, they looked a little bit disjointed these last couple of rounds. Been a bit of a rough task, but now, I mean, hopefully, again with this eco situation, going up against an op too is just so difficult for them. And the Sova drone,
this is so good.
Cinder able to dodge it.
Dodging the Sova drone, but still not making a move here. I'm a bit surprised that they gave the space for free. They push out here, and the pincer might come in. Just staring at each other. This is the range where you can get that. Oh, the neural theft, so huge to get the gun upgrade as well. Small little advantages creeping towards a possible victory here as the spike does come down. Oh no! He gets hit by the old Rolling Thunder.
And now, I mean, they're able to cross onto site here. I don't know if the info is necessarily there, but as that smoke comes in, that should be the call. There's still somebody towards backside, ready to try and find a kill, able to confirm it, and the Hunter's Fury as well to boot, so a lot of damage coming through, but the problem is the clock is still ticking. A 2v4, what can you really find here? It's just a spam damage coming through. No way to stick it either.
Thrifty.
Oh, what a great attack there. I mean, granted, they got a lot of opportunities to fight back for the defense, but at the end of the day, time was not on their side. A couple of missteps in utility really shaking up how this attack is going, and finally they do get to salvage a round, but you can still see that because of that healthy 4-win streak of rounds, they're still able to go for pretty good vibes. Baby TZ, you know, hyped in the analyst desk, but also we can really see why she's able to get so much value in her positioning, and she's really good at punishing a lot of the small positional mistakes of her enemy.
100%. I think she's been kind of a huge factor on this particular map, and even in that last round, like you were talking about, that opening kill with the Sheriff was what kicked off all of this. So would have been a very, very difficult task without having that opening info with the neural theft as well. So yeah, for LILAX, like you mentioned, the buffer so of that 4-round win, so still serving them strong, so still gonna be able to have an operator on board, along with a couple of ults that are charging up as well. The Hunter Spear in particular should be available in these next couple of rounds if RNG plays their cards right, but unfortunately on the other side, JD is gonna have to work hard to get the Rolling Thunder. There's really not much scope of anything else. So for Mad Army, for the last 2 rounds at least, a lot of this is gonna be just off the back of the gunfights. And I think when they do work together, when they do go for these kind of flip situations where they have each other's backs and aren't separated by their opponent's utility, it's been the rounds that they've been able to close out the most successfully, I would say.
Yeah, for sure. Opening round already gonna start pretty slow in comparison to the other ones. Baby TZ trying to find her angle here, get a bit of information where she can. Has to be to the sides of an operator. That's gonna be a big kill. Opens up the map here for this defensive side to maybe do any quick rotate. But Killjoy gonna be flushed out. The stun is not there, but it's not gonna stop. 2, 3 for bowling, and 4 for the cleanup. That looked like a round surely for the attack as they get a free one already. But the defense is just too strong throughout the stun. Able to get those 2 is just massive for the defense here.
I have no idea how Killjoy managed to get not 1 but 2 there. Like, you're stunned, you have people pushing you, but just able to get those nasty headshots. And I mean, this opening kill as well, shutting down Baby TZ's lurk so early on. That's just wild that you're able to get, you know, 1, 2, almost 3 there. Senderi just there for the cleanup, and overall a very convincing round there for LILAX. Luckily, still going to be an economy available for this final round here from Mad Army, but at the end of the day, this attacking side, it does tend to be where a lot of these teams like do excel. So especially with this lockdown available still for the Killjoy, it's going to be very difficult for them to hold on.
Very difficult indeed. I like how they've all been kind of comfy taking the C site for granted, quote unquote, for the defense. Yes, they have some Killjoy utility to deter things, but they're completely fine just going for a retake instead. I feel like that's one of the strengths that this team has proven on this defense, because on a very attack-sided map, they've still decided to hold their aggression on the other side of things coming out from the attackers. They get 1 detained, they're looking for her, but where could she be?
Towards long. The problem is there's a smoke down, and we know how easy it is to stick the spike. First player gonna be caught though, immediate refrag to come through, and everybody's on the same side. So again, the defuse just happening. Get stuck here. No real way to deny it, and Senderi gonna be the player to make sure that their team is protected. I mean, sure, you can get a couple of frags here. Really can at least have that consolation prize, but with that side swap coming, there's not even going to be a realistic way for her to get a really Rolling Thunder here. So 5-7 overall, not a bad half for MY. And I mean, if Baby TZ, we're talking about her lurk potential, but now as a hard anchor, the question mark is, can she put up those numbers that her team needs?
I don't know. I feel like it's kind of bad, to be honest. I mean, 5-7, but you saw it in the attacking half, and they don't have as much detail. It's really just the amount of traits that they had, and the fact that they can leverage this clove that's been really a problem. They're not afraid to take a challenge, and these gunfights have just been going for the side of LILAX. So they have the ability to really get into a position and fortify it. Even Senderi's little peek, like she peeks to the right towards that last fight, goes to the left, and still has time to re-smoke the spike. The priority of this team just feels very on point for what they want to do. The bigger question right now is, if you have no Omen, therefore you have no Paranoia, which is really strong on this map, how do you go for the attack? You're really relying on the other initiators to do a lot of the heavy lifting.
100%, but I mean, at least it's not like the Sova Breach combo hasn't proved successful before in setting up a jet. So I think that, you know, Nuki has been great multiple times. We've seen those the impact that those flashes that just the threat of the breach util can have in a lot of these rounds. So I think between the both of them, they might be able to ensure Micro gets those openings. I think also, now that they're on this attacking side, Sentry is going to look even more scary because unlike the other controllers, when you're playing as Clove, right, you can afford to play a little bit more fast and loose with your life because even if you go down, as long as the spike plant is around where your corpse is, you're going to be able to still continue providing your team with the utility. So you can afford to play a little bit aggressive, play that first entry or second entry alongside your duelist player, and just have the damage. Because the moment you get a kill or even a kill assist, you can just get yourself to that full 150 HP in this pistol round, and that can just be so deadly.
Yeah, for sure. I mean, right now, what we're looking at is a Clove on attack, and the difficulty is just playing that macro game. Unlike when you're on that defense, you can't just hide behind the B side and kind of affect the whole map. You kind of tell where you are. You can't re-smoke and fake side. So right now, they have to pick an angle to go for a hard commit. They try to shoot some shots into C. The big question is, where are they going to pivot from here? They're against the Cypher. They have no way to go for a suppress. They can break the trap, but they have to use one of these smokes. To be fair, they regenerate pretty fast, so that's going to be a good thing for them. But look at how careful they have to creep up on things. They have to manually check everything because they don't have that utilities range to really get something more.
They do break they're very close to breaking the trip in garage. They do that, so it's going to be the players possibly expecting a C rush, but instead it's going to be a circumnavigation towards B instead. Stun perfect, the recon as well, so it's going to reveal a couple of players, but no real way to deny them any value. You do see them pushing in though. The defender is trying to find that damage, but now with the paranoia connecting, it is going to be the hunt towards the players on the side. Spike gets dropped. Either way, it's still RNG fighting 2v2.
2v2, but more like 2 1v1s right now. Both Sentinels on the hunt here.
One
On
enemy
side. Oh,
remaining.
that's a free one. They can safely get this, but they have to go for the rescue mission. Double up right now. Close
enemy
angle.
remaining.
Not going to be enough, but 22. That's a lot of damage right now. This spike still something they have to achieve. Goes wide, and that's enough to help her teammate out to secure the round. Attacking pistol already secured here for LILAX.
Often trying to play a little bit aggressive, perhaps expecting that her opponent might want her to play time or expect her to play time with 10 seconds being on the clock there, but instead just that low HP, the damage being dealt by the Sova before going down, paying off huge for Muffin. And I mean, I like the idea here that's coming out of Mad Army, the quick crunch play, the setup, waiting for the reaction from your opponent before you make a play, and it's been working out too. But that round, at least LILAX, they come out on top thanks to a little bit of RNG being able to win out their fights better with an advantage. So now LILAX on that front foot, got a bit more of a buy. Often the only ones who really invest in this round for Mad Army.
Very true. They have to make sure that they are disciplined while they take this advantage. If they can push this even further, be close to that double digit. It's a good spot out by Baby TZ just to back away from this location. Smoke's gonna help a bit, but not from that dash. Good stun. Great punish coming in from Micro. Able to find 2 as well as keeping herself alive. 40 HP is nothing to sniff at, and it's still a 5v3. You have, what, 1 outlaw and 2 pistols? That's not going to be enough for a retake, but you have to find a way to get some value out of this round. Get some damage in. The spike planted for long. You have to be very careful. They try to fade out the recon, but look at that heal. Instantly going back to full, and that's enough for her to stay in the fight.
Maybe you can get one, yeah, but that's going to be it for Ginny. Surrounded on all sides by enemies. The 9th round coming in for LILAX here, and Mad Army, I mean, that was an eco round for them. This one, they're going to be having their full buy, so hopefully it's going to be enough. You do need to remember that because of that outlaw purchase by Muffin, she's not going to have the money to fully buy in this one. And Mad Army, before they go into this, I think they're going to be the ones to call a timeout here.
Yeah, I mean, they really have to figure out what the ground is. LILAX is able to really just take the fight to them, and maybe this Clove is just the key to their success because it's been doing a lot of work, to be fair. 14-8? That's a lot to ask for your controller.
Yeah, I mean, it's also just the power of the Clove here, especially if you can get those kills. And Senderi has been playing very aggressively off the back of the util, which has been actually paying off huge for the team here. I think that alongside Micro, she might actually have a lot of first bloods, especially on the defensive side. Overall, though, I think LILAX, they've been excellent at just being able to hold on to the space. Like, especially their Killjoy has been just lurking around towards spawn, making sure that the team doesn't get flanked through. Even that pistol round was a result of the position that Fanias was holding. So there's a lot of stuff that LILAX has in their arsenal right now, and they've managed to charge up a good deal of their ults too. So halfway there for most of them, especially I think that lockdown could be pivotal in taking that A site, especially with Alyssa's ult being a little bit slow to charge. comparatively the way that Funnyas is playing, it might just be a win condition that might be all they need to close out the next 4 rounds, because 4 is all that stands between them and taking this map.
Very true, but the fight is not going to stop here. A lot of pings from the attacking side, maybe signaling a B hit. They are positioned for it. They take window really quickly. Micro just waiting for her moment to maybe get some contact onto Garage. This is something I think that they're expecting already from the side. They get a really early dark cover on the defense, so they have to be feeling like something's up. They have a really advanced dart as well as camera, so for sure that they know they're somewhere on the mid side. Good read coming in for the defense, stalling out some time, forcing to almost a minute left before they even have basically left spawn. They have to start getting some ground though, or else the LILAX is going to get stuck in under like the time crunch.
And we've seen that pressure that Time can create as well, and especially with Alyssa playing an aggressive angle here. Well, might get the info, but depends on whether she can get the kills, at least the damage as well. Spots out at least a triple player though, so now Alyssa forced to kind of fall back here, maybe wait for the rest of the team to come in, and the rotation is quick here for Mad Army, and perhaps sensing that, especially with the slurp kicking in, might be the call to rotate.
Call to rotate for sure. They open up the map already and they're just discombobulated. Muffin has to pop the dash there, runs out already. And what a positioning here already from Killjoy, just to cut off the rotations. Macro trying to burst onto the side, does not have the dash as well, but this should be clear for them to go for another long plant.
Be free, especially since they've cleared it out as well, made sure that it's safe to go, and KitKat just kind of holding on, and Honey is again on the lurk, able to find yet another kill. 2 more players, 2 more targets, and finally it's going to be the Killjoy shutdown, but at what cost? 3v4 situation, and 2 of these players looking quite unhealthy here. Very difficult situation for Mad Army, especially with the clock ticking. Nuki coming in on the lurk as well. Insult to injury at this point. Nothing to be done by the squad. A perfect round. Tender to put the final nail in the coffin, and it's 10-5.
I thought she would have died there. She just took the blast with the reach, but I guess the Clove is immortal because 16-8 right now, really proving to be one of the pivotal factors there. I love the call to go for this opening, and after they set up the second lurk. So when the Omen is smoking, they don't actually know that Nuki is right there, and she's able to close out even more space because their attention is pulled yet again in different directions. On the double-digit side of things, with a better buy, it looks like a good spot to be for LILAX, and Mad Army has been struggling to find some footing after those opening salvo of rounds.
100%, especially that bonus going their opponent's way. It's a devastating blow. Could in fact be the death knell, because LILAX, we've seen the amount of reps they have on this map, how confident they look. So Mad Army now trying to do something different, but that beautiful breach stun. Ooh, question whether they can connect more than one shot or not. And it's actually going to be an attempt to get the gun, but Micro there for the punish. Not able to get the second though.
She has to back away. At least they only lose 1 member each. Granted, it's the controller still for LILAX, so it's going to be difficult to move across the map. They have a lot of long-range problems, but thankfully for them, Mad Army, they don't have the best long-range weaponry. They might be able to just trade their way into victory here, especially if they pick a good time to go for some rotates. Weird positioning, though. Maybe to set up a late lurk. Instead, full committing towards the C site. Baby TZ has to hold down this fortress. There's only 1 trip to really save them. Arrow, quite possibly going to happen, but if they attack quickly enough and they group up on this choke, it is going to be a lot of space for them to gain.
TC just something to play a safer angle as well, just with the Sheriff in hand, doing her best to at least buy a little bit of deterrence, but now joined by her teammate, nobody really going to be pushing from that LILAX side. They know they have the spike down. They might not have the numbers advantage, but they definitely do have the weapons.
They do have the weapons, they have the firepower. The question is, do they have the positioning? Already trying to break through. Good stun, forces out 1 from an awkward spot. Good shots though, 5 HP. What can you do? 3v2. Very winnable situation now because these players are low and have to play long. Oh no, the smoke allows the free spam. That is not what you need right now, but they're gonna stick the defuse. Oh no, not enough. Only half though, they have to go for it, and the reload stops it.
This is no problem.
Oh no, no bullets either left in the tank for Baby TZ, and suddenly it looked like Mad Army, they had a chance to be able to win it, but the spam is actually going to work out here for LILAX, and they denied that defuse from coming through. 11th round on the board though here for LILAX, and I mean for Mad Army at least it was an expected loss in a way thanks to the lack of resources they had in that round, but yeah, it's tragic that Baby TZ's gun just had no bullets left. All the damage being done and still not enough to be able to power through. 1 more buy round though. This is the last chance for Mad Army to keep this map from slipping completely out of their hands, and I don't know, Flufee, what they can really do, because so far it seems like LILAX, they're just running it down.
That's the big question. And outside of all the advantages that we already talked about, like just a couple kills from any of the players here from LILAX, it just really will change the game when they get their ultimates online. So it's going to be even more difficult. I mean, Mad Army, you could say the same for some of them, but they're not as impactful ultimates, I would say. Like, From the Shadows is whatever in this situation, and maybe the Hunter's Fury is a bit more worth it. Muffin does have the Blade Storm to work with, and there's no suppress on board, so it could be one of the defining factors. Really big. The double swing gonna get punished, though. That is not what you're looking for. LILAX manages to find some value, even though they lose one. They take out the controller as well.
Devastating blow, and I mean, it's only a Killjoy that went down. She's gonna have her lockdown as well for the next round, so all things considered, an excellent trade, especially with Cat going down. No real way to deal with the secondary as well. Sure, it takes 101 damage from that Marshall, but it's not gonna be enough, especially with Alyssa and Ginny being the two sole players left right now. A question of timing, it has to be between these peaks, and now they're just gonna be forced back.
Force back in an awkward position. Refund Dart as well broken. That's going to be a lot of their retake utility off the board. No time to wait for that anymore. They can just play the patience game, not peek heaven. They can hear the drop and look at the setup. They already have the breach stun, everything prepared for the out. One person for contact as well. They spot out one but are not going to pull the trigger. Waiting for the full commit. Great use of utility to stall out time. Has to just raw go out and just hope that you can win these fights. Going for chips here. No one's going for the committal, and discipline proves to be the defining factor here on round number 17.
Match point.
So far, it's been a pretty flawless attacking side, I would say, from the side of LILAX. They have, it seems like they can do no wrong, and we were talking about this as well. Just this particular kill, it's a double peak, but somehow that spray transfer is immaculate. In fact, it's the third peak that actually causes the Killjoy to go down, so LILAX now in a huge position in terms of advantage. 4 ultimates ready to go, all of them very, very strong ones. 2 useful in the post plant, 1 for the site execute, and it looks like their target of choice is
Target of choice indeed, target acquired, as they are going to go get some early pressure here. This drone, if it makes it, could actually tank the trip, which could be very important for them. Instead, gonna go for some info and use the shock darts instead. Maybe delete some of that denial of the baby TV to hold down the site. They already get an early smoke, get spotted out, so that's gonna be very difficult. Spot B, and the spam is there. Great use of the nano as well. So much shit from the utility as well as from the side. They have the ultimate, the golden thunder rolls in, but they still manage to fight their way out. Just hold down the fort, the gun straight back, and it still ends up with 5v3. 2 members already gone from Mad Army. They're trying to push for more, but the overextension is just not enough. They get the plan for the backside, and it's going to be so difficult right now to take any more.
Revealing area.
Alyssa is able to find one, so now it's a 2v2 situation. RNG though has 100 spray. Both of these teams, they've got the ultimates to work with, but it's the post plant that's the most devastating here for this particular side. No real way for them to really clear out RNG either. Every single step, it has to be contact made, and so much time is being bought at this juncture. Finally, they make their way onto site to Mad Army, but with that 100 spray available, Alyssa has to be able to stick half here. Gets it, but the kill comes through. And now it is just left to Ginny. Will she be able to stick it? That's the question here.
Oh no! She gets off! She wins, but not what cost?
Attackers win.
Manages to find both those kills, but yeah, not the win here. And LILAX, a completely flawless attacking side as they take their map pick. 13-5, I think it was, Flufee, and it was a completely dominant showing here by this team.
It was really such a weird game because we saw on that opening salvo of rounds how strong Mad Army was with that aggression, but suddenly small adaptations, especially once they got out Operator, really showed how LILAX is able to really defend the site, especially of how they play with this Clove. One of my big concerns early on that I mentioned was how will they play this with not having that much global utility? But I guess the answer is just we will just wait and shoot them back, because on the weaponry, this Clove is really proving to be one of their defining factors.
I just felt like I was watching a Reyna player go in, you know, and get a kill,
Basically,
heal up, jump back in. So yeah, I think Sandori was absolutely putting in the numbers in that particular game for her team. Either way though, I think for LILAX, it's going to be such a strong opening to start with here. 13-5 victory. Sure, it was their map pick. Next map is going to be Fracture, but this is a team that seems to be thriving on the attacking side. So I'm excited to see what they're going to be doing on map number 2, Fracture. Before that though, we're going to be tossing it to our panelists who are going to break down this map for you. So see you on the other side.
Thanks so much, Zach and Flufee, and there you go. You get a map 1 dub for LILAX. The winning streak on Haven continues, and what I remembered from Senderi previously, having watched her in VCT SEA Game Changers, pretty much happened again. She just locked Clove, and she started shooting everyone. That oversimplifies what that was for LILAX, though, because that was a fantastic game of Haven. You know, they did play more on the aggressive side for sure, but they played a great game all around.
Yeah, there was definitely a lot more going on than just Sendari, for sure. But yeah, I mean, like you mentioned, right? It's the fact that there's some of those adjustments coming through, and like Flufee mentioned, also, it's that, like, basically flawless run from the second half onwards. And that's where you really start to wonder, like, what's going on? What happened to Mad Army? I'm a little bit concerned, but at the same time, it's just like so, you know, so much applause going for LILAX right now. I mean, you watch, first of all, Senderi, like you mentioned, the way that she's able to just take these duels, or, you know, maybe heal herself back up, or when she has the ult, and that's just, you know, that much more confidence, because she knows she can just get back into the fight if she needs to. Apart from that, I also liked, I mean, just these tiny little adjustments back and forth from the first half coming through from LILAX, especially one of maybe the quieter players on the team. Bunnies, actually, was one of the players that I was kind of watching, keeping my eye on, because there were these rounds where she would slowly creep up C, she would play her positionings right, lurking behind, similar to what maybe Baby TZ would have done. You know, and it's things like that that gave her team that much more information. She's able to land these first shots. She's able to get, you know, a bit of a spray transfer here and there. And that just makes it that much easier, that much more comfortable for the rest of her team to operate for the rest of the map.
You see how disruptive they played, and yeah, I agree with you. I really like when your Sentinels take space elsewhere. Like, traditionally, people think about a site anchor and they think like, well, if you're solo on that site, just play safe, make sure that you don't die. I really love it when a Sentinel takes initiative, they take extra space where it's not necessarily expected to, and it can definitely add a lot more depth to your game. But there you go for LILAX. No one has been able to stop them on Haven, and I would have put my money on Mad Army to be the team to do it, but they haven't been able to. And I think if you go back and you look at their results previously, you know, they've been changing up the comp a lot. They've had some up and down results. They lost to Ascend, a pretty one-sided game on this map in the Swiss stage. So I guess you could say maybe the writing was on the wall, but still you probably expected a little bit more competitive of a game, which is what you see in the opening, what is that, 4 to 6 rounds, and from there it was an absolute blowout, Quack.
Absolutely. I mean, they basically took all the words right out of my mouth. I mean, you wanted it to be at least, you know, even if it was a loss, right? Maybe 13-7-8 something, but 13-5, not a single round on the defense. That is, quite frankly, a little bit concerning, and it just really just tells you how strong LILAX can be when they are, you know, this hungry for that win. The first half, they were just fighting tooth and nail for a lot of these rounds, and they still managed to kind of meet Mad Army somewhat evenly, especially round 6 onwards, where they started to make these adjustments, they started to get the reads on, or maybe even just micro in with the op at times. But again, second half onwards, just non-stop, relentless, swapping sides around. Mad Army couldn't quite find a safe spot. They couldn't really feel comfortable on these maps, and like you saw these moments where just, I don't know, like they kind of like got stuck on B or something, and they weren't quite able to comfortably rotate over. They weren't able to find comfortable retakes. They couldn't set up for anything, dude, and that's just LILAX being that dominant.
Yeah, I think, yeah, very disruptive, and you saw it in the highlights package where they're kind of taking some of these off angles, they're taking the timings there, just fixing up the graphic, because we can see Senderi did indeed get some opening kills there, as did Baby TZ, so MVPs for each of their respective teams, but for the overall MVP, of course, Senderi. Phenomenal performance on the Clove. You know, you could see moments where, as the solo controller, although they did play around it as well as they could, there was gaps on the map, or there was situations where they couldn't quite smoke where they wanted to potentially. But in a lot of situations, like you even saw it in that garage lockdown, the Clove is in the middle of the map on defense, is in the right position to be able to throw the correct reactive smokes, to be able to flood into sight and things like that. So for the most part, and you can see it from the scoreline, LILAX got it right. And even onto that attacking side, even if you do, as I believe Flufee mentioned on the cast, have to take a bit more of a straightforward approach where you can't just have that global presence of other controllers, it still worked out a treat for them. So they're going to be very happy with that map win over there on Haven. But now they still do have to take Mad Army on the rest of the map pool, including their map pick coming up next.
And for Mad Army, I mean, that's definitely quite a bit of a mental state to be in, right? I mean, we have map 2 coming up. You just lost to this team that's supposed to be the challenger. So you got to refresh, and you got to be ready for the next map coming up after this break.
Y'all sit back and watch me speak. About to take over your screen. Talking bulls in 93. Talking mom, I'm on TV. Y'all know all I do is me. All I do is me. Y'all sit back and watch me speak. Y'all sit back and all I know, my money green. About to snap and make a scene. My cup off and make this free. My cup off and make them scream. Go back off for TMZ. Y'all sit back and watch me speak. Y'all sit back and watch me speak. Y'all sit back and watch. Watch me. Watch me. Watch me. Sit back and watch. Sit back. Sit back. Sit back. Sit back. Money long, nothing on credit. I got style, don't catch no feelings. All this bread, ain't got no lettuce. I got style, don't catch no feelings. Watch me. Watch me. Sit back and watch. Sit back and watch. Sit back and watch. If it ain't got style, I ain't with it. I ain't with it. If it ain't got style, I ain't with it. Look, look. If it ain't got style, I ain't with it. I ain't with it. If it ain't got style, I ain't with it. Look, 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 look. Watch me. Sit back and watch. Watch me. Sit back. Sit back. Watch me. Sit back and watch. Sit back. Sit back. Sit back. Sit back.
Back to Valorant Game Changers Southeast Asia, split number 1. LILAX throwing down the gauntlet to the big dogs inside the Thai scene over there of Mad Army and winning that first map very convincingly, Quack. Now we go on to Fracture, and look, are you feeling worried? Are you feeling worried at all? I know we've both predicted for Mad Army. We're both big, Mad Army believers. But what percentage worried are we right now?
Percentage, ooh.
So I'm feeling like a 30-40 maybe.
I'm like a little bit higher. Well, 40.
Oh, okay.
47 and a half maybe.
Okay,
a weirdly specific
you ran
number.
the numbers during the break and brought it in for us. Thanks for that, man. I really appreciate that. Look, next map coming up though is going to be Fracture. We've only seen LILAX get kind of dominated by Team Falcon's Vega on that map so far. However, they were the ones to do the dominating. As you can see, they're on Haven, so the momentum is firmly with them. What I will say about Mad Army though, and we've said it multiple times, veterancy of this roster is insane inside the Game Changer scene, and even for some of them before even this game was a thing. So, you know, the ability for them to have strong mental to pick themselves up after getting, you know, kind of walloped on the first map is definitely going to be there.
True that, but, you know, if we're talking about mental, just having such a dominant win, you gotta imagine that gives you some kind of a confidence boost, even on a map that you have like a 0% win rate on. So maybe, just maybe, this could be a 2-0 if LILAX really strings something incredible together. But that's it. They have been kind of like swapping up their comps a little bit in terms of the Sentinel at the very least. So I'm kind of curious as to how they might work that out for today. But if, you know, for now, just to think about what has been proven, what we have seen, what is a known quantity for us in the form of Mad Army at least, that has to still be, you know, this entire core. I mean, I think they were kind of tested a little bit on Haven for sure, but maybe that's going to wake them back up. Maybe this is where we see Baby TZ really lock herself back in, especially on a map like Fracture where she was dropping, you know, that 20 plus frag game yesterday, or maybe even for like Muffin and the rest of the team as well.
Yeah, I think these are all great points to kind of keep in the back of your mind as we head on to Fracture. I really want to go back to the agent select discussion that we do have coming up here in just a second, though, specifically because you talked about the choice of Sentinel over on the side of LILAX. They're rocking the Deadlock, the Chamber, and they're not having good defending halves, unfortunately, for themselves.
There we go.
3-9, 1-11. We've gone back to the Cypher, so a little bit of a sense of normalcy being restored, but we're running Gel on Fracture. That's an interesting one. Over on the side of Mad Army, though, a KO is a bit of an off pick at the moment. I really don't think you're seeing as much KO. And I really look forward to hearing both Zahk and Flufee saying KO, Teo, KO, Teo.
Yes!
Fast. Let's go.
That's going to be fun. Well, maybe they'll do it right as we toss over onto them. But for now, I mean, just continuing to think about the agents. Yes, it is a little bit peculiar. I do agree. I like that they are going to the Cypher. Fun is on the Cypher should be a good pick because, you know, the traps are just that much prevalent on a map like Fracture, and the camera that you can play around with as well is just that much more useful. Yeah. The rest of it, you know, all makes sense. Perhaps it's a little bit more comfort for Micro on the Jet. We saw how strong she was on Haven. But for Ginny, it's interesting. I had a glimpse of it yesterday and I was thinking, is this maybe kind of like just feeling comfortable because the grenades are similar to CS and she kind of pop flashes sort of in that sense?
There was literally a player in OS who was a CS player, and he just literally, I asked him about it, he's like, I'm just going to play the Counter-Strike, man.
CS,
anyway, I don't think it's that simple. Ginny's been Valorant for a while, and KO has been a pick in the past on this map. It's very good at disrupting certain control and gathering info on a map like Fracture. The thing is, they haven't seen their Cypher on the other side, so they're going to have to kind of inform where they think the Cypher is. If she can KO knife Fanny's on the other side of things and shut down that Cypher setup, that's really going to open up the opportunities for the Neon to find timings and those kind of things. That's the thing that I'm definitely keeping an eye on here for the side of Mad Army.
That's exactly what I wanted to say. Yeah, and I do imagine if that is definitely what we're going to be seeing pretty soon. But of course, Mad Army has to put that performance up. Otherwise, this could be it for them.
For sure. Either way, though, we won't wait too much longer to get back into the game. It is going to be Fracture, brought to you by your casters, Flufee and Zahk.
Thank you so much for that wonderful breakdown, guys, as well as that nice throw. It's once again me and Flufee back here to bring you the action. I mean, we saw that agent select Flufee. We got a Jet versus Neon situation going on. I also want to point out that thing. It was the thing that Pilski said about how that switch from that chamber to Cypher means that maybe TZ, you know, we saw what a force she was on that first map. This could very well be what they need to get back into this game, especially with the map that they've dominated so far in this tournament.
I mean, it's kind of interesting because we were in a very similar situation in the first series, right? It was basically the same thing map-wise, and duelist-wise, I think it's... Well, it was more like the Haven game of the first series. But basically, they have two different duelists, so how will they operate is the same question. It feels like the current theme right now is whoever can really trade better ends up winning on Fracture. Specifically, I feel like it's going to be a bit more of a challenge just because of all the angles that you can be attacked from.
It's also like it's one of those maps where unless you have like a really strong plan for defense and play, something that really just tends to snowball and win you things pretty easily is when, you know, teams just kind of W key it down. If you have the utility as well as the aim and resources to be able to tackle this map like that, especially those kind of crunch plays on site, you know, you can literally deal like a devastating amount of damage. And that was kind of the symptom of what we saw on that first series as well, right? With that second map being Fracture as well, like you mentioned. So very aggressive, very quick attacking rounds coming through. So I'm curious to see if that's going to be the case coming out from Mad Army this time as well.
Yeah, that's going to be the big question right now. Moving on, explosive start already. Defenders trying to get some early information there. Gets denied instantly though, so good use of space from the attack. Mad Army just making sure that they have LILAX number here. Not giving them anything for free, but info gained for them. Micro in a tough position as they creep up on the side.
The corner though has the dash as well, able to get that first kill, takes a headshot for their trouble, so just playing around desperately for their lives. And meantime, it's Muffin on site who is the one to find every single shot to come through here. 4v2 situation.
4v2. What is the plan right now? You have full HP, you have the pistols, but the number advantage. Going to be difficult to break this one. They have a bunch of util that they can use to stall out. They have the camera back. They also have the suppress from Ginny. So it's a lot of rechargeables that you just don't have the time for. Maybe use a bit of a Theo utility to opening salvo and push players out. They use everything actually just to clear out sight. They know that they're playing off, but the time, how do you peek this? You have no way to block line of sight. Goes for the tap here. There goes the instant suppress. The utility, the discipline, coming in from the attacking team, not wanting to give any space. So Liz able to find one as well. That's Theo off the board. And Breach tries to salvage the situation, but it's not going to win. And it's going to be on the side of Mad Army that gets first blood.
Yeah, Lusa able to find both kills towards the end, and a very clean execute to just start things off with here. You know, it's even though first blood went to Micro, I think that crunch play just left Micro isolated, so no real way for them to find more damage, especially with Muffin finding a couple of kills of her own. Just the rotation coming in a little bit too late, I would say, from the remaining players on this LILAX side, which, I mean, to be fair, Mad Army had a very fast execute that kind of leads to that now only a couple of buckies in the hands of Senderi and Fanias here, so it should be an interesting round.
Interesting as well that they are both, or not both, but the Bucky is on the A side. I would think that it's something that would play like a tower position, but having it on your controller as well, that's kind of trying to rotate between the sides. Not sure if that's as effective as you'd like it to be. They give up the main choke for free. You have some util to push players out, but I don't think anyone can really play off of that. Instead, they're just going to give the side and get that plant. But the post plant has been something that they're going to be having struggles to crack.
One of the Buckies goes down. That's going to be already a troublesome kill. And with tower controls garnered as well, there's no easy way back into this retake here for this team. Everyone split up. They finally regroup towards CT. And another player goes down. Another victim claimed right now. Flank. This has to be a fight that Senderi wins out, but no way. With two players just there to double peeker, goes down to the first. And yeah, two remaining players. Not much to be done in this round, I think. The discipline as well coming in. I think they're just planning to dive with the spike here. Don't want to give up additional ult orbs.
Yeah, just playing very safe here. You can see the discipline. They really don't want to give anything away after a map 1 like that. They want to go the distance, and that really helps when you have a very strong start. They save everything that they can. They even get that Bucky that you mentioned, and they can keep a lot of good rifles to move on to round number 3. They are really struggling and taking a lot of these early fights. It's probably just because of the lower buy, but hopefully they can make up for it here in round 3.
I mean, time for a full buy here, and I like that. I like that Baby TZ's like, hey, you know, I have a sheriff, I got a free Bucky, like a gift from heaven. Who knows? Maybe I'm gonna be the one to use it this round in a little nifty position in a post plant or something. I could see Baby TZ doing something wacky with that gun. I don't know. It's just all I believe. But aside from that, right, for LILAX, I think that them being able to at least find if not find the kills, you know, do a little bit of damage, force this armor by coming out, and deny those ult orbs towards the end. Makes things a little bit easier, and now with this weapon advantage, they're playing much more passively. You can see that they don't really want to risk losing these weapons early on.
Have to be very careful of what they want to do right now. Slowly creep their way, try to find some value. Very close peek there, but no punish. WTZ trying to get even more space. They have to mark the Devon position, making sure that no one's going to drop out of there.
Oh wow. No, not the bucket. I told you it could be the weapon that was the perfect gifts from the opponents, and with that it's gonna enable at least an execute on this A side possibly as a spike comes in. Meanwhile, A side still being held down here by the defenders, but that should change soon as the rotation should kick in when that flash noise gets through.
Good salvo for delay. Gives them a bit of speed here. Chip going on the side of Muffin. Actually trying to hold on the angle and no cross for her team. Util being dropped as well. More stalls, more delay coming in for Mad Army. They want to buy as much time as they can. They don't want them to effectively use the weapon. Great salvo as well, peeking off with the utility. Spot out one, but look at this Bucky still there. Mad Army, they're not slowing down anytime soon, and the rotation of the util is just forcing them back. Yes, they have the long range fights, but they can't effectively get onto site. It's a difficult retake right now. Honestly, you might even just want to save here. Mad Army still trying to clear the defense here. They even get another Genie going huge. They have to hunt for this for sure. They get a rifle upgrade, and this is not the round that LILAX is looking for.
Yeah, LILAX. Very round, and I mean, one player left alive. 46 HP, desperately trying to hold on to this gun. Will be able to succeed in that at least, but not exactly the outcome you want when you've invested so much in the round. And I mean, maybe TD starting this round off with a Bucky kill of all things on the attacking side was not something I had on my bingo card for today, but I'm glad to be able to punch that one out at the very least. With that though, I mean, LILAX not much to stand with in terms of weaponry, except for that gun that Nuki saved. No Blade Storm either for Micro, unfortunately. So gotta be a much more difficult round. And in the meantime, on the opposite side, Alyssa has her ult halfway there.
Halfway there indeed, and honestly, on this stage, you can't really afford to make any mistakes. A risky play almost punished here, and it looks like Ginny has full control. I like the setup that they can counter this Cypher with a double suppress if they can land either. It's really good for taking space kind of safely, because the only thing that you have to account for at this point is the big utility. Theo gonna use the drone, making sure that they have enough clears here, but look at that clear. Every quarter being checked, they know that's a dangerous low buy, and you just grabbing the button.
Bye-bye.
Yeah, not knowing the weapon advantage there, just goes right in. Yuki with the hero rifle player on site, only able to get one before being shut down, so huge frag coming through. And in the meantime, Ginny just happy to completely deny any value for this team. The crossfire immaculate towards the spawn, and Mad Army, they get to 4, showing off why this attacking comp is so powerful here, especially with Ginny. She's been getting these suppresses so consistently. I
mean, Baby TZ, the only one to fall there, able to still buy up this round is huge for them. Another buy for both of these teams, but LILAX can't even get the full one. They still have one not optimized quote-unquote rifle in the Bulldog, but that might not really matter if they can get a fight. The bigger picture question is if they can get a proper fight, because it feels like once that Mad Army is set up on site, they play very disciplined to the point where they try to remove all the good options for you. Now some early shots, even going to land a punish here. That's not how you want to start. You have 30 HP, and Micro are going to be forced back, playing a weird angle because of how low she is.
Yeah, not a good start, like you said. Still going to be a player additionally positioned on the site, so not entirely over, but all of this noise has caused the rotation to at least come initially back towards B. Meanwhile, the rest of Mad Army, they're still going towards A, except for Baby TZ, who is that lurk player once again. A lot of damage being taken by Micro, like we talked about, and now Baby TZ could take full advantage and be able to completely cut off this rotation.
Completely cut off. Silence, that is there. There comes one already. The quick trade, though, that's going to be controller gone. LILAX, a big play. The lurk coming in with the neural theft as well, securing even more information. They don't get his ult, they can go for the frag, and Baby TZ, what a great way to secure the B side alone, and it's a quick finish here for Mad Army. Surely there's something that LILAX can do, because right now, Mad Army is really running the game.
LILAX just can't seem to find their footing at all. Mad Army just running through them at this point. I mean, it's Fracture The attacking side, seems like all the cards are in their favor, especially with the team comp that they currently have. The amount of utility is just unprecedented. And, you know, we're talking about this during the beginning of the match as well, about how Baby TZ just on these lurks has so much value, and that round was a key example of how exactly she did that. That neural theft gave up the ghost there for LILAX.
A lot of possibilities gonna be open, but how limited is this lower buy? Already one kill going the way of Mad Army. They already know the second player is there. They don't fully check though, and through the stun managed to find 2. Great response here from LILAX. Maybe this is the round they can make it really count. They get a third as well, forcing these attackers in a position where they didn't expect to be.
3 of these players are so low though, so that could be the difference maker here. Both of the players on Mad Army's side look fairly healthy. Now though, the goal is to kind of deny the weaponry from these players, and that seems to be Ginny's motive here, but 3 players on the angle right now. Ginny's timing has to be perfect. Both players go for the double swing. Instead though, it's the kills coming through for Mad Army, 1 by 1. Numbers now back in favor, at least equalized. And last player just one hunted down. Tries to at least get a kill, but Ginny will completely deny that out. Spike still in their control, and 14 HP. Fanny is going to have to do it all to clutch it out.
I mean, she has a Vandal. There is a chance. Both of these players might need only 2 bullets to secure it. I mean, to be honest,
seconds left.
Starting with an eco, this is a pretty decent position to be in. You still have 30 seconds. They still have to find a way to get on site. They have to guess the 50-50, and she guessed right. They're both here. At least she knows one is. Here's both drop, though. Will they expect her to be in this cubby?
One enemy standing.
Oh.
And we're clear.
I guess they did. They did, and at least she was able to get 1 before being shut down there. But yeah, a very close round. Like, kudos to LILAX for making it look that close, but in the end, Mad Army, they come out on top, and I mean, that was a very inspired play to take that 2v3, knowing that a couple of them were really low and they had the weapons advantage. Being able to close that out was huge, and yeah, unfortunately, Fanias just didn't have the gas left in the tank to be able to transfer and find that spray transfer. Now, though, LILAX actually gonna have the money to invest in an operator for the first time this game.
Operator, we've seen how much that can really change the dynamic of a lot of these defenses. The big question is, will they get a good spot to use it? They're currently just watching the arcade side of things, and that's going to be a bit difficult to no one being there. They have the flank watch set up for the camera, so they can be very carefree about it. Suppressing it from in as well gives them free entry onto the site, and that just like that, Muffin dashes in, but the punish actually playing off of the trip.
That's a free kill there, and Muffin had the ult as well, so one less thing to worry about. Rimmel to try and deny the plant hits. There's still another ult as well to worry about. Remember, Bingo and RNG gonna be able to pop it, but first it's gonna be Mad Army's ult to try and push them off the angle. Sentry though still has an advanced position, but Ginny, she knows her micro angles, able to just tap her opponent out of oblivion, and now 4v3 post plant.
That was actually kind of insane because she ulted on that spot and just assumed, okay, maybe there's a gap, so I'll just mark it still, just to be safe. Really, a little strike does come in, but that might be a little too late. The damage is already being done. They can't really take out one of these players, but they already know where the last one is. The flash gonna come through in the pop flash from the dark. Boom!
Okay.
Oh,
great shot. I like how they peek with the flash.
Yeah, Baby TZ was like, I know where you are, I'm just gonna right click you. Doesn't even need to see all the confidence in the world. And I mean, to be fair, when you're 7-0 up, yeah, LILAX really struggling to play catch-up this entire game. Mad Army just so ahead in terms of fundamentals. It seems like they've really optimized their comp, and I mean, look at that. Like, the 2 ults that were used in conjunction just completely shutting down any chance of a push coming in from LILAX there.
Yeah, for sure. I mean, economy-wise and round-wise, I don't think there's a lot that you can say that they can do even better for Mad Army. LILAX, they need to find, I think, a good buy. I don't know how they end up with 1 rifle every round. Like, do they just force 1 rifle and pray? I feel like there is a situation where you should just be able to save and maybe just buy together and adjust the strategy, because right now they're going for a lot of more risky moves because their defaults haven't been working. And knowing this, Mad Army themselves just hold down the fort, wait for a recreep. They wait in case something has to happen, and right now that trip being broken, gonna signal rather some movement. It's like they swap sides.
Yeah, a little bit of a attacker-defender switcheroo happening there. That said, though, Micro wants to lead the charge with the Blade Storm. Oh no! All 3 of them go to waste. At least able to dodge the bullets for a little bit, but that's the dive's gone, and that was their best chance of being able to win the round. Mad Army now get the spike down and just have to make sure that their opponents don't get onto site.
They kind of funneled through. Good opening. Maybe knocking out their door here. Gets an upgrade. That might be enough. At least a save. But can they get the round is the bigger question. Time is not on their side. Smokes come in. But the crossfire is already set up. And it's a fortress right now for the defenders to really go for any sort of realistic retakes.
I mean, on side of the crossfire,
Wow.
teams already claimed. Alyssa with the almost 180 flick as well to get to 8-0 here. Mad Army saying, all right, you know, last map, it wasn't really our territory. We were just warming up. This one, though, this is our home ground. I mean, they were talking about the win-loss records, right, for Mad Army. And so far, Mad Army almost flawless on this particular map. Flawless, in fact. They're just looking incredibly strong, especially with yesterday's game as well. They looked so dominant. But you know, for LILAX, unfortunately, sure, you can make a case that, all right, both times they lost to arguably the current strongest team in this region. But also, you can argue that 13-1 is not objectively a good way to go down.
That's also fair to say. Like right now, they're kind of even in terms of economy, but obviously the scoreboard speaks for itself. The Rolling Thunder might help these defenders for the retake, but Muffin, she also has the Neon Ultimate, and that can go through a lot of this concuss. First contact, though, it's going to be Alyssa. Perfect timing on the drone as well, but not enough for the angle. She sees them just to see herself go away. But at least it's going to give the info that they need on the attack. Great cage. Maybe just spam through for Neon. Good thing she didn't stop. She stopped and didn't go full.
Chip damage as well to Cypher. A little bit rough there. Fania's numbers though still in favor. Spike goes down though, and with that, it's gonna be the flash peek. Ginny, perfect timing. Gonna be able to head back into the smoke, but might not expect a second player to CT there. Either way, it is gonna be Mad Army winning out almost every single duel. 4v3
One enemy remaining.
Still putting down the damage. Sure, the reach out comes through. Nuki trying to make the best out of a worse situation, but a 1v4 falls at the first obstacle, and Mad Army, they get to 9.
They get denied, and they get to 9. What a strong start is another statement here for Mad Army. I don't think that this could have gone literally any better for them. What can they do for this defensive side? For me, I feel like they should just do something proactive, but not like fully commit 5 people to push one side, but maybe find a setup where you can leave a couple players as utility, but support your jet to do something.
Yeah, I feel like Micro has been kind of struggling in that aspect and being able to find the setup that you need. Like in contrast, you know, while Muffin has her own setup utility on top of everything that Ginny or Alyssa has been throwing out for her, you know, just a little bit misbalanced in that aspect. You know, after hitting B for multiple rounds, it does seem like the gamble stack is towards there, and Mad Army, they've changed things around here, heading towards that A site instead. Only the Deho kind of left towards that CT side, left to play Anchor alone. Missile's gonna give away the position, actually gonna be able to get a kill.
Will she be able to get more is a question, as one door might open, another one stays closed, and it looks like the plant going down here. The difficulty really is how are they going to go for the retake here. There's just so much firepower on the side of Mad Army. Yes, they can go for a lot of these flanks. Is that really going to be enough? They're very aware of where most of these players could come from. Already making the mark. Manages to get one. We'll probably get more. Getting pincered right now, but oh, perfect timing. I thought she was going to be able to get more.
One enemy remaining.
That's 4. My ultimate is ready.
They actually managed to take down everybody. Finally, a foothold found here in this game, as it's going to be Deho to start things off with that first kill and then run it down to be able to find 4 in the round. Thrifty to come through. Finally, LILAX, they managed to get around on the board here, and hopefully they can continue that trend.
Yeah, I mean, hopefully this is the stepping stone, like you mentioned, that will help them climb out of the situation. Maybe get a couple more rounds in. 9-3 is still a possibility. That might activate the curse that'll get them through this game. They only need 1 map left, so they will try their hardest to get it. Good ultimates on the board for them as well. They have the Armageddon, they have the Neural Theft. A lot of things that can help them get these small picks, but you look at the other side of things, they haven't really invested a lot of their ultimates, and they'll get them back only using Ginny's in the previous rounds. So it's going to be a bit more difficult for them to match the ult economy for the side of LILAX. And Mad Army still fully in control of this game. Don't get me wrong, they stumble, but they are ahead.
100%. I mean, 9-1 is a crazy scoreline to have by any means. Even if they lose every other round and a half, they're still going to have an overwhelming advantage once they switch over. and it's not like there are going to be any slouches at defense either, thanks to that change they made, switching over from the chambers to the Cypher. Now though, it's going to be a quick push onto the side. Still 2 kills coming through, in fact, for RNG before they get shut down, but no more Teho ult, that's going to be available, so things are a little bit more difficult, especially with that neural theft coming into play. Playing with the disadvantage is what this team is good at. The only issue is they really don't have much ults available, aside from that Neon ult, which could be useful in a tight situation.
Quite possibly, but right now they have a lot of early contacts really well. That's not how you want to start 4v2 right now. Looking good here for LILAX. Comeback. The punish not going to be there. Muffin goes huge. It's 2v2. The reposition very quick on the Neon. And here comes the flash to maybe try to get an angle, try to get a peek, but time not ticking in favor of LILAX. Great suppress though, gets the info. They have to play off each other. There is one. Muffin finds a third. Will she get the fourth? It's so difficult. The crossfire set up. And she can just run around Ginny playing her life. She knows exactly what her and her teammate really wants to do. Just make sure they're not on the spike and it's fine. Just buying so much time, it's not going to be enough.
Wow. Beautifully played there. And I mean, Muffin and Ginny, this duo, they've been around since the beginning of Game Changers, I would say, at SCA. One of the most, and like Pilski was saying, even before Valorant came into being, Ginny is like one of the most experienced players around in the region. So yeah, just that shining through in that round, Ginny able to completely pull together a 2v4 along with Muffin, especially these 2 opening kills, right? Just no trade potential thanks to that discipline shown in that initial second. Very, very well played. Didn't even need that ult in the end. It was just pure teamwork, and once again, an operator going to be in the hands of BabyTZ, in fact.
Operator on attack, that's going to be an interesting one. How will they play this? Maybe they go for a long time on A. They spot it surely as a weakness here. They use a lot of utility early to show presence, but no one's really playing off of it. Like, it feels like they're just throwing down the usual, hoping something's going to happen. But in reality, it's the attackers just wasting a lot of the resources here for LILAX.
You can hear the sound as the team backs away, so quick rotation from LILAX towards A. 2 out 3 players just positioned around here. There is still that Cypher utility as well on site. We've seen how pesky he can be, so he's gonna get the first kill. It's gonna be the Jet here. Micro to start things off. Gets a second as well before being shut down here. 3v3 situation still though, and it's a question as that spike goes down about how this retake is gonna commence.
That's gonna be the big question of the day. 3v3 like you said. Still a lot of utility here. Salvos will come out to push him out of position. Great flush and down the drain. One goes. 3v3 orbital strike. Yet again, all the area of effects to do the maximum damage. Here comes the operator. They're playing for the post. Spots out one, and BabyTZ lands the shot. So close. He knows exactly where they are, but they're so low HP. Has to go for the spam, but it's not going to be enough.
1 HP and the set up 2 boots. Oh my god. There's just no way for Nuki to do anything with it, and she knows it at this point. Just looking for a consolation, looking for something, but it's gonna be Kit Kat to come out on top. The insurance policy as 11-1/2 comes in for Mad Army. Dominant by any means. 2 rounds away from pushing this to a decider, and what a show it was coming out towards the end there.
What a well-played round as well. I honestly thought that the operator on attack was kind of gonna live, not gonna lie, but then apparently if you can get the plant down and land shots like this combined with the utility to flush them out of the corners, it really becomes a shooting gallery for BabyTZ to really land these important shots. Great knowledge as well that they have that lineup to kind of salvage the situation, but that's just the expertise on this map coming through. It's all pressure for LILAX right now to really get these opening rounds. I think, well, not even think, but if you lose this pistol, it's basically over.
100%, yeah. It already seems like it is, to be honest, unless LILAX are going to be able to put together some kind of miracle of an attacking side. Especially, you know, it's going to depend on how well Micro can entry combined with Nuki's utility. RNG has been doing a good job on this map so far, really finding some value. I think the one round that they won was off the back of a 4K from her. But aside from that, right, LILAX have just been consistently looking like they're on the back foot here. And I think that for Mad Army, now that they're on the defensive side, I wouldn't be surprised to see them continuing to make the kind of plays that we've seen them with, those kind of crunch plays or the kind of aggression that you can kind of showcase in this composition with so much utility on your side.
I wonder what they're going to do on this first attack. Are they going to lean into trying to fight the Cypher? Or will they just gamble and go like all in? Because right now it looks like they're playing a very default setup where we are going to attack A and we just have one lurch player. The defense though in response, will they keep the aggression up? 4 players stacked onto one site. And looks like a retake setup here on A as well, with only Baby TZ just holding from CT out of all places.
Yeah, it's a very passive setup, but look at this. Arcade's being already cleared out right now as is underpass, so they know for a fact that the execute isn't coming onto A. Baby TZ has that information as well, so might be able to just, you know, watch for a kill while the rest of the team goes in. But, I mean, like you said, it's only the trip, so this is going to pretty much be a retake situation unless Baby TZ pulls together some heroics. The rest of the team, they're still stacked on A. They've still gambled on it.
Not a lot of time for them to work with. Once they execute, they do pop a lot of utility, but that's just going to be signaling a good retake. This is the plan, though, let's not forget. Not to lose enough members and just fight the flanks, go for the pincer. They get the trip as well on the extremities. All up. Cypher, never mind. Muffin strikes really quick, and they're not going to stop the aggression. They're slowly going to flood in. They get spotted out as well. The double suppress going to stop any utility, and they just get flushed out. Still, though, managing to survive quite a bit. Yet this 2v4 might not be enough with the HP bars dropping low.
Oh my God,
it's actually not going to be enough as they take the pistol round, which is back-breaking here for LILAX.
Muffin just hitting some incredible shots there. And I mean, that off angle being held by Fanny, as I thought it might be able to get at least one, but Muffin just denying any impact. And at least, you know, for LILAX, they were able to get the spike down, so they're going to be able to have a bye for this last round here if Mad Army do manage to win this one. But Mad Army, man, they just look so in control on this particular map. And the only round that LILAX even put together was a hero by round. So unless, like, things go very much in their way, it does look like we're going to a map 3.
This is such a difficult situation to be with. I mean, granted, at least they get to buy something. They get the Spectres. They have a chance. But with this big of a economy gap, it's just so difficult to really fight the longer ranges. Something that I'm surprised that Baby TZ is not afraid to really challenge. They know that they're kind of passive, so she's holding an off angle with the Outlaw, assuming that everything's going to be fine.
It's a close angle as well, so depends on how quick the reaction time is. Fanias hasn't moved at all. Just the discipline coming out from either side here. Has to watch both angles though, so timing might be a key piece in this fight. In the meantime though, drop control has been taken. 4 players coming up, and it's just Ginny sort of on the side here. Main has been completely cleared though, so that's going to be the sound cue. At least they'll have another lane to push from when they're retaking.
Close contact already comes in. Great news. She can actually grab it. There comes the pincer from the rest of the team, able to trade 3 to 4. Pretty good so far for LILAX, if I would say so myself. They get the plant down as well, but all attention towards A main.
Spike planted.
Yeah, it's everyone coming in through that backside. Got Cypher a little bit late though, so it's not exactly a case of safety in numbers here. All 3 players, in fact, not going to be caught out exactly. Ginny able to clear out CT with the help of that knife, but now maybe TZ has to be the one to try and at least find a kill or 2 when these players move out of the angle. Beautiful flash to come through Baby TZ on the turn. He tries to find the first, only able to get one goal, and now 2v2 situation. Nothing that you can really do. Just so much utility left in their arsenal, and Alyssa gets the first one. A little bit of damage to be done at least, but not much more it seems like as that Quack ticks through here. On the side, final kill goes to RNG, and somehow LILAX, they get another round.
I mean, the force buy really proving to be worth it and worthwhile there. I feel like Mad Army could have secured that round, but a little aggression, overstepping at times, just trading too many people at that range, because that's not the range that they want to fight. They want to play a bit further away, use that weapon advantage. Instead, they allow the distance to close. The drop. It was really pivotal for them to get onto the side quickly and ignoring a lot of the disadvantages that they could have.
100%. I think that them being able to win that round at least puts a little bit of life in their campaign, but that's only 1 out of 11 rounds that they needed. 10 are left to go. 10 rounds in a row is what stands between them and a possible chance at a 2-0 here. And I think even though it's a bit of an eco round here, they have a chance to at least get LILAX at least have a chance to get 1 more round possibly. If they're that said, there's 4 players stacked towards this A side. So towards this B side. So this A, I mean, taken away completely for free.
Yeah, very true there. The flank going to be washed as well. Cypher on the lurk. Not going to be enough to really dissuade anyone. The smokes do go down, and they have a good read. Will they expect one in the smoke, though? Ginny not washing the correct angle here, but that's 2 players. One, might be able to second. It's going to be good here, and Sendari's going to be able to back away. But will Shen even get more? 3 on the board, possibly 4. Huge damage coming in, and that is not what you want to see if you are Mad Army, but also kind of an expected result given the buy.
True, but Sundari being able to get all of those kills in a row means that she's now going to have that orbital strike ready to go. So one more crucial ultimate available in this battle for the rounds here. Really nicely played there by Sundari, being able to get 4 kills, swiveling around, especially that shot on that player in heaven. Nice little adjust there. Almost the ace, but again, denied at the last second. A little bit sad there. Either way, though, LILAX now trying their best to scrape together as many rounds as they can, at least, you know, lessen that deficit, win a couple more rounds, help themselves maybe feel a bit better. No ultimates available either for this MY side.
Slowly but surely, the creep towards Arcade to get a bit more space onto tower, just taking as much as they can, but the contest not going to be there for the defenders. They're actually giving a lot of this up. Looks like a retake setup here. Only Brimstone going for some jiggle peek there on the cross. It's going to get blocked by the vision, but they will surely know if anyone does go inside.
They kind of expected at this point, but ooh. Maybe Tizi gets that first kill, gets the second as well, almost gets the third, but finally Nuki manages to shut her down, and that's the information that alright, tower control has been lost here. Still a 3v3 situation, but look at this, there's a flank coming in, notification of that Garner thanks to that tripwire being there. The only isolated fight they have is Ginny, and Ginny knows it, desperately trying to go around and fights to stay alive.
Good flash, but still gets away. Cypher Cage gets some breathing room here. A double up here, but look at the utility bombardment. Gets stunned up, and it's not going to be enough. Ginny just runs through. Manages to spot maybe one more, but they can't find anyone. They got bamboozled. They actually went to rotate. They will get the plant, but it's going to be a difficult one. They might have to find an early pick. Inuki out for blood here, but what did she expect? 2 players.
One enemy remaining.
Nuki, unfortunately not able to win out that fight, and now it's all up to Sundari. She's been incredible in the clutch before. It does have the orbital strike as well. I don't know if she has a mullet lined up. Not even gonna have a chance to use it though. Just a headshot from Muffin to put her in her grave. And I mean, we were talking about how that all could have been the win condition, but Mad Army, they dominate this map. You know, the previous scoreline was a 13-5. Mad Army made it look even more deadly, and we are going to a map 3 here. Wow, what a series so far.
What a series indeed. I mean, similarly to our first one, it looks like we're going to a map number 3. And what a show of force here from Mad Army, proving of why they are a veteran here at GC. And it really shows how disciplined they are. Whenever they were in this fracture map, they get the spike down, and then they back away. They play the utility and kind of peek off either each other or a piece of util, not really wanting to risk anything unnecessary if they don't have to. But look at a couple of their players, right? They have Muffin going really big, Baby TZ, of course. They just have a lot of defining moments, because individually I feel like compared to the first game, they've stepped up.
100%. I think that Baby TZ, especially at that round with the operator, I think it's probably my favorite moment of today. It just looked really cool, especially that 2v4 that they won out. But yeah, aside from that, I think the reads were much better for this particular map. Ginny had some really good calling in terms of rotates and stacks and stuff. But yeah, a little bit unfortunate that map 1's momentum wasn't maintained for LILAX. Either way though, it's not going to be us doing the breakdown of the map here. We have our wonderful panelists for that. So Pilski and Quack, take it away.
Thanks so much, guys. I think if you're a LILAX fan, you might be having a little bit of a breakdown yourself after that game. I don't know, man. That fracture game was a little on the rough side, but at the end of the day, looking back at their previous results, it's kind of more of the same from them, unfortunately. They've had some rough defensive halves. They tried to make some adjustments and go onto the Cypher and try some new things, and unfortunately it just didn't work out for them again.
Yeah, not too much. It is tough. I mean, considering the fact that it's like 3 losses on this map in a row. And
the other ones don't count. They don't count.
Sure, because it's Falcons.
And now,
Vegas.
okay, wait. I got more copium for you. Don't worry.
Okay.
Now you lost to the Genie core, so that's fine also. It's okay to lose to good teams. There's no shame in losing to GC teams, Quack, okay?
Okay, we got that copium going for us. Thank you very much, Pilski. An incredible line to kind of receive that toss as well. Damn, dude. Oh my god. But yeah, absolutely right. Everything that we just witnessed on this map from the first half all the way to the second half. I mean, if not for that pistol, this could have been a 13-1 again, right? So it's definitely tough, but you can see what Mad Army did so well, and it's just kind of like Zach mentioned, it's partly the reads, but I think it's the players stepping up as well. You saw how, we were kind of thinking about it or theorizing around it a little bit. How is Ginny able to play this KO, and you kind of see it a little bit more. She's not necessarily going for like huge, crazy across the map lineups with the knife or the 0 point. She's actually using it like somewhat close range just to check if there's anyone like sort of behind a wall, because there are lots of spots like this all throughout the map on Fracture. Apart from that, of course, Baby TZ, which is doing a phenomenal job as well, and it just flows so fluidly when the whole team is working together in this fashion. You got info gathering from the Teo, you got Muffin creating that space, Ginny's able to find these trades off of moments like that, and Baby TZ as well, just being able to watch objectives like the spike and everything, and that's why you just have such a dominant score and stat line. 11 out of 12 post plants.
Yo, 9 to 7 first kills. They were winning opening duels and still just getting 4v5'd pretty routinely. That's rough. I like the point that you made about Ginny on the KO, though. I really think KO a very strong agent to put someone with a lot of experience, or your IGL a lot of times. On, it really helps to, I don't know, the way that I put it is like direct the flow of traffic, and exactly like you said, you throw a knife at a wall, not only do you know, okay, there's no one on the other side of that wall, that's very obvious, but from someone with that level of experience, they can know how a certain comp is played or know how a team likes to set up, and through process of elimination, gathering that information and reading the setup, they can kind of get a better feel for what the other team is doing, and therefore either make reads in terms of rotations on defense or call a better strat or something more accurate on attack. So putting someone like Ginny on a KO, even on something like Fracture, to be fair, it used to be very popular on this map. You'd see even, especially in NA, you'd see a lot of teams running it. So it's not like it's a bad agent on this map, and she played it very, very well. Really, really good recovery from Mad Army, but I'm super excited because we've had two teams really showing us their strength so far on either of their map picks, and now we go on to Lotus, which you could say it's, I remember even Senderi and some of the other LILAX players playing this in previous Game Changers SCAs that I got to watch, and over on the side of Mad Army, they played a little bit as well, most recently dropping an OT against For Fun, who have some pretty solid players as well. So I'm looking forward to that game. But before we talk about that, let's talk about today's MVP here for Fracture, and it is going to go to Baby TZ, and you might be the second biggest Baby TZ stan, talking about how she loves to lurk and find those timings, and we've seen it come to fruition in this series already.
Yeah, we saw so many moments of that. But of course, the round that stands out the most would be the AWP round. I mean, that's the one that you can't forget. She's just able to kind of re-peek, refrag, and have so many of these moments. So definitely needing to carry all of this forward to our final map. You were kind of already previewing into it, right? Lotus, we're seeing some of the possible comps that they can run. Of course, I think this is where we do, like as you've mentioned, we get to see kind of Sendari possibly go back to that Clove as well. And that's maybe where LILAX is going to feel a little bit more comfortable, but we shall see. I don't know. I still feel as though this could go all the way.
Yeah, I think this should be a pretty good third map decider that really tells us which one of these teams is the better of the two. You got a 4-1 record over on the side of LILAX until they played Falcons Vega. That one doesn't count. So 4-0 as far as I'm concerned over in Copium Land. They've been having a good time on it. They've been playing the same comps. Over on the side of Mad Army, though, they've been switching up the comps a little bit, but we'll dive a little bit more into the Lotus discussion right after this short break. So go grab yourself a drink, and we'll see you right after the break.
Y'all sit back and watch me speak. About to take over your screen. Talking bulls in 93. Talking mom, I'm on TV. Y'all know all I do is me. All I do is me. Y'all sit back and watch me speak. Y'all sit back and all I know, my money green. About to snap and make a scene. My cup off and make this free. My cup off and make them scream. Go back off for TMZ. Y'all sit back and watch me speak. Y'all sit back and watch me speak. Y'all sit back and watch. Watch me. Watch me. Watch me. Sit back and watch. Sit back. Sit back. Sit back. Sit back. Money long, nothing on credit. I got style, don't catch no feelings. All this bread, ain't got no lettuce. I got style, don't catch no feelings. Watch me. Watch me. Sit back and watch. Sit back and watch. Sit back and watch. If it ain't got style, I ain't with it. I ain't with it. If it ain't got style, I ain't with it. Look, look. If it ain't got style, I ain't with it. I ain't with it. If it ain't got style, I ain't with it. Look, look. Look, look. Look, look. Look, look. Watch me. Sit back and watch. Watch me. Sit back. Sit back. Watch me. Sit back and watch. Sit back. Sit back. Sit back. Sit back.
Map of the day here in Valorant Game Changers SCA, day number 3, and it has been a bitter, hard-fought couple of maps so far today. We're in the lower bracket, so it's kind of all or nothing for these teams, and after 2 blowouts, we find ourselves on Lotus here in this tie derby here, Quack.
Yeah, definitely. And just seeing how the past maps have played out. Not quite the performance we expected on the first one of Haven, but moving on towards Fracture, something a little bit more, something that meets our expectations. It went by rather quickly, but now we're kind of back. We find ourselves back in like Copium land. So I don't know how
what do you mean back in Copium land, bro? I've been living there. I'm from Oceania. Like, what are you well,
in the context of Game Changer Southeast Asia, all right? Yeah, first map, it wasn't so much Copium land, but now, yeah, we're into familiar territory for Pilski. So I don't know how Lotus is gonna look. We have seen, more reps from LILAX on this map. Possibly they left it open as well. But at the same time, Mad Army, they have experimented with some compositions from before. We're starting to see some of their players find their groove now, and that's definitely something that's going to be challenging LILAX down to this final map.
Yeah, I think, look, for Mad Army, they've got a couple of reps here on Lotus. They did drop a map against For Fun. I'm wondering if they picked it in this in that Veto, because I can't tell from the VLR page, but it seems like when they played Bind, they did start on defense. So I'm assuming that means they picked Lotus in that series. That could be wrong, and we could get some wonky side picks on that side. But if they did pick it, that shows some degree of comfortability playing it against For Fun. The other teams that they played, they didn't really have to work too hard to put them away in the other stages of the Swiss. So I would say my main concern would just be match fitness, playing against some really strong teams on this map recently, and the fact that they're swapping around their comp a lot. But they should be very, very comfortable on this map. These players have played throughout, multiple years at this point. Lotus has been an absolute staple, and they're playing the meta comp, so nothing too outrageous, at least in their last game against For Fun.
Well, yeah. The other team that they played against, Vendetta Serpent, that's the one that we're kind of wondering about. Oh, they went with Clove Omen at some point. So a little bit of question
mark. We get a Clove off.
Maybe, but I kind of doubt that as well, though, seeing how intense this upcoming matchup is going to be. Just thinking about the stakes, coming into top 4 for that seeding into the next split. This is what they're all kind of fighting for, right? Or even just the chance to continue moving forward in this playoffs. So, I mean, it kind of makes sense with everything that we're thinking about. For Fun, though, is, of course, still a pretty big opponent to face up against. You're up against the likes of Alka, Yumi. It's just still big names in Game Changers Southeast Asia. So the fact that they kind of picked into that, I do believe. I'm not too sure about the sides, but at least for this one, they intentionally left it open, and we can see exactly why. The composition coming through, though. Okay. LILAX.
I mean, yeah, you're right. LILAX changing up a couple of things. They have gone from Fate to Teo, and then from Killjoy over onto the Vice. So some small adjustments. The Omen as well on Senderi instead of the Clove. She's played Clove on this map for ages and ages. So the Omen, I think, is a better comp choice. But for player comfortability, I mean, it's going to be a little bit different in this case.
Certainly something to think about. But yeah, comp-wise, just having spots where you can throw out that flash so many times, it's just that much useful, especially if you're, like LILAX, starting out on the defensive side, being able to play around that C door all the time. It can be very useful. I like the Vice as well, a little bit more than the Killjoy. So kind of liking the direction where they're going, but comfortability, exactly like you mentioned. How is that going to look for LILAX going into this final map?
Yeah, I mean, I'm assuming they've gone for the comfort pick over on Micro, though, because... And I think that was kind of a problem on Fracture, as far as I'm concerned. I don't think the Jet got what it needed to do that a Neon or a Raze would do on Fracture. I think they might run into a similar issue here on Lotus. As far as I'm concerned, a Jet is a choice of a double duelist comp, or something that a PRX or someone like that might play, not your primary duelist, because of how important your map control protocols and your utility is going to be. So they're going to have to try to get value out of that Jet. Better value than they did on Fracture, but we'll throw it over to our casters here, Flufee and Quack to take, Zahk rather, to take us through the last map of the day.
No, when Quack and I used to cast, we had like a stage name and stuff, the Quack Zahk attack and stuff. So yeah, that just brings back memories. Thanks for that, Pilski. Either way, though, I mean, Flufee, for the last time today, it's going to be you and me taking us through the action. We've got Lotus coming up. We saw the agent comps coming through, and I think that it's just been such a fantastic day today so far. It's all culminating on this map, because whoever does win it out is going to be able to advance in that upper bracket, lock in that top 4, and just get themselves further in the tournament.
Yeah, I mean, it's do or die right now, and it's really important for both of these teams to really make the difference here in map number 3. Essentially, we're back to a best of 1, and it is a map reset, so they have all the chances in the world to kind of learn from their past mistakes. They've all suffered 1 loss each, so what can they really do to adapt? I mean, we look at Lotus, and it's another 3-side map, so I would say that there's advantage for the team that won Haven. I think they have a bit more confidence in this type of play.
I also think the corners and stuff, it's a little bit more cramped and everything. So I do feel like Lotus is a map where, depending on how the setup works, I think a lot of the heavy lifting for the side of the Mad Army is going to be on BBTZ's shoulders, because as that Viper, that second controller, the lurk, the benefits as well as the deterioration that you face by making that trade, I think it's going to be a little bit harder for them, especially starting off on the side that they are.
Yeah, it's going to be very difficult for them to crack the code with this one. Looking at the compositions that we saw earlier on the Agent Select, I do like the Teo adaptation, although Granted, against this team, I don't actually think there's a lot of utility to destroy. So primarily, you're just going to use them to flush out a lot of the space. Speaking of which, aggressive start here on the attack. As they barrel through this, they get one already. And Micro does fall. The primary duelist of the opponent just gone already. The attackers have a huge advantage to start things out. Oh! Oh no.
That was such a nice crunch play with the utility, able to find 2 kills to trade it out here. Baby TZ though finds vengeance for her fallen teammates. 2v3 situation right now. Numbers back in favor of Mad Army. Timing could be everything here though, and already we see that Yuki gets spotted out and Baby TZ with another kill. We're talking about the impact that the Viper needed to have here, Flufee, and this is a round where definitely that lurk towards C is paying off huge. 1v3 situation, all down to just Device.
What can Vice do with the situation? She has to go and wrap around this, but the late lurk already set up as Ginny has on the fade, really just stopping all the possible angles. It's also a plant for outside, so there's just so many things to watch. Has to try to pick a fight very early because time will definitely not be on her side. Still trying to decide of where she wants to go and take her last stand. Has to go for, I believe, the C out. There's no time. You can't just go for a tap here. No one's really going to peek. They have too much utility to do anything. They can play the patience game, and Ginny just gets one off the flank.
That long wrapper on you, pointed it out when she began it, and Ginny just there, right on time to put the final bullet in their opponent's head. Right now, LILAX go down. Unfortunately, not a round that really worked out for them. I did like this play, though, with the utility being able to find those kills. But yeah, maybe it's easy being able to find both of those kills and open up the C side for the plan. Just kind of put the round together here for Mad Army. Now, an interesting buy here. Only 3 players actually going to be putting in the guns, maybe 4 now. I see a Spectre coming in as well, but Baby TZ as this lurk player, not gonna have much to work with, so can't afford to play a little bit more aggressively. In the meantime, go look at this. We might see a mid push coming through, maybe.
I mean, it's a pretty decent buy, granted that you're gonna go for the lurk. In case you do fail, at least you have a decent shot. If you win, it's great because you still have enough utility and life because of the armor. But if you fail, they only get a go, so nothing really happens in terms of economy. You don't give them a bigger fighting chance here. They try to use the ghost effectively, but there goes the trap. Gonna be slowed out of it, but no one really has a chance to peek as both utils from both of these agents really just stalling out each other.
Viper wall goes down, waiting for the refresh probably. Vice now looking to probably re-clear the angle, but friends are over here. It's not just Baby TZ anymore. Gonna be using the smoke to possibly re-clear all of these angles and take a little bit more of a, you know, tucked away position. I don't know if they're gonna be able to really clear this. Might just be looking to take contact with the side with 3 players here. Never mind, the Prowler comes through first, and somehow it's the dodge for the Vice of everything here so far. But it's KitKat to still find the kills. The higher weaponry finding the advantage here and getting down the kills.
4-3 at the moment. Have to reposition. At least it's kind of calm right now as we do get the spike to go down. Well, they'll try again right now, but surely it'll go down. They're for the retake, but they're fairly close. If they get a good timing on no weapons out, and there goes 2 already. Dangerous situation here, and only RNG with a sheriff to try to salvage the situation. It was going to be so difficult. First contact already made. Has to expect the wrap around. There it goes, but it's too wide. Falling back as far as she can, giving as much chance. Not even going for any committal fight. She has to try to get something though, like get a kill or maybe further advantage, because you're not really going to save anything off of this anyway.
So true. I think at this point, RNG nobody's going to be pushing it. Just tries to go forward, dive to the spike, or at least find a kill. But yeah, the patience there from KitKat to find the final kill of the round, as well as Mad Army only lose Baby TZ in the process, and we were talking about it as well, right? So with only a ghost being lost in the process, we might even see a hero weapon being bought here for this round because of the economic situation of this team. I also like the triple coming in there, the aggression, being able to anchor it outside and deny any kind of attempt at a retake at all. Full buy though, kicking in for LILAX here. Don't have any ults on either side. So just gonna be a gunplay round, but those Guardians, at least that Guardian in Muffin's hands, could find a huge opening.
I mean, we know how strong she is, especially on the duelist road. If she can expose a lot of their weaknesses and open up the side, it could be really pivotal. But yeah, the rate of fire of that weapon not going to be there at times, so it might just be enough to get a couple body shots in. Going to preemptively check out the site. They don't have a suppress on them, I think, and they are able to just back away. A lot of util force out here. Sentinel just holding on the side of what she can. Does dissuade the push with the utility, calling for backup. But a full rotate is not in place, so they have to be very careful with a numbers advantage already stacked outside the C side.
Not ready yet.
on their way side on their site right now, but it's gonna be the Vice only finding one bomb being shut down. There's still more players on site though, and Senderi able to not only do the damage but hold down the angle. Cuts out a second player to Root and finally goes down here, but now the Teho utility almost gets caught in the trap. 2v3 situation, numbers still in favor of LILAX.
LILAX have to be very careful with this. They have the advantage right now. They have time on their side, but they are taking small steps backwards. Already one falls, and the HP is kind of chipping away for Senderi. So they have to be very careful of what they peek or peek together. That's more HP loss. Micro, she's still alive, but is that really enough? They cannot take more of these fights.
I'll find you. One enemy remaining.
Hawk is a distraction and the kill comes through. Omen goes down and it's just Micro with a microcosm of HP here. No real way to even find the damage on these fights. Spam does do a decent chunk to Alyssa, but it's a headshot. Overkill from Ginny, but still a kill there for Mad Army as they convert this bonus round as well. Beautifully played for them. Precision coming through from beginning to end, and they convert that round despite that initial disadvantage that they were facing. No ult either, so it's just the fact that they were able to take down the Vice so early, and also Senderi being pushed so far back and eventually shut down. Utility just not connecting at that point.
Exactly. Nothing really connecting in that place, and I feel like these small advantages are things that you cannot just let go. There's a world where they can just double peek or maybe try something new, but instead taking a lot of these individual fights, playing into the hand of Mad Army, and it is literally giving them all the small advantages they need to creep their way up onto a better position later onto the round. Now they have the full buy available for them, so all they have to do is not stumble onto some utility that might cause them a bit more trouble than they expect.
Talking about trouble, I mean, here's an example. Just the Bucky sitting inside the smoke here. Viper Orb comes down as well. A little bit of a nice one. Flutter to the side, maybe trip the wall and come back safely. As it's going to be the case. Senderi actually going to be inside it. I don't think I've ever seen that before.
I have never actually seen that as well.
That was wild.
I didn't know that that could happen, but apparently anything's possible here on GC, and it looks like the possibilities are endless if they can break onto the site. How will this go? Wow!
Oh,
Spots off the
wow.
barrel last second. Muffin able to
Insane.
get a good entry onto this. Still 2 blast packs available. Just be careful of all the repositions and the close. They are aware that there could be people in it. They don't use the boombot. Instead, they just go straight in for it. They lose their life. But is that going to be enough? I don't think so to stop this site. They do get a bit of damage though.
30 seconds
in the meantime,
left.
Baby TZ, as always, lurking through, able to find the perfect timing here. Rotation coming towards B instead as the plant goes down and Baby TZ ready to cover every single angle necessary. Right now, though, it's going to be more of an aggressive play coming in from this Viper. Might even find the timing on the CT and the headshot. 1v3 right now.
4v3, all up to Nuki. She has to find an angle here, but the discipline coming in from Mad Army. We saw this on the game number 2, and it looks like it is going to be very difficult to break this defense. Ginny, disciplined as ever, just holding down that site. Every time they get this advantage, they really don't want to let it go. I feel like on Haven, the problem was they just had so much more firepower with that Clove in play to deal with, and now that they can play this slow game where the defense is a bit more split apart, they're having an easier time entering all these sites.
Yeah, I think that's definitely true here. Also, they're able to work the map much better. I mean, even though Haven is also a 3-side map like Lotus just seems much smaller in dimension, so the rotations have been a little bit faster, and I think the calling has also been a little bit easier for Ginny, at least in terms of the agent comp. She has a lot more resources to work with this particular map. Either way, though, a lot of noise being made towards A right now, along with the Viper wall. I mean, it's been defaulted on this particular site for the entire map so far, but either way, it's gonna let them possibly creep up. Nobody really on the site itself, so could be open for taking.
Yeah, it's actually really surprising that they put Micro on the operator on the same site where they have all their defensive utility. So really, it's just a straight contact play for A. Yes, they dissuade a lot of things from C, but it's going to be very difficult if they lose this inside. Ginny already opening up the site, getting 1 for her trouble. As they push onto the backside, they pop the showstopper and they try to look for even more value, making sure that no one can creep up close. The boom bot's still available, so they have a lot of utility to really hold it down. They have mistakes though. They can pop the Armageddon here as they try to clear a couple corners. 2 already spotted on the right side, and it's going to be enough for all the bullets to rain down. 2 drop, and it's a 4v3. The operator going to be dropped for a bit just so that they have a bit more firepower on this retake.
Ooh, the micro angle though, despite the ult, it's gonna be dodged out completely. No real way to avoid it. And up close, Alyssa, she's the one to claim the first victim. 3v3 and the clock is ticking here. Ginny now, additional pressure coming in from the Prowler. They know exactly where these players are and there's no way for them to get away. Flawless utility coming out of Mad Army here as they find the 5th round on the board.
I really thought that even though the defense is a bit awkward, stacking the operator with the defensive util, it was a pretty good effort for them on the start of that retake. They're able to take out 2 players immediately. They flood onto site. They pop the KO, but the Armageddon just doesn't connect like you mentioned. There's still a gap for her to stand in it. And Viper, Baby TZ just landing important kills when necessary. She's rewarded now with almost the Viper's Pit, which could seal the deal. Of course, you probably don't want to play it against like this eco buy. Not just because it's an ultimate, but you know, because they're on a lower buy so they can just shoot you. But it's a lot of things for them to deal with, and these small advantages will just rack up on each other as we move forward deeper into rounds. And she finds
you're talking about the Viper's Pit. I mean, imagine it's the one ult that is probably a bad idea because of all these buckets in play. Ooh, either way though, she's just holding down the fort here.
Wow.
Gets a second kill as well, farming at this point. And in the meantime, there's still a Bucky in play as this player gets stuck.
Awkward there, but at least they get to break a lot of this early util. Nice having to play back here. Has the ultimate available. It could equalize the situation, but that really depends where they're gonna go. I mean, they have control of door, so they have the option to rotate, and they just need to wait a bit more. So hopefully the paranoia sits in and the defense over-rotates with the limited amount of players that they have. Finally, though, looks like they're going to go for this B-hit. There's a lot of use into the squad key.
Only one victim, though, so overall not a bad trade. And he's still got players on side, but always KitKat keeps getting caught with the paranoia in her hand. Baby TZ, though, on track for the ace, or well, at least a 4K right now is just going to be Funny is left with this Bucky and the ultimate. I mean, sure, you could try to use it in a retake, but it's not going to be very effective in a 1v4, so not much left to do here. Just goes down in the 6th round for Mad Army. Look like they can do no wrong on Lotus right now.
Seems similar vibes to the Fracture game where they take such a commanding lead and their players have stepped up to be very on point. Yes, there's a weapon advantage, but the discipline for Baby TZ to just hold that angle down, making sure that, you know, maybe there is a second player. Let's just hold down and check. Forces, I believe this has to be a timeout by LILAX, right?
Yeah, I believe so as well. I think it's going to be the case. Hopefully it's going to be the case. I don't think that Mad Army really feel the need to put the brakes on at this point. Never mind, they do. I don't know, maybe they just want to have a chill break, you know, have a cup of tea perhaps, talk about what they can do to make sure that it's a 13-0. I don't know, why would you call a timeout when you're 6-0?
I mean, to be fair, I feel like you get a timeout just so that you can reevaluate the situation. You know that the opponents have 2 ultimates and they have a full buy. So it could be a chance to maybe play the mental game and make sure that they are paranoid, like, oh my god, will they have a set play, or what can we do if the X or Y happens? Because they don't want to lose this round, because even if they are ahead, getting as many as they can on this attacking half, I think it's just a good investment for them.
100%, and that might actually pay off here. Again, both sides have a full buy, but a couple of ultimates available, especially that Vizot could prove to be pivotal in a retake. But for that, LILAX gonna have to keep their team alive in numbers. Mad Army so far have been excelling at finding that first pick and getting those advantages and sticking with them. I think you pointed this out in the 3rd round, and they've been continuing to really top the charts at that. Finally, though, it does look like we're gonna be seeing a bit of a more aggressive initiative coming out of LILAX towards that A side. Look at the amount of space they've taken already, but Baby TZ, as always, just waiting to spawn on the lurk.
They're very aware that they want to give up that A control. You see, they dodged the boom bot, but it's not going to be enough to dodge the shots coming in from Muffin. She's able to get one very early. That's going to be the Sentinel off the board, stopping a lot of this early aggression onto the C side, causing the rotate to go ever so quickly. Baby TZ has a lot of angles for her to watch. She has to be very aware that there could be a double up here. They're kind of expecting it as well on the defense, so they just have to play the patient game. Multiple fights from all the angles. Scenario on one side, and on the other, Baby TZ does fall, leaving the gap open here for the flank. They are aware that 2 players are coming for them, so they're going for the plant instantly.
Yeah, I mean, sure, the Vice ult connects, but it's not going to matter because it doesn't last that long, and already the players, they have their guns back here, so it's going to be a very difficult retake. No ultimate, the only aside from Ginny's, who's going to release that Nightfall exactly at the second. Beautiful off angle from Melissa, gets that first kill. Now, 2v2 though.
2v2, the going to be used, but not at the right time. The double up, the up down on the off angle, it's just enough, and Ginny's going so huge this game.
Incredible utility. The timing of that Nightfall was just immaculate. Perfect distraction and infill at the same time, and of course Alyssa just hitting the shots that they really needed. That final, I mean, they did everything perfectly that round, whether it was getting that plant down, their post-plant positions, you know, as well as these trades coming through on top of that high-low setup in that final 2v1 that they took. It was just very, very well played here by Mad Army, and now 7-0. They still have that Viper split that we were talking about, and their opponents are finally going to have a bit of a buy put together. They have the Rolling Thunder. They've got a couple of Bulldogs as well as a Vandal, but yeah, not the greatest buy.
I feel like they have a great macro game plan as well, just being able to push up. This time around, the aggression. Sentinel actually leading the charge. Nothing's going to be spotted out here, and Jet gets punished for it. Bladestorm already off the table. They have a bit of weaponry, but that's not going to be enough for them to convert after this. A bit greedy if they keep this push, or they're just going to back away instead.
Yeah, it's a flood coming through. All of this chaos and shenanigans happening towards spawn, and A-side just gets taken completely. Aggressive play from Muffins, turns around, spawns a triple player, actually gonna be able to survive it quite well, and the counter utility coming into play actually gonna enable Muffin to take up a little bit more of an aggressive position right now. The flash is and the stun are still there. Backup coming in from KitKat though doesn't connect, and Muffin has held his angle for so long. Still it's going out. Finally though, it does seem like Mad Army, they're gonna be able to put their opponents in their coffin. A little bit of an eco round from their opponents, but still Mad Army, man, 8-0. Really wanting to just breeze through this lower bracket. Sure, they might have lost Haven in a bit of a difficult way, but since Fracture, they've been looking like a whole other beast.
Yeah, I feel like that teamwork just really connecting, all the players, like you mentioned, stepping up. But more importantly, I really appreciate the macro plan that they have. They're very aware of what could happen, and if it fails, at least they get the correct info from it. Like 2 rounds ago, you know, you see Baby TZ, yes, she didn't win the duel, but she's able to allow her team to assess where the threats are going to come from, and on a map like Lotus, that is valuable information. The previous round, though, she was the fragger there, getting 3 all-piece already, and the discipline just to back away on this opening salvo doesn't give Micro any chance for her to connect any more shots. They can't get any bigger punish on this, and they are investing ultimates in order to gain information to play the game, since they know they're going to be advantage rather.
100%, and I mean, Muffin, I mean, leading the charge here, does have the full kit available, including the satchels, if they do want to get onto the C site. Only going to be Senderi, who has been consistently able to find at least 1 kill before being shut down. Finally, Execute going to be coming through here. Momentum being in, along with Muffin, who still has her satchels, so could take a higher position if necessary on the particular site. Their way, though, with that Daeho drone coming in, KitKat gets suppressed. Viper Spit waiting to come through here, possibly towards that waterfall angle, and oh my god, that was a awkward moment of the century.
Or whatever's happening right now, LILAX with a fighting chance. 4v3, the commotion, really going for a great ultimate. They spot out one of the Virus Spit, but not able to get the punish. Micro dives in, she's able to find one, and through the commotion, they have to use it to their advantage. Ginny falls as well, forcing this another 3v1, and finally, somehow, they retake that site.
Finally, like you said, a round coming through. I think it was a similar scoreline on Fracture as well. It was 9-1 or something that they found their first round. 8-1 here, a little bit better in terms of the finding it. Not too good though, but if they can find like another couple rounds, 9-3 or 8-4, it's still gonna be hard, but at least things are looking a little bit better. Still gonna have a bit of a difficult situation economically, but should be able to scrape together a buy with the exception of the Vice, who kind of is stuck on the Bucky, maybe can request another gun from their teammate. Yep, there we go. On the other side though, I mean, even though they did use the Viper Spit, look at this, the second cycle of ults is already rolling up here for the side of Mad Army. 2 away from the Showstopper, 2 away from the Nightfall. Only 1 for the Omen ults as well, so much value still here for this team, including the economy.
A lot of advantages. They're investing so much to get this orb, even though Breeze's ultimate is kind of far away. Nuki is like 5 or 6 points away from the ult. So really investing onto future rounds instead of giving it to maybe someone else.
they're feeling confidence in their shooting skills this round, especially since they do have a full buy put together. That said, though, I don't like how a lot of these players are out on their own islands, whether it's Fanny is on here or other player on the A side. Baby TZ again finding a victim on the lurk, punishing that Sentinel who just pushes out wide. That said, though, 1-for-1 trade on this A side, and Muffin might actually decide to go A off the back of this, but here comes the rotate with the open lurk. Fake at it.
Oh, the double swing is going to pay off. It's 2v2 right now. It's anyone's game. They have the positioning early onto A, but they have to clear so many different angles because they have no info of where the two defenders could be. Wasting a lot of time and utility, giving them a chance to creep closer for the defensive side. They probably do get the plant here, but the retake is going to be really difficult. They have the Armageddon online, which I think is going to pop right now, and it's going to be really, really tight, but they get the timing right.
They'll expect them towards backside, but they're going to be going all the way around, including clearing this backside. So they're actually going to connect with their own teammate Senderi, catching Arinji in the corner there. Now, though, this missile, they could find a free kill down in the corner there, unless Alyssa is able to somehow dodge it. The smoke actually going to help Alyssa move out of it, though. And now it's just a question of timing. One kill goes down, and it's going to be the second to coming. 2v2, they managed to clutch it out here, and LILAX, they get a second round on the board.
Slowly growing their advantage on their side, building up that confidence that they need to start converting map number 3. Yes, Man Army is still ahead by a lot, but that is every team that's behind's dream to start building those rounds. Couple to go, maybe go 8-4, but I do like your point earlier about how they are kind of separated in the islands. It just so happens that it's kind of a sketchy post plan, but the opening rounds were a lot of individual fights, where when you look at Mad Army, they always had someone to trade. Even when they took that early fight onto A through the Viper wall, 2 players peaked, not just one. So they got a quick trade, and this is how you steamroll your advantage when you're on the attack.
True. Again, this Vice utility, it's been a little bit punished because of how LILAX's Vice tends to like to go for an aggressive play. This time around, they're a little bit more passive, especially with the buy still being available, most of them winning out that round. Here comes the showstopper, the Muffin taking up a lot of area very aggressively here. The utility, Fade utility, actually gotta point out this player's position just that they're a little bit far away, and now Baby TZ trying to crunch this Vice between 3 of them. Just no way for her to get away. And she's able to get a kill though, which is pretty impressive, but now look at this again, Baby TZ versus the world.
The world indeed. There goes one customer, second one for the buy. It's a 3v2 right now, and that's a great kill in order to go for more delay. Not gonna connect with the ultimate as well. The darkness does spawn out at least one player. This is going to be enough for them to get another round. 92. 93 would be the max score here, but I'm sure that Mad Army would want to go for that double digit.
Last round before the switch.
Yeah, I think they would agree with you there. Baby TZ in particular really liking to finish this fast. So to quote our other panelist, she can go and play. I think the game is called Repo. I know that Quack said it was a horror game, but I think it's called Repo. But yeah, I'm sure Baby TZ would like to celebrate by playing a little bit of that with her friends. Either way, though, I mean, look at this. It was such a nice positioning round coming out of the players on Mad Army, especially Baby TZ again, just being such a crucial player in terms of finding that opening kill. I mean, yes, Muffin has also been good at finding that first kill, but Baby TZ is on a whole other level now. Again, that utility from the Fade just coming in perfectly. Yeah.
Perfect utility, like you mentioned. And Spam's not going to connect. Micro manages to defend herself, and actually this part of the site, the rest of LILAX really barreling through a small door, but can the trades make it in time? 2v1, all up to Ginny. She's full HP. What can she do? Oh, she's around. The timing, maybe? Will she spot out Ginny? Or does Ginny manage to cross? She does. They're not sure if she's on the A side or if she's wrapped around. Ginny manages to sneak away. Has to at least get one frag, no? Before she gets the plant down?
And she has 50 seconds. Time to work with us there. I like this, though, coming out of LILAX. Both teammates sticking together. Having, checked A side, made sure no one's making any sound around. Ginny, in the meantime, going towards that C side instead. In terms of utility, in terms of utility, it only has the haunt, so timing could be perfect here, especially if she plans to go back towards A. Still hasn't reloaded, though, so the 7-bullet situation is going to make things a little bit difficult.
A, actually. Just getting enough space for them to really, you assume they're planting C, so it buys her more time after she goes for the plant.
Oh, it's B, though.
Planted.
Yeah, the B plant. Ginny now with the reload as well. Having to clutch out the 1v2. A lot of utility already being burnt though, so not much left in the tank here. Has to be the gun game. Ginny, on the other hand, does have the haunt. Looks to make the contact play though. All the question of timing, and it does seem like Ginny might actually be able to find the lineup, but not gonna happen this time around. Instead, LILAX, they find the third round and they have 9-3 is what we're seeing. And I mean, we talk a lot about this number. We talk about a Curtis Flufee, but I don't know, the way Mad Army is feeling, I feel like they are the curse.
Very, very true.
Switching
I mean, look at the angle though. I'm really surprised that she planted so open. It's really hard for her to peek that after she goes into close and finds a good isolation fight. But Micro really proving to do the damage when needed. Just even though they're down a lot of points, I respect the fact that they're okay taking fights. Like, they're not going to back down. They will fight for every piece of ground that is being fought for. Even though it is 9-3 and this pistol round will be very, very important. The important part that you can kind of infer is that LILAX's spirit is still there.
Yeah, at least in a couple of rounds, they're able to still keep fighting, as you said. And maybe if they can win this pistol, we've seen that snowball happen before. 9-3 suddenly becomes 9-5, especially if you win the bonus. It just brings the gap so narrow, down to 2 rounds or less. In fact, depending on how you play your cards. But yeah, Mad Army now the ones to be on this defensive side. Baby TZ kind of putting her wall down towards A, playing a bit more of a rotate angle, while Vice herself has her set up on A2. So a lot of utility that's going to be very defensive towards A, but no early pressure because look at this, the raise is towards B instead.
Very, very true. A bit of a interesting setup coming from the defense. I wonder how they're going to be playing this with this raise as well as Fade on the B. It looks like a pair that wants to stick together, but such a narrow opening for them to fight through. I do like that, at least for this attacking team, they are kind of defaulting to certain areas, but because they don't have a hard anchor for any of these strips, they have to be really mindful of what's going to happen. I mean, they have the Vice wall, right? But outside of that, probably pretty difficult to predict if they fully commit through the wall or not.
I mean, we saw the damage that Baby TZ did on the previous map when people tried to push through the utility. Very oppressive kind of situation in that previous series, so might be able to see that again with this particular round if they do decide to do that. But at least for now, it does seem like more of a default play, kind of testing and prodding the waters, making sure that there's not going to be any proactive aggression coming out of this Mad Army roster. Their way though, they've taken control of A pretty quickly. There's only going to be the right utility towards side, but they do look like they want to go towards B instead, where there is a pseudo crossfire kind of available.
Not ready yet.
Very true here. Muffin salvo already going to be unleashed there. Muffin does fall. Pivotal roll there on that raise. 3v2. Or no, not 3v2 rather. 3v4. A lot of players here still
Spike
up
planted.
on
So yeah, just on side, a very awkward fight that we're taking. Either way, the kills come through the right click, working out here for Quickness. Expect the player towards main. It's still gonna come down to a 1v2. Health is good on the Vice, so still pretty much a winnable round. I don't think they have a way to smoke it off either, but Ginny just hits the headshot. Nothing to worry about, nothing to see here. Another day for Mad Army as they steamroll their opponents and get a pistol on the board. Double digits here. And 3 rounds is all that stands between them and moving on in this lower bracket and eliminating Team LILAX.
Man, both of these teams really deserve to go through. We've seen One Piece in the previous maps how dominant they can be, but right now the team that has risen above more than the other has seemed to be Mad Army, because they really play to their strengths on these wider maps, really proving to be one of the problems, I feel like, on Lotus that has not been solved yet for the other.
Yeah, I think unless they figure it out, it's going to make things very tough for them, especially, after that pistol loss. I don't think they even got the spike down, so I don't know, make it even, or they did get the spike down, but they've opted not to force here, which is kind of an interesting tactic, seeing what the score line is. I think last time they actually found success on the force, so it's surprising that they're not going for that. So the way the aggressive angle being helped.
If that's the case, then I mean, we already have 1 frag on the board. At least it's going to be the initiator gone. A lot of stopping power going to be halted with an early kill like that, especially with the aggressive play coming in from the defensive side. I'm surprised that they pushed out, but wow, Micro, what a shot. He's able to take out Ginny just like that. That's a lot of information going to be gone for the rest of the 1 minute of this round.
Huge opening as well, and it's going to summon a rotation through, but instead Baby TZ going back into defensive territory, has the Viper Orb, has the wall to play off of, knows that fights can be isolated pretty effectively here. With that Molly coming down though, 48 seconds left, they might look to rotate back towards B instead. Look at this push coming through. The awareness is beautiful.
One enemy remaining.
This is kind of the round that they're looking for, but Micro, she's not going to stop from getting to her dream. They don't want to get eliminated. If she can take this 1v3, it's going to be
30
insane.
seconds left.
But they still have to get the spike, and that's the biggest problem. It's guarded by every member. So what can she really do here? The one-way even setup, no dash. It's going to be so difficult for her to manually take this.
Expect the lurk as well, just so paranoid about what's happening in 13 seconds. There's no way that she's gonna be able to do it, and Muffin happy to just confirm that final kill, closes out the round here, gets Mad Army to 11, but LILAX, they didn't really invest much in the round, even though they did a little bit of damage, so less substantial bonus round gonna be coming through here for Mad Army. But on the other side, LILAX, they actually have a full buy. This is your chance to kind of stop the bleeding here, reassess things. You know, they've got a buy, they've got the utility, they're going up against only like, what's their rifles, that 2-3 of them. It should be a round that they can convert.
Yeah, they have a lot of chances here. I'm not sure actually if in the previous round you actually go for the save or maybe to try and get some damage in, because you do get the full buy. But aggression is not going to stop them either way. Full explosion here to take control of Rubble. Already spots a one player, but something is up a little too late. They just get the punish. They use all the weaponry they have, and it's it's all up to RNG to really make sure that she can get this round. It's so difficult.
Such a beautiful crunch play, and now RNG can't even move because it's got to be shredded apart here. Ginny timing going to be everything here, and oh my god, it's that power of friendship right there as Alyssa takes care of her teammate, finds that final headshot to make sure that Mad Army gets a match in series point. One round away, Flufee, from eliminating LILAX here right now, proving themselves as a superior Thai team today in this matchup. And oh my god, what a crunch play it was.
I mean, they're really stepping up on the level of what they can do. It really seems like on this map specifically that they have the dominant force. They're on the full buy, they have picture perfect as stats, and all they need is to just convert one round. I don't think that LILAX really expected the aggression to come out that quickly, but that's gonna kind of like condition them to make more scared moves and be a bit more passive. They have to take every angle very seriously. It's gonna force up a lot of utility for free. Now this is gonna hold down the site. She does back herself into a corner, kind of scary into a Teo/Breach comp though.
There, 100%. There's just so much utility that you gotta worry about here, but it does seem like nobody's home. Only Vice really here on this site does have some utility to try and delay this, but aside from that, it is going to be a RNG to actually find the info and help Micro go forward. There is still somebody tucked into backside. Micro, though, gets that first kill, is even able to pick up that Vandal as an upgrade. And now Mad Army, they're on the retake situation, but on the back foot.
That's going to be the problem right now. They have a bit of time to wait for the fight to go down, but it's time to give a bit more breathing room as Muffin's able to find, well, already Sentinel gone. Sight is open. They do have the Armageddon to maybe slow this down. It could be a great one on stairs if they pop it right now, but they're still waiting for any sign, any movement. Still, this team, the utility jump comes through, and comes the aggression as well with that.
Timing though on the peak, 1-for-1 trade. It's all Micro though, and it's 1v2 situation. Sentry, she's been incredible before on the clutch. Position known here, takes the TP. Might be Ginny knows the position though, and actually goes for the peak. But Senderi, the clutch for LILAX to deny the defuse, keep them alive in the series. One more round at least on the cards.
One more round, one more chance. They have a great buy as well, but it's not going to be any slouch of one for Mad Army. Able to get at least 4 rifles. They have the judge, but what a great execute here to try to get the retake out. I was a bit concerned by playing the drop position against a composition like this. I feel like you can just get flooded by utility, and just like that, the good read for the fake TP knows exactly where they can be.
Get out of my way! Just the numbers. Despite the numbers advantage, not able to convert it. Either way though, Mad Army still have the money to put together for a buy. And now Baby TZ hears this noise coming in, the Teo utility as well. Not going to be able to shut her utility down, so buys a little bit more of a delay, especially with that Molly coming in. Buys utility on site to boot, and actually it's going to be out of the air. Skeet shooting happening live and center as Micro goes down.
One already off the board. Great way to blunt the force of the attack. The Vanguard out of the picture. Have to find a way to get even more space. The info is denied, but he surely has heard like at least 2 people shoot that. So basically the info is there.
He spotted in person. Ginny though happy to confirm that there's still presence outside C, and it looked like they wanted to cut noise and re-hit it, but with that confirmation now opting to fall back instead. I mean, what else can you really do here? 4v3 situation, sorry, 5v4 situation. Numbers still in favor though for Mad Army.
All the Omens are looking at each other. It gets the timing as well. That's going to be an instant punish. Controller out already for LILAX. It's going to be even more difficult. Such a risky play. I know that they're trying to wait and pull some pressure, but it's just not enough. 3 people hit as well by the Nightfall. It's going to deny a lot from what they want to do.
Ginny with the showstopper ready to go here. Position towards A, even though the executor is coming towards B instead. They will be able to spot out this player and gets the kill. Thanks to the damage there. Time ticking, the wall blocking the way. They have to get the side, but both angles being watched. No way for them to get through. And a flawless round to boot is what's going to send Mad Army to that top 4 here. Eliminating LILAX today from contention and from this first split. But oh my god, what a performance is what it was from Mad Army. They had a mad map 1, but my god did they bounce back in the second and third, Flufee.
I mean, bounce back, I feel like it's an understatement. Even you look at map number 1 of how far they were falling behind, and suddenly it's like they swapped up, flipped the switch, and they're on top of everything. Each of their players not only stepping up, but as a team, they just, I feel like, made a lot of good decisions. The rounds that they did lose, at least on this map, felt like because a couple of scrappy fights went their way. I mean, we had that weird Viper spit onto the C side, and even the 1v1 on A. But outside of those little micro moments, overall, they felt like a dominant force here, especially on the attacking sides.
Yeah, 100%. I think that dominance while attacking is one point that was there, but also even on the defensive side, right? They look so in sync in a lot of these combinations. And even though they lost a couple of rounds, overall, I think that they just held the upper hand throughout in terms of Ginny's IGLing and reads, or just the kind of plays that they were making on an individual level. Some great ultimate and utility usage as well. So overall, yeah, really good calling. Usually, you don't see too many teams running the fade on this map, but yeah, Ginny just proving why the classic comp always just sometimes works out. So a lot of information value that we got from that particular team. Either way though, Flufee, it's been such a pleasure casting these banger series today with you, and I think that's gonna be it from us for today. Make sure you follow FSL for more updates and support VCT Game Changers as well. That's gonna be it from us for today. We're saying goodbye here and tossing it back to our wonderful panelists, Quack and Pilski. Take it away for the last time.
Thanks a lot, Zach. Definitely put in a big shift today, so both you and Flufee go get some much well-needed rest. And wow, what a reverse sweep that was, Quack. Insane series that we got. I mean, LILAX came storming out of the gates, but unfortunately just seemed to run out of steam. And I think for Mad Army, that was just a bit of a masterclass on what it means to be a veteran team and the best Game Changers team in Thailand.
I mean, there's no better way to put it. That's really a lot of experience. It's both in terms of like the calling and the depth of the strats, or just kind of how they played that macro game all throughout the entire map. We saw how dominant that first half was, and you kind of can tell that this is just something that they're so comfortable with. And we were wondering a little bit about agent compositions coming out from LILAX. I think we kind of caught a little glimpse of it. Like, there were some ideas in which they wanted to exercise them, especially with like the Vi's and as well as the Omen. I mean, you start to see a little bit more of it, but at the same time, when you're facing off against a team like Mad Army, when Ginny's coming back into this kind of form, this level of performance, I mean, just she's sending out the haunts, getting so much intel. It's a little bit off to the macro game, in which then she kind of just creates a bit of presence somewhere else, or baits out utility, rotates off to some other part of the map. I mean, there are times where even in that little 1-on-2, yeah, she might have lost it, but you could just see the cogs like shifting and spinning in her mind. There's just so much at work there, and then down to it at the end, just the impact of her nightfalls and everything. I mean, surely everyone else is definitely flowing with her as well, because you can see even like the tiniest glimpses, and Muffin strikes. Muffin gets one pick, she sends off a showstopper. One way or another, she's always there, and the whole team is able to flow through together. It's so much at work, and I can't wait to... There's just so much to break down, honestly. God.
Yeah, I think, you know, similar to the KO, like you put your IGL on the info unit like a fade, and it really helps with gathering that info. And instead of having someone else play the info unit, it's first-hand information, so you can very quickly make those decisions, and that's what makes the team look like it's flowing well together, as well as just a well-established chemistry. You know, both Muffin and Ginny have played a lot together. A lot of this core has played a lot together, so they look like a really well-oiled machine, a really well-chilled unit, and we saw that on both of the last two maps. Look, maybe Haven, we could toss that one out. To be fair, LILAX is on a fantastic streak on that one, but clearly they're flexing around the concept maybe is not one that they particularly worked out as well as maybe they would have liked, but these last two maps were very, very convincing wins. And I'm sure to no one's surprise for Mad Army, in pretty dominant fashion in the reverse sweep as far as that's concerned, they're going to secure themselves a spot over in Split 2, and they're going to give themselves a little bit of a crack to take on PPQ lower in the bracket and see if they can snag themselves a top 3 from here, because they've already secured top 4.
I know it's a little bit early, but I'm already just getting flashbacks of like back in 2023 or 2022 even, sort of when it was that kind of full Sense Sapphire, X10 Sapphire, and they took down Alter Ego Celeste. That flash of, you know, this Ginny core, and they were able to do that much. It is still early. They do have to face off against PPQ, but my word, the performance from today, it's not just the performance, it's everyone coming together, a full concerted effort, and especially Ginny with the calls. I mean, you don't get this kind of a convincing win if you're constantly shifting up your approach, constantly putting up layers so that you are ahead of your opponents. And that's what we see, because maybe it's, you know, some of the team movements, but at the same time, it's individual performances from, you know, Muffin picking up the frags, Alyssa with the support, but Baby TZ, God, there were these times where you know, maybe she's not doing the most flashy of plays, but small things like Poison Cloud block off stairs, Poison Cloud to kind of sneak in and trip that sheer wall. And of course, we cannot forget how she played on Fracture. Just throughout the entire day, I think Baby TZ definitely showed us what she was capable of.
Yeah, looking very confident as well. Like, you have your player out on the wing that's doing the lurking a lot of the time, and they can play very passively. They can sit, they can lick a wall and listen for info, count util, relay that to the IGL, and not really do too much of anything. For Baby TZ, this is her in her element. She's confident to make plays. You talked about the lurk timing. She can read the rotations and read the map very well, and understands how she fits into the unit that is Mad Army. So she's getting a lot of impact in her role. And you mentioned it. I mean, there's two maps back to back that they stomp their opponents on, and she has big performances in. That's definitely not going to be any kind of coincidence for sure.
Yeah, that's the kind of consistency. We can only hope that it does carry forward. I mean, at least for me. I don't know about you, Pilski. I'm a huge fan of this entire squad. Have been and continue to be. Maybe a little bit more so now, just picturing the entire story through from the lower bracket. But I don't know. I mean, that's what I've got. That's what I'm thinking about. What about you, Pilski?
Yeah, I mean, Quack's a Thailand enjoyer. Color me shocked. But I will say, personally, yeah, it's good to see, you know, some of the OG crew like Ginny, and, you know, I always love following the players that I'm very familiar with and have followed for a long time. And when they find success, it's almost like I'm winning, Quack, but I'm not, because I never won anything. But at the end of the day, we'll see if they can make it a little bit deeper in this lower bracket. I think going into that next lower series, they're probably feeling quite confident in that. They're probably feeling favored, but at a bare minimum, securing that top 4, skipping that Swiss qualifier, because I'm sure for a team like this, you're looking particularly at Ginny and Muffin, but even some of the other players that have a lot of experience under their belt at this point, they're going to be looking to try to qualify at a minimum to go over to Pacific and try to have a crack to go to another Game Changers Championship. And this is just the first step on that long road of qualifying and making sure you're staying within the overall Game Changers scene and giving yourself a crack.
Yeah, and dude, hey, Pacific's got more slots now, so this is the best year to really try to give it a good run, give it a good whack to really make it all the way through, possibly to championships. And I really do believe in this Mad Army squad. I mean, not just because they're Thai, man, come on, but just the performance that we've seen, the experience that they have. You follow their career for a long time now. You can almost shed a tear at it. But yeah, you were kind of talking about the entire roster, some of the players that we maybe haven't quite mentioned, and we will have an interview with one of them pretty soon as well. I mean, Alyssa, we're waiting on her for now, but dude, she played like 3 different agents, two different roles for all these maps. That's gotta be quite a feat.
Yeah, for sure. You do always need those superstar flex players in your team to help kind of fill in the gaps, play various roles, make sure that everything is operating well in the structure. And look, I think overall, we'll see what her thoughts are on that game. We do have a winner's interview here with Alyssa from Mad Army, so we'll get to delve a little bit deeper into what she thought. Hi, Alyssa. How are you?
Sawadee Kap.
Fine. Sawadee ka.
How was that win for you? You took on another team from Thailand. I'm sure you know a lot of their players already. How was that series?
Actually, I'm not confident, but I hope my team can carry me to win. Yeah.
Okay. Well, I mean, you certainly played like you were quite confident. I think a lot of the moments that you had still were quite good. I am a bit curious though. This is going to be a bit of a hard question. What happened on that first map of Haven? I mean, the team didn't do too well there, but then for the next map, the third map, so good. What happened there?
The first map, I think we got problem like communicate in team, something like that. But it's okay. Next map we can win.
That's the mentality. Okay. Go next.
Yeah.
It's good mental. Can you tell me what it's like to play with Ginny? Because I remember even watching Ginny playing FPS games before Valorant. So she's someone that's been playing for a long time. What's it like to play with Ginny?
I don't know. It's like when I play with her, I feel she has good mindset in game, something like that, and can teach everything. Yeah.
Great.
Ooh. That's really good. Thank you so much. I think if I have one more question, that would be, you're going through that lower bracket for now. You've been having to play against these opponents, but of course, like, there are still some bigger opponents, Falcons Vega maybe. How do you feel having to go all the way through now that you're, playing possibly in semifinals now?
I just think if we can play in tournament like when we practice, we can win. Yeah.
Okay.
Nice. I'll ask you one more question before we let you rest after your series. What are your team's goals for this year? Quack is excited that Pacific has more spots. So what is the goal for Mad Army this year?
Oh, sorry.
What does your team want to do this year? You want to go to Pacific, go to Game Changers Championship, something like that?
We want
to win everything?
Be champion, yeah, and win everything.
Okay, cool. That's a big goal, and I wish you the best of luck. If you play like you did on those last 2 maps, I believe you win everything. So go have a nice rest after your game, and thank you for the interview.
Thank you.
Lovely to talk to Alyssa. Nice. A little bit too humble for how well they played, particularly on those last 2 maps. But, everyone is so lovely in Thailand and usually quite humble, so I'm not that surprised about that.
Yeah, land of smiles. What can we say? She's like smiling throughout the whole thing. A little bit nervous, surely, but yeah, I mean, they were able to play. shared a little bit about how, you know, what it's like to play with Ginny, and it's all like in that mental, the mindset, but also kind of the macro calls. It has to be, and it's just it makes you believe in them, at least for me.
Yeah, and I think you know, I would have loved to hear you know, she trolls me or something like that, but you gotta gas up your teammates. You gotta be polite and give credit where credit's due, because Ginny is one of the GOATs for sure. We do have a special treat that we'll wait a little bit longer for, but we get to have a little bit of a chat to LILAX and dive a little bit more into how they found this tournament, because we often get to hear from the winners, but I think LILAX, Quack, did have a pretty good run. We also have to say goodbye to them now, but throughout the Swiss, and even in that first map, they've definitely shown what they were capable of. And I think a top 6 finish when you've had to play Team Falcons twice and Mad Army is a pretty respectable result still.
Yeah, I really do wonder what it's like to, you know, be in their shoes, having to play against teams like that, and then playing Fracture again, and kind of going through this sort of entire ride. It couldn't have been easy, but it seems as though they never really kind of backed down from any of these fights, even down to the last few rounds on Lotus. They were still kind of trying their darndest, putting up these rounds, putting up these setups against, you know, Mad Army, Falcons Vega even. So kind of interested to see what they're gonna be like, what they're gonna sound like, even for the interview coming up. We're still waiting on them. Of course, I believe we're gonna be interviewing Nuki.
Yeah, that should be a great interview to look forward to. I think that was a great series. The first series really delivered as well. We went to all 6 maps tonight, so some pretty tight competition here in Game Changers. You know, you are definitely getting a lot of tighter maps, at least tonight, although we've been seeing some less close maps, courtesy of some Falcons Vega games, as well as some of the opening lower round games that you got to see previously.
Yeah, a little bit of that. I do kind of like, apart from the games, it's the comps that make the games as well, right? And some of them do go for some of these like comfort picks, and it works out for them, especially with the Clove on Sendari, of course. But moving forward from that, like, they actually did try to go for some of these adjustments. So kind of curious to think about that as well. I think she is going to be joining us pretty darn soon.
Yeah, and we got to see some of her flexibility as well. So let's get a little bit of a look into the mind of Nuki from LILAX. Played a fantastic game earlier, and we welcome her to the interview. Hi, Nuki.
Hello, Sawadee.
Hi.
Can you hear us?
Yes.
Sawadee. How are you?
I'm good.
That's good. That's good.
Shy.
Yeah, that's okay. No worries. I'll start just asking you a question. Your team did very well in Swiss stage, and now in playoffs, you still place top 6. You play against Falcons, you play against Mad Army. Those are very tough teams. So are you happy with your team's result this split, given that you played a lot of strong teams, or do you think that your team has more potential in the future?
Wait, slowly again. Can I?
Oh, how do you think your team went this split of Game Changers SEA, considering that you had to play Falcons and Mad Army?
I think I feel like we could have done better.
Okay.
And be more prepared in the future.
So what are you guys working on heading into Split 2 qualifiers then? Will you be playing new maps or new agents, or maybe looking back on how you played in your last games? Again?
You mean...
Repeat the question.
Yeah.
Yes.
Yep.
Yes, I'm so confused, but I'm not good at English.
No, it's okay. It's okay. So, did you guys? What are you guys looking to improve in your team going into Split 2?
Yes, we'll come back in Split 2.
Okay, great. Okay. And anything new for you guys? You play Waylay, maybe?
New agent?
New agent?
I'm not sure. I will ask Michael first. I think we need to talk. Yeah.
Okay.
Okay.
Well, I do have one question. I think it's your team play Haven so good, Gengma.
Thank you.
What was so good for your team on Haven? How did you guys win Haven?
I think we have a good communication. Yes, good
communication.
Good talk, good trade. Yeah.
Okay.
Just like
We could tell that from. Sorry, go on. That's it.
Yeah,
Okay.
Yeah. We just
Good,
trade
great.
and talk together.
Okay.
You could tell from the way that you played, like everything very smooth, and you guys played very well. When you won your game very well, so that was great to watch. And we hope to see you guys again soon in the future. LILAX playing in Split 2. Thank you so much for the interview.
ขอบคุณครับ
ขอบคุณค่ะ
ขอบคุณครับ
บ๊ายบาย
Bye bye. Thank you so much for the interview. It's great to chat to all of the players, and like I know for sure
it's intimidating.
Like it's hard to come in for the interview when English is not your first language. And
It's not just that. It's you're getting interviewed by this falang with like full beard.
I know.
It's so intimidating.
And my accent is really annoying to decipher. It's like it's actually worst case scenario.
Nah,
like,
man.
I'm so sorry.
I think you were
Like-
really patient with her though. That was so good.
I mean, it's fine. Yeah.
Look at you getting all
I just wanted to
bashful.
get, I just wanted to get some insights because that Haven was cracked, man. And look, I'm looking forward to more of that. I might have been made a LILAX fan tonight, but we'll have to wait to see them play more in the future.
For sure, dude.
Because we do have our top 4 locked in, and our top 4 locked in at least for the next split. So how do you feel about it, Quack? You've got Ascend, Falcons, you got PPQ and Mad Army. Any surprises there?
Is it rude if I say no?
No, of course, dude. Of course not. What do you mean?
I feel
How
like
would that be rude?
it's kind of like the usual suspects, you know? We do see a lot of these teams, these names. I feel like it's a nice, like, even representation of what we do have in Game Changer Southeast Asia. First of all, I mean, Falcons Vega is Falcons Vega. I'm not giving, like, whatever, all right? They're always top 1, like, whatever, okay? But then we've got Ascend, so a lovely bit of, like, Filipino representation. I think they're, like, the top for their sub-region right now. Then you got PPQ, and you've got Mad Army. Like, we just witnessed how strong these teams can be. And you certainly expect to see a lot more coming up in the upcoming matches.
For sure, which we see here on the screen in the lower bracket. Match number 8, PPQ taking on Mad Army for a spot in the lower finals. And then up there, match number 7 in the top side of the bracket. Will Falcons continue to run over absolutely everyone in their path? Or do Ascend have something to say about that, Quack?
Maybe. Well, it's so tough to say, dude. Remember last year? Like, maybe it wasn't Falcons Vega exactly, but, you know, the entire squad, especially with that Alexi and Ari kind of core that they had, he didn't drop a single thing, dude, going into championships. Like, that's how full is run that they had. I certainly kind of do hope we see a little bit more of a competition for the upcoming games. I hope that we have teams that can challenge them, and well, you know, all hopes are pinned onto Ascend for now.
Well, I can tell you, Quack, that the upper bracket and lower bracket matches you see on your screen, as well as match number 9, will be played tomorrow. So we will find out pretty much how the rest of the bracket is going to break down, who's going to be participating in that grand final, and you'll get plenty of action tomorrow. 3 best of 3s, I might say, to sink your teeth into. Plenty of Game Changers action to be going through. Which game are you most hyped about, do you think, Quack, for tomorrow?
For tomorrow? Ooh, good question. Wow, that's actually a really tough one to think. I mean, now that I'm thinking about it, I feel like I remember Sisu, a team which fielded, you know, most of the Ascent players right now. Sisu actually challenged SMG, well, Falcons Vega now, quite a bit. So I think that's going to be one of those to look out for sure. But at the same time, I'm just like so invested in this meta army journey right now. No offense to PPQ, but like, yeah, it's the whole like Ginny core. Muffin's doing great, Baby T's doing great, Alyssa, the whole team, the whole shebang.
Yeah, you just love Thailand is basically what you're telling me. At the end of the day, though, I'm really looking forward. I think if the games go the way that I'm expecting them to go, I think Ascend Mad Army in that lower bracket game to go into the grand final, that could be maybe the game of the tournament. So I'm definitely going to be tuning into that one. But make sure you tune into all of the Game Changers action that we've got going on tomorrow. Any final thoughts from you, Quack? Any words of wisdom from Professor Quack inside of his beautiful oaken office over there?
Follow Pilski. Follow Pilski's socials and tell him how glorious his beard is. I don't know.
Thank you so much. Look, you won't be seeing any more of it, and that's probably a good thing because I'm going to go to bed because I need to rest and refuel just like all of you from all of the Game Changers action to make sure that I can tune in to more tomorrow. So tune in same time tomorrow for the 3 best of 3s.
the light. Daylight. Dawn comes as a surprise. I am so hurt, I see heaven's light.